Yo. So, tonight, I'm live. I didn't think I was going to make it because today I've just been like, because I got all the vaccines yesterday. So, I feel like I have flu or whatever today, but I need to do some tests. So I decided I would go live so we could do some tests. And also, I've got a bunch of stuff that I need to do, so I figured I would just do it live. I see Down South is here. What's up? I'm doing the simulcast thing, so I'm live on all the internet, worldwide, all around the world, every platform. And I'm using the Psynaps simulcast multi-stream restream system to do that. And it's never failed, so fingers crossed. I mean, it has to fail at some point. I hope it fails, because then I get to say that my system always works and never fails and has 100% uptime. If I say that, no one will believe me, but that's true. That's what's happening. So hopefully we get a failed tonight, because we never do. And I'm building a new computer. So I want to try to get some advice from computer builders. Everybody's building a new computer and they're like, oh, I'm building a new computer. You know, what's the best motherboard? You know, every time somebody buys a new computer, every time. And that's like all the time. So, now that's me. Now I'm like, hey guys, let's talk about computers, because I happen to be building one. And, it's been like 4 or 5 years since I've built a personal computer. I've built a lot of computers over the years, you know, because we do a lot of servers and stuff. So I'm always building servers. But my personal computer was built like 5 years ago, and it's still really fast. It's still performing really, really well. But I'm not the only one that needs computers in my household. So I'm going to build a new one for me, and then I'm going to give my family the computer that I have now, which is like 4 or 5 years old, but it's still very, very powerful, probably faster than most people's computers because it's an AMD, and AMDs are the fastest. But this time I'm building an Intel, and I'm taking the performance hit on an Intel because I want those fast single core speeds. So I'm going to give that a try. A little bit sick tonight from all of the vaccines. You guys like vaccines? You guys like them? I take them. I get a bunch of them. I got them all in each arm. I have a family though, so I have little babies and stuff, so I have to do it. I think it's a responsible thing to do. For public health. So we're doing the computer thing. Psynaps got his vaccines. We're doing the restream. We're going to do some World of Warcraft. I felt like getting top 10 Mythic Plus today. So let's get up on the leaderboard tonight, maybe. Unfortunately, the problem with, competitive gaming and me and streaming is I can't really game when I'm live. I don't really think anyone can. It just kind of seems, if you know a streamer out there who can game and stream at the same time, I want to propose something to you. It only seems like they're streaming and gaming at the same time. I don't think anyone can actually game and stream at the same time. So if you think I'm wrong, I just want to put that out there because I want to see if you can prove me wrong on that. All right, let's put that out there. You might be thinking to yourself, your first thought might be something like, well, Psynaps, there's like 1 million pro gamers all gaming and streaming at the same time. What are you talking about? Of course you can game and stream at the same time. And I'm going to tell you, no. Did you hear what I said? I said you can't do it. And if I say you can't do it, I mean you can't do it. And if you think you can, you're going to have to prove it. So that's going to be the challenge for tonight is, can you game and stream at the same time? Well, I know I can't. All right. But I'm proposing that no one else can either. It's not a thing. You can only do one or the other. So tonight I'm going to try and attempt to game and then stream and then game and stream. And I'm going to try to flip between it as fast as my brain can. It's not going to flip very fast because it goes slow. Synapse brain goes like this. It goes slow, but it hits hard. You know what I mean? So that's the gaming part. And what else are we going to do? COVID infected my brain. I didn't get COVID, but I did get the the little thing is so dumb. Check this out. It's like all reflective. Whoa. All right, let's put on the gonna put on the top light. There we go. Now I should get some blue. I'll open it up, show you what's inside. Now I'm gonna need some motivation to build this thing. This is the Intel that everyone on YouTube says don't buy. All the big YouTubers, whenever you're thinking about building a computer, you go to YouTube and you watch all these guys on YouTube, like, the big YouTube channels. And, they kind of help you decide which one to buy. And they were all of them were like, don't buy this one. Don't buy this one. Buy anyone except for this one. And I was like, oh yeah, YouTubers, you think you know everything? Well, I'm going to buy one. So I got this one and I'm pretty optimistic about it. Can you see which one it is? Let me see if I can put it there. You might have to zoom in to see which one it is. The good one. It's the high grade stuff. This one came out Q3 2023. So it's brand new. Hot off the shelf. Let's see what that one's. Usually I don't like to buy them when they're so new like that. Usually I like to wait a year or two, but when you need the hardware, you just got to get it, and so I need it. Oh, down south, you saw it, the 14,900K. Those numbers are too big. How do you even say that? Like, do you say it like 14,900? Do you say it 14,900? Do you say like 14900? Like, how do you even say 14,900K? 14900K? Like, what is the code name for 14900K? Does anybody know? But I see an Oxygen, 14,900K. Down south, I trust you because I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but I don't really care what it's called. My computer is a workhorse. I do stuff with my computer that very few people do. And so we've all come to the agreement that, well, not all of us, but, at least streamers and YouTubers have come to the agreement that there is no computer on earth that's fast enough for a video editing workflow. Okay. No Mac, no PC, no Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, or anything is fast enough. There's just not a computer out there that exists that can handle a hardcore video editing workflow. You know what I mean? I mean, I'll say it like you can edit on a fast computer, like on one of these new Intels. It is possible to do. I've done it on slower computers for years. I've been an editor for, I don't know, 50 years or so, maybe 60. I lost count. Maybe 120 or whatever the number is. I've been doing it on slow computers for a long time. And what I mean by that is the faster your computer is, the more stuff you do, like 4K, 8K, And hey, there's RT365. Says, how it got infected. 14900 i9. You need a workstation, 2 CPU, 2 GPU. Yes, please. Send me 2 of those. And I will build them right there. That's where I'm going to build. I set up a table. There's a table right there. We're going to build the new computer right there. And I got a case. It's too big. It's too heavy for me. I'm not strong enough to carry. That's how big my case is. It's very large. I need like a forklift to get it in here. So I'll see about getting the forklift up and running so we can get the computer case in here. It's huge. I got the big one. That's how I know I'm old. I know I'm old because I like very large computer cases. Does that mean I'm old or no? Or it just means I like big computer cases. I have little ones and they always piss me off. Not every GPU is the same size. Motherboards have standard sizes and, with good wire management and modular power supply units, you can, get some pretty good airflow through a small case, and people like mini PCs and very small cases and they function. But I like a lot of space in my computer. I like they run cooler. Airflow makes more sense. It's not like insanity. It's not like cramming a bunch of electronics into a tight space. You got to give them room. They have energy. They emit stuff. They need to breathe. And so, you like smaller ones? Okay. That's a good point. Down south, that's a good point. There is, the big ones are a pain in the ass because of what I just said. You got to lug them around. They weigh 500 pounds. You need a forklift to bring them in. You're right. That is the problem. But once they're sitting, once I have them planted down, I feel like that's that's the power station there. But you're right. The smaller form factors are I'm actually thinking about going smaller for some of the server stuff I do, no more 2Us, no more 4Us, maybe go smaller. But it's good to try something new. So if you are, hey, it's Kayanto, beautiful beard champ. I'm reading that chat from the YouTube side. By the way, guys, I'm on YouTube. and Twitch. I'm doing the simulcast. It's a simulcast test, so I'm going to try to read all the chats. But I don't want you to think that I'm reading one chat and not the other. I want everyone to know what you said, so I'm going to try to say your name. I know streamers will practice not saying names. They don't want to say names because of whatever reasons, but I like to say your name because you're a part of this stream. You were like the co-author on this stream. You were like the co-participant. You should be given the credit you deserve. Your name should be there if you want. If you don't want me to say your name, then just tell me to shut up and whatever you want to say. Do I want you to go to Twitch? No. I want you to watch where you like to watch. No, I'm not going to be the guy that tries to tell you where to go and what to do. Okay, I will tell you what to do. I'll tell you exactly what to do. You do it your way because that's the right way. Down south says there's a joke in there somewhere about which part the size is. Like if size matters, does the size of the case matter or is it how you use it? I just happen to like very large ones. I like them real big, you know. For what reason? The flow. Mostly the flow. Temperature. Little ones are loud and hot. The big ones are cool and fast. Hey, check it out. It's Gina. Gina's number one. How you doing, friend? I'm doing good. How are you doing? I mean, I'll be honest with you. These lights are really bright. These lights right here. Oh man, they're really bright. But that's because I'm building some stuff. I've got like my lights on. I turned my lights on, but that's how I am. Oh, and I got a yo. Thanks for the follow. I see some follow things happening. I got the vaccine. So I got 2 vaccines. I got one right here and one right here. This vaccine, I didn't feel it at all, which worried me because I was like, how can you give me a shot of microchips and I not feel it at all? That's scary. Like people could just be giving each other shots out in the wild and nobody would know. So I didn't even feel it. And then on this side, I got another one. That one hurt. That one I could feel. That one was full of juice. I don't know what. That one had a bigger microchips in it or something. And then that one hurt. But then later it doesn't hurt anymore. But now this one hurts. The one I couldn't feel at all. Like this one is like, oh, like my neck hurts, my arm, my back. I guess the chips just have to go in. They have to go. They have to find their place. Hey, check it out. Tortuga's here. And Chico Chew TV. Yo. Kayanto says, what did I eat? What do you mean? Like just now? Or like before? Like, what did you eat? I ate, what did I eat? I ate a Chili's chicken sandwich earlier. Have you guys had a Chili's chicken sandwich? I don't care if people like Chili's or not. You don't have to, but they literally have one of the best chicken sandwiches that you can get. They have some of the best. Oh, Noxygen, you want to post a link of your computer build? Yeah, I don't mind as long as it's like, you know, safe stuff. All safe stuff here. Happy links, happy people. It's fine. Gina's like, why are you like this? I don't know. I was born that way. I don't know. I bumped my head when I was little. Some little girl pushed me when I was little, and now I'm all messed up. I think that's the problem. All right, let's check out Noxygen's link. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's some PC building prawn graphic stuff. Beware if you click on it. Oh, you got the 13900K. Ah, yeah. What kind of motherboard is that? What is that? Is that an Asus? Asus. Or is that a Gigabyte? What is that? I can't tell. I don't know. Big graphics card though. Very large. I like them large. They're very large. I like them to really fill up the case. More powerful that way. Gigabyte Roast Master. Okay, let me see. I'll show you the one I got. Got this one. The problem with my my motherboard selection here is yeah, Gina, you're right. Fuck that kid. That's what's up. That's what Gina's got my back. She's got my back. Some bullshit on. Yep. Yep, that's what's up. But anyway, this one it's brand new. It's the Z790. And when I saw it had Wi-Fi 7, I was like, well, that's fancy. I don't need no fucking Wi-Fi 7. Fancy crap. But then I started watching some of the YouTube videos, and they were talking about stuff like the PCIe lanes, the VRM voltages, the power, and you know, a couple of other things. And you know which one I almost got? I was first gonna get the Asus Pro Art. Now the Pro Art, if you've ever seen this one, if you've never seen it, you should see it. It's beautiful. It's for creators. And it's got Thunderbolt. It's got 10 gigabit Ethernet. It's got a bunch of stuff, some pretty fancy stuff. But then I started thinking, you know, and it's kind of a pretentious, it's kind of an artsy board. And I was like, oh, I must have this. You know, it's like a super asshole kind of motherboard. And I was like, I was feeling like an asshole that day. But then as I was doing some research, I realized, no, like, let me just make sure that this is not just like some designer crap. Like, I'm a developer. I'm going to want to mess with it a little bit. So I looked at it and I wasn't really seeing the indication that that was the right board. And I started looking at the Asus like Tough series. I've got a Tough series in my case right now, and they're pretty good boards. Like, you just plug it in and, you know, they're good boards. They got plenty of PCIe slots. You know, if you have a lot of cards, sometimes I do. Sometimes when I'm like testing streaming, I might put some cards in, take some cards out, have more than one card in at the same time. You know, I'll pull a couple of different things in there just for testing some stuff out. So it's like, okay, I'm getting the Tough. But then I was looking at the PCIe lanes and something wasn't right. Some people were complaining about, you know, the design, kind of suggesting it wasn't good as what Gigabyte is doing for the same price, essentially. So I took a look at this one. I was like, I'm going to have to get another Gigabyte. I probably, out of all the motherboards that I've gotten over the years, I've done MSI, Gigabyte, Asus. I think I have more Gigabytes than any other one. I think Asus have been some of the best, but I've also had some really good Gigabyte ones. I think MSIs are incredible. I think they're definitely going to be fine. But anyway, I'm rambling on and on. I'm wondering what you guys think about this stuff, or is this, you know, when you're not in the mood to build a computer, sometimes this stuff is kind of like whatever. But since I was in the market, decided I would share some of this stuff and whatever. You know what? This I don't know if it's because I got the you know, got the shots in the arm, but this seems heavy. Why is it so fucking heavy? I mean, for a motherboard, I don't mean like heavy, like let's go to the gym. I mean, it's just like seems heavy. There's some copper in here. Probably is. I bet this thing gets so fucking hot. I bet this is a box full of copper right here. For sure. Do you guys know what all this stuff means? I don't know what all this stuff. What does all that mean? 16 plus 1 plus 2 phases. Digital VRM. Sounds like nerd stuff. Nerds. The fucking nerds know what that means. All the motherboards are going to work. That's the bottom line. It's like when you're going to YouTube and you're looking at all these reviews and you're trying to decide which motherboard to get, they're all going to work. They're all going to probably be the same. I watched a YouTube video. Wendell was showing like some motherboards had slightly less performance than some other motherboards. And I was like, you're the only one in the world, in the vacuum, that knows that, Wendell. How's the family? They're good. They're all awake. Oh, I think there's a sleeping baby, actually, but the rest of them are just chilling out, probably playing some games. I'm gonna play some games. I'm in the World of Warcraft channel right now, and I've got the game up. I want to get top 10. I'm top 10 right now, just because I did some Mythic Pluses last night, and I think I want to be top 10 again this season. But please tell me not to, because one time I was like rank 1 on my realm for Resto Druid, and I was proud of that. But you know how many mythics it took to get that? Then I was like, oh man, it's probably too many mythics. Noxy, your motherboard weighs like 6 pounds. And I was doing that one mainly for the IO, but also it's pretty stable with RAM near 8,000. Oh, did you go up to 8,000? Let me see which RAM I got. Okay. Shit. I got a couple of things here. The package I opened was not the RAM, but it was this cool looking thing. Western Digital black. Let's see if I can fix my mic after punching it. This is the one that goes to like 8,000 megabits per second or something. But it's still a Gen 4 NVMe. So it's a fast one. This one's really fast. I've never used one of those before. I'm a couple of gens back, I think, on this build. So we'll see what that's like. And I got this. I don't understand the performance differences between the standard speed RAM and the 8,000 RAM. Now, obviously, I understand that RAM is faster. Duh. But I don't know. I haven't like researched, what you can do with 8,000 speed RAM that you can't do with RAM that's say 5,000. So I went by price here. Because as you know, if you're putting these things in your basket, the price can start getting pretty crazy. So there's some tricks that you can do to bring your computer build down in price. And this is one of them. But here's the question. Does getting a better price on RAM mean that you're going to sacrifice quality or performance rather in your whatever your workflow is, whether it's gaming or something hardcore like video editing or compression or whatever it is that you're doing? And so I've never really been able to come to the conclusion that faster RAM is going to help. So that's why I did this. And I could be wrong. I would love to be wrong about that and maybe upgrade my RAM someday, but this is going to be very, very fast RAM. This is DDR5. So you just got to get a couple of boxes of these and you're good. Now this one here is not slow, but these are inexpensive. I don't understand why. Usually Western Digital Black are the more expensive drives. But now these are cheaper than the Samsung Evos and the ones that I'm used to getting. What's going on with that? It's the right one, right? I guess these new NVMe's are nutty or something. So it's going to be fun to build. I'm going to build it right back there. I would show you the case, but it's too big, too heavy. I need to recover from all of my things before I can pull that in here. I need to get the forklift, need to drive that over. It's very minor, but it can help in specific scenarios. I would love to know those scenarios. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm not missing out on performance. I just figured it wouldn't be noticeable, but sir, please calm down. Says if you're not spending every penny you've got, you're missing out. No. Yes, I'm sure, but I am convinced that I have a really good strategy for computer building. And the strategy is not to get the most expensive thing. All right. However, now the reason you don't get the most expensive thing is because you're supposed to build again. You know, some people will try to build a computer that will last them 5 years. And I've told people not to do that. Well, guess what? I built that one 5 years ago. I did what I told people not to do, but you know why? Because that computer that I have right now, the one I'm streaming on right now, is so fucking fast. It's so good that I haven't needed. There's no pressure. There's no pressure to get one. Also, I'm not video editing as much as I used to. I think I went back and looked at the history of all the PCs that I've built for my personal workstation. And when I was streaming full time and when I was editing and uploading to YouTube, I was building a computer every year or every 2 years, maybe every year and a half or so. In that case, I wasn't riding the wave. I was always kind of, a notch or two down from the newest, most expensive stuff. But I was kind of riding behind the wave a little bit. And so I was getting more computers. But when I stopped video editing, I didn't feel like I needed one. This one it does everything. All the streaming I want to do, all the gaming, everything. So I didn't need one until now. And so now here we are. So yeah, don't buy the most expensive one, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to build another one soon. So you just build a really, really good one. And then you can save hundreds and hundreds of dollars, possibly even thousands of dollars by doing stuff like this. Now, some people don't even want to go out and buy DDR5. They think this stuff is expensive. And it is. I guess it is. But it's not the one that we can overclock to 8,000. This one is probably going to run at 5,200 megahertz or something. It says 5,600. If I can get it to run at 56, then that's fine. That'll be really good. I almost bought 6,000. I was going to get 6,400 RAM. But I wasn't convinced that anybody would even be able to tell the difference. But that was a good price. So you got to play the market. This. Here's the thing about this is next week, the 6,400 RAM might be cheaper than this one. And then I should have bought that one. But I was smashing it then, and this was what was good then. So yeah, 1.5. Yeah, I didn't spend 2K. No, I got all this for 1.4, maybe 1.5. Yeah. Newest Intel came out. I got the newest Intel. I got a couple of these Western Digital Gen 4 NVMe's. These are 7,000 to 8,000 megabits a second. 800,000 IOPS. What's up? Brand new DDR5. This stuff is fast. Got this giant, stupid Kraken thing. It doesn't have lights on it. You guys are going to be like, I would have bought the one with all the RGBs and all that shit. I don't care. If you want to put lights in your computer, go ahead. I put my LEDs outside my computer, not that in the inside. I put the LEDs on the outside. But you do it however you want. I remember who was it? It was fucking Freakazoid. Freakazoid started telling me shit. He was like, I got RGB on everything. I got RGB on all my fans, on my memory, on my motherboard, on my processor, on my cooler. And I was like, okay, well, while you're playing rainbows, I'm going to be editing some videos. You know what I mean? So, I mean, just do it your way. But anyway, this one is a little bit more than I like to pay for coolers. But this Intel, it's going to run really hot. Like, I'm sure that all the mainstream coolers probably are going to struggle keeping this thing cool. So we're going to work it out and see if we can find a balance. I usually don't get the 3 fans. Usually I just get the 2 fans on those. The 3 fans are a little more expensive. But you spent $3,300 after tax on mine. 6 to 7 years. All right, so you got a good one. It's good value. And they pay themselves off. So what you got to do is, you know, you might be thinking, oh, computers are expensive. You're an asshole. You know, spending your money on computers. It's expensive. Electronics. And you would be right, except that my business runs on my workstation. So my computer has paid itself off 100 times. Maybe even 1,000 times over, you know, because this is how I build my business, using this computer. So it's like, if I were to spend $5,000 on my computer, I'd be cheaping out for as much as it brings me back. So I try to strike a balance. And dude, I think I know how to build computers, man, because I've never spent more than $2,000 on a computer, and I always have a very fast computer. So what CPU is this? This is the, you see how that opens? I like the new case. I think Intel spent just as much time on their stupid packaging as they did on making the actual processor. Like, this package looks like a fucking spaceship, and there's like another part of it over there in the back, but I don't know what's going on with the cool packaging here. I like this thing, but let's see if you can see which one it is. Do you see it? Hiya! Hiya! It's a 14900K, the new one. Hopefully it's a good one. Have you heard this thing? Have you heard this little secret about processors, where sometimes you get a good one and sometimes you get one that's not as good? It's just kind of like the luck of the draw. What do they call it? Like, you can luck out and get one that runs really fast and cool, or you can kind of like have worse luck and get one that doesn't run as fast and it runs all hot. Have you heard that? Is that even true? I don't know. It's just what the geeks were talking about. I don't know if that's true, but this better be the good one. Well, I gotta say, this better be the platinum, gold, whatever version. Do I buy used? I try to, but there's some things I can't really buy used. Some things I like fundamentally don't believe I would be happy buying used. I don't usually buy CPUs used unless they're like server CPUs, and I'm like scavenging eBay to build a certain special server or something. Then I will, but I typically buy the new ones for computer builds. And one of the reasons, especially with computers, because I don't know where some of the parts have been. For example, did you know that smoking can really fuck up your computer? Like, I got a computer one time from someone who smoked in their house, and it was gross. I mean, it was caked over with a thick film of just like residue, every part. And the reason that I got it was kind of misbehaving, and then it was given to me. And I think it was misbehaving because everything was covered in like smoke. It was like somebody used it as a bong or something. So that told me that I don't want certain kind of electronics used because I don't know what they've been through. Same with batteries. Like I'll never buy a cell phone used because people treat their batteries like shit. They charge them all wrong, use the wrong chargers and stuff. So there's like certain things that like, and then there's other things that are perfect to buy used, you know. So Fatal, yo, what's up? I'm about to get an ad. Sorry if you get ads. I would turn them off if I could. But what about you? Do you guys buy used? Yeah, give me some feedback on this stuff. I was hoping we'd get a little discussion about this kind of stuff going. Are you going to see me more often? Yeah, I think I streamed last week. You can check my VOD. There's a couple things I'm trying to do. I got to run some tests because I have a couple of new stream stacks that I released now in 2024. I got the enhanced RTMP stuff going so that we can do AV1. You know, that's what Twitch announced the other day. Well, I actually integrated that into the Psynaps servers, the stream servers. Before Twitch made that announcement, I already had that going and I was experimenting with it. I was waiting until it became more official, and I guess that's what Twitch was doing too, because then they came and announced that they are planning on supporting it, but I don't believe they really will. I'm pretty skeptical that Twitch is going to do anything with enhanced RTMP or AV1. But it's a neat, cool story they're telling. But I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, so I'm looking forward to being wrong on that, but I really don't think they're going to do much on that. I only chat on mobile. I clean my PCs twice a year. Whoa, really? You clean your PCs twice a year? That's really good. That's really good. Wow. You must have some really clean PCs. Or really dirty ones. But that's good. I like to give mine a little blowout once in a while. With the air compressor. You know, psst, shoot them with some air, blow out all the dust. I respect my investment. Good. You take care of your stuff. I do too. My stuff lasts a long time. Like my stuff literally lasts forever because I treat myself. I treat my stuff well, and all of my stuff lasts forever. It's very rare that I break something. I mean, I can't say that I've never broken anything because I actually dropped my phone for the first time ever in my life at an older Google Pixel. I've got it over there. We're going to stream with that. When I do the build, I'm going to stream on that because I don't want to move my cameras and everything. I'm not like Epox Vox with 5 B-roll cameras. Although I would like to have like multiple B-roll cameras, but that's going to, for this build, at least that's going to be my B-roll, my old Pixel. And we'll use the Psynaps stream system to bring that feed in. We'll do it like that so I don't have to set it up, tear it down, set it up. We'll just do that. Yeah, sir, please calm down. We're on the same page, man. My computers last so long that they just become obsolete. They get so slow that they're more useful as a paperweight or a boat anchor than they are a computer. That's how long mine last. So I think that's just a testament to taking care of your stuff. You know, I mean, and sometimes you get bad electronics. Like sometimes it's not your fault if a motherboard burns up or something happens to it. You can get lemons, and that happens. I think I've had some bad motherboards before, but in terms of the ones that work, they just stay working. You know, keep them cool. And I don't keep all my PCs cool. Some of them I abuse a little bit. I've got servers in the garage, and some of them are not like full-blown servers. They're just like PCs I built that I repurposed into servers, and they survive. So you just got to pick the right power supply, pick the right gear. I hope I picked the right gear here. I looked at everything carefully. The Z790 motherboard is going to be a wild card. I don't think there's too many of those out there right now. It's going to be a bit of a wild card, but I think the rest of the gear is going to be pretty tried and true. Should be solid. Do I still have those badass sub auto-generated images? I do somewhere. They do exist. I do have them on my server. Some of them are just there, and then others are kind of compressed. You know, as I've migrated storage servers, I have like 7Z'd some stuff. So they're all there. They exist. I hoard my data. Like, I'm very particular, especially the artwork that we've done together on the stream, things that I've made for viewers and subscribers and stuff like that. I cherish that stuff very, very much, very highly. And hey, check it out. Adam Christopher Boyd is in the chat, and I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you in there. He's coming in on the YouTube side. I'm also streaming on some other platforms as well. I'm just kind of looking at all the chats. When I get into the games, I won't be able to read chat quite as much, but right now I'm just completely focused on you, completely focused on the chat. And we'll do some more tutorials too. Adam's talking about the tutorials. I did check out my drone video on YouTube because number one, drones are cool. And number two, I did a little guide on something you can do with a drone that very few people know about. So I'm letting the cat out of the bag when it comes to drones and drone streaming. So you have to check it out. And then if you want me to do a tutorial on something, let me know. Because I'm trying to monetize my YouTube. I used to have my YouTube monetized a long time ago, maybe like 10 plus years ago. And then AdSense didn't like me anymore because I shouldn't have done this. I tried to put ads also on my website, like my blog. And that was a bad idea. Like, my blog just got like spammed or something. I told everybody, go to my blog. I says, go everybody check out my videos on YouTube. And then I was telling everybody to go to my blog. And I guess the blogs are like very sensitive when it comes to like, you know, getting spammed or whatever. And I was working with some big creators, you know, remember I was working with the Minecraft, Team Minecraft, like this guy does Minecraft. This is a long time ago. And like so many of these big communities, well, somehow they banned my AdSense and they just said, fuck you. They were like, we never, like once you're banned for life. And I was like, really? Like, okay, well, I don't really care about ads anyway. So that's fine, YouTube. If you want to ban me. And that was it. It was just the ads. It was just ad revenue. So I've never collected any ad revenue on my videos. But I was going to see if I could enable it because here's the thing. The ads play anyway. They play anyway. So that means YouTube gets all of the ad revenue when you watch my videos. And that's not completely fair whenever they could send some of that revenue to the maker of the video, to the creator of the video, so that I can make more videos, right? So I thought, but by that logic, then I'll just try to get it monetized again. So that means I've got to upload a couple more videos. But with all the videos I have there, I have a lot of the boxes checked for monetization. I just need hours watched. So everyone's assignment is just to watch all of my videos for hours on end and just click them until your eyeballs bleed. Then I should instantly get monetized. No, I'm just kidding. But still, seriously. Don't be a salty fucker. That's what Please Sir Gum does it. Wait, am I salty? Which part was salty? If you want to see me get salty, I'll get salty. I didn't even think that was salty. That was calm. That was calm and collected. You want to see salty? Oh, check it out. Changingmar wants to offer promotion. Viewers, followers, views, chat bots. The price is lower? All right. Okay. Give me all the promotion. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But for Adam said, I saw that. For me, excited about other shit we can get into. That was your thing since last I watched your stuff years ago. I started Game Studio and publishing a VR game. Ooh, nice. UE effects. I did start getting into Unity. But the reason I picked Unity instead of UE if you do UE, you're gonna probably think I should have just stuck with UE, but I was doing kind of like API automation based, like procedural alerts for Twitch for this stream. I have it running. I have my Unity running right now. Like if somebody subscribes, it just goes crazy. It's just game engine alerts and explosions and 3D text flying all over the place. If I get a sub or a dono, it should be working. I've got Psynaps bot up, and I didn't do a tutorial or a video on it because I just did it for these small streams that I do, and then that was it. Because we needed to bring Psynaps back, because Psynaps like kind of got packed away with all of my assets whenever I stopped streaming as much and I started just helping other streamers. When I built, because I run a couple of companies, and so when I started building my companies and they started blowing up and taking over Twitch, then I couldn't stream as much, and so I kind of, I didn't mean to. It's just kind of like, like when you go viral, it's like it pushes you in that direction, and that's what happened. I went viral on Twitch, and then I went viral on developing for Twitch streamers. So it got like that. Please, sir, please comment. Oh, you subscribed, but it didn't go off? It didn't. It doesn't even show in my Twitch things. I subscribed. Oh, Nightbot. I subscribed to Nightbot. What? Oh, I thought you said you subscribed to Nightbot, you subscribed to Nightbot. Why would you subscribe to Nightbot? The fuck are you talking about? But Chris Flash Live says, last time I saw you, there was one silver hair named Fuck. Oh, yeah. So Fuck has all of his brothers and sisters now. Those are all Fuck's brothers. It used to just be one. And so what I did was I got Fuck and I pulled him out. And then 2 grew back. So then I just left them. And now I'm becoming a wizard. So that's what happened with Fuck. I don't know what my powers are though. I think my powers are just like stream tech or something. I think my powers are like SRT and RTMP. But you know what? How rude that one person above came and offered me viewers and followers, and I told them I want it all, and then they didn't tell me anything in return. I wonder why. Do you think that was like spam? Like a spam bot? Dude, we got spam bots up in here. I have like just a few viewers and a handful of chatters. And you got bots coming in here? That's a really good sign. It means I'm moving up. I think I'm ready for 1,000 concurrent viewers right now. I got spam bots coming in here. We are blasting off, boys. We're going to the moon. The usernames that glowed, yeah. Knight was one of the OG Justin TV streamers. Think I should start building that computer right now? I don't think I can. I think it's too late. I think it's too late to build a computer. But when I do build it, I want to share it with you. So I like to handle content in a way that lets me like publish, a few things. So if I build a computer, oh, Adam says, what's the link? I'll sub. Oh, dude. If you want to sub, Adam, I'll give you a link, but I don't know what the link is. I think you might have to, click on my Twitch to find it. Let me see. You may have to click it on Twitch. Twitch.tv Psynaps. Because I don't know what the direct link is. But it's I think it's like a Streamlabs. I think it's on. Let me see. It should be on. I'll be pissed if it's not. But game, I got the Unity browser source up. And that is selected. There is one way we can test it. Check this out. I've got chat on and chat off. Let's go chat on. If I press that button, then yeah. So the Unity thing is on. So yeah, so Prometheus is on. That means the chat function is doing like procedural 3D chat generation, because if you remember when I was streaming all the time, one of the things I really like to do is 3D text. And I like to take like our screen names, like your screen name or my screen name, or you know, pretty much just our screen names that are in the chat, and then just make them really cool in 3D. Because one of the things about 3D text is you can cover all of the fundamentals whenever you're making 3D text, right? Like all the fundamentals of generating 3D and building scenes, you know, lighting, camera angles, you know, animation over the timeline, you know, keyframes, everything, you name it. And you can do that with text and have a lot of fun with it. So that was kind of the model system that I started building on the stream. But it took a render farm of old school render engines like Cinema 4D and stuff to make that happen. Oh God. Oh God, what? Why is this happening? Oh no, Nightbot. Nightbot is depreciated. Oh, rip Nightbot. Oh, poor Nightbot. But anyway, the idea is, why aren't we using game engines? Well, of course. And at the end of the stream, I have a World of Warcraft 3D animation where I took the World of Warcraft city, brought it into Unity, and then did some camera angles with everybody's name. So everybody that like subs and stuff, it'll like go in 3D. You guys have already seen that, I think. I don't think that's new for you, but if you haven't seen it, we'll turn it on. The text reminds me of old Microsoft Word 3D text. Really, I don't remember. We can choose any font. That just happens to be the font that was, I guess, there. And it's kind of like a dark color. I don't know what it matches. I think it matches like the space scene a little better. But typically I turn it off because it just gets out of hand. And then I have another scene. I can use like keybinds to switch the scenes in Unity. So I've got another one that does smaller text kind of at the top. But I think the one that's playing right now is like the more obnoxious version of it. Chat off. Okay, let's see if it still works with chat off. I don't know if it does, but I think there's a manual way to fire it, but I don't know if I remember. I might actually have to open up the code and pull it out and see what it looks like. See if oh shit. You never got blessed with glow. Oh, that's how you got the glow? But they never gave it to you. I just like scrolled up, saw that. Yeah, I don't know, but I did see somebody that had the glow one time, and I don't think they told me how they did it. I think they like were holding out on me. But check this out. You've probably seen this before because I always do this. And there's a couple of other streamers that do it as well, but I've got my broken camera here, my phone. And all I got to do is, I've got Lyrics Broadcaster open here. And I can stream at like 20,000 kbps. How many of you guys stream at 20,000 kbps? I mean, I'm on home Wi-Fi, so fuck it. I'm streaming to the Psynaps servers, so Psynaps servers can support that. Unlike Twitch and most platforms. YouTube can, and Chatterbait. It's funny. And Psynaps. Okay. So that's live, right? Sending out the feed. And then I just have to switch to one of my other sources, and it should play it. If I have it plugged in. Yeah, there it is. It's probably double audio. So I've got to mute one mic or the other. And the latency should be like whatever OBS player latency is. You know, it's like a second, maybe half a second or something. We could get lower latency if we use like browser sources or something different. But it's what I'm going to use for the computer build. Wait, can I get this? Can I get my actual camera on here? Because you can't see the latency. Let me see here. Let me copy this. Copy. Go back over here. And paste. There it is. So I could make it like kind of picture in picture or something. Where is it? Where should I put it? Up there? Okay. So let's see what the baseline latency is. And we can like modify it too. Like if you wanted to try to get lower latency, well, there's a million things you can do. You can get 50 millisecond latency if you really want to. But I'm pushing like a heavy SRT stream here. So it's portable, which means I could take this tech anywhere on whatever device. So it's probably like it's about 1.5 second latency. That's about right for default SRT settings. That's not too bad. Yo, number 7, what's up? We could use Stream Voodoo for sub-second latency. You know, probably like 50 milliseconds ish. That's the Stream Voodoo platform, which I develop with a couple of other guys. That company's doing really well. Stream Voodoo is always doing some crazy stuff. You know, like big companies like Apple and Blackmagic and stuff are always playing with the Stream Voodoo stuff. But this is the stuff I like. And I like the Stream Voodoo stuff too, but the SRT stuff is banging right now. And so is the enhanced RTMP stuff. I'm excited about that too. Yeah, number 7, you want to see the beard cam? Oh, dude, I missed the beard cam. Yeah, we're supposed to do the beard cam. And then everybody always wanted me to do the cock cam. I don't know why. I never understood that. See, the beard cam I get. Like, that makes sense. But the cock cam, I'm not there yet. I'm too shy to let my dong, to have a camera in my dong. Maybe one day. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. I'm never going to say never. I mean, I've got my Chatterbait account going, you know. I need to get my I don't think I got my OnlyFans. I got my OnlyFans up. So, yeah, of course. Of course. It's just like logical progression, you know. If you're a streamer and you're not on OnlyFans, then what are you doing? Am I right? So check this out. $23.19 Mythic Plus. It's not a lot, but it's not a little. I don't know if I have the strength and the energy because I got all the flu shots. I got all my shots yesterday. So I'm like, I got all the side effects, fever, headache, body aches. I've got all that right now. So I don't know if I can do 2,800 right now or 3K Noxy. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can. The ones I did last night were really easy. I was doing 18s. They were just like a breeze. But the thing is, I need the right guys. Like, I can only carry so much, and that's what happens when you're doing pugs, I think. Somebody's always carrying in there. So, and that's okay. I don't mind carrying. Like, I like to be carried myself. I'll carry, and I'll get carried. It's what we do. It's not a problem. But, you know what I mean? The frustration when you have a group that's just like, and you wouldn't think that it would make so much of a difference with the groups. Like sometimes you'll have this group that just breezes by a Mythic Plus. I mean, it's just like, you might be in a 20 and you feel like you're in a 12, because it's just smooth as butter. Then you get the next group and it feels like you're in a 30 when you're only in a 15. Because they're just like so bad, or there's no synergy, or both, or X, Y, and Z, So, hey, Pew Pew says no classic WoW. That's a good point. No, I haven't got into classic yet. I don't have time to be a gamer, which sucks because some people want to think of me like a gamer, but how can I be a gamer if I'm not playing classic? That's my rationale. So I'm not gonna run around claiming to be a gamer. I'm only gonna claim to be what I am, and that's right now 2319 Resto Druid. That's what I've got. Kids and everything. No. They're fine. I have to teach them. That's why I have to do the Mythic Plus, because I have to train the kids. I got to make sure that my skills are sharp. I got to sharpen my blades so I can hand it down to the kids, right? I blame them. That's good. You should always blame something externally. That's good. That's what life teaches us. There's no honor in taking the blame. Not in 2024. Maybe back in the old days, maybe you could take responsibility for something and that would be an honorable thing to do, but not today, 2024. Oh, you have to blame someone else for everything. Always redirect. Oh yeah. Yeah, and quickly too. Gotta do it fast. Yeah, those are 2024 survival skills. You'll have a very short lifespan running around taking the blame for stuff. It's not a survival thing, interestingly. But it is an honorable thing, So all you need to do is understand. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and do a gut check. Okay, you know what you did wrong or right. Right, and nobody else can tell you what that is. That, number one, and number two, blame someone else, always. Always. You're a millennial, just blame the previous generation. Yeah, and it goes without saying. Like, you're not supposed to run around saying blame someone else. You're just supposed to do it. Not supposed to say it, but remember, I'm an educator. I'm a teacher. I'm a philosopher. So when I do a live stream, it's my job to teach and to transfer information. This is a place where we transfer information. Not just from me to you, but from you to me. This is where I learn too. Like gather all the information from you guys, and then I can share it with everybody. Except for the secrets. Like that one stream where I did that one thing? That's a secret between us. We don't share that. My dog gets blamed for everything. Yeah. And you might be thinking, wait a minute, Psynaps, are you saying that you can blame someone else for anything? Yes, that's correct. But don't misunderstand the information. Don't misinterpret it and go around blaming innocent people. No, pick someone who's a real asshole and blame them. Or you can also blame the weather. You can blame planet Mars. While it's still a planet, you never know these days what's a planet and what's not. You can blame, the sun. I like blaming the sun. You should check. There's a website called solarweatherlive.com. No. Spaceweatherlive.com. Because space weather, spaceweatherlive.com. You should check it out. It'll tell you when there's solar flares, and it'll tell you when there's going to be like solar storms and geomagnetic disruptions. They happen pretty regularly. So if something weird happens, just blame the sun. And here's why why it works, because you can't prove it's not the sun's fault. Okay. You can be, what would be the word? You can be skeptical that the sun caused whatever problem you're having, but you can't prove it wasn't the sun that caused it. Perfect scapegoat every time. It works every time. I'll link it in the chat. Space weather. Ugh, I linked it wrong. Hold on. I forgot the live part. Okay, live. Okay, try that one. Yeah, that's the one for sure. So if you go over here, let me see if I can show it. Can I show my screen? Hello? Yeah, I can show it. Okay, so there it is. Okay, yeah. So if you go here to this part here, this is solar activity. It'll show you like some pictures of the sun. And then it's got like some numbers. The sun's like doing stuff. There's some sunspots and some solar flares. And here's the solar protons. You know what the weird thing about solar protons is? No one knows what they are or what they're doing or how they even work. That's the one that scares me. Like all the rest of this stuff is like, oh yeah, there's coronal holes. We understand that. There's sunspots. You can measure them and look at them and give them names and talk about them. And solar flares, that's like, when the sun blows up and it's, spooging a bunch of stuff out into space, sometimes towards Earth. But protons? Very mysterious. No one can explain what the protons are doing. So when you see the protons start going up, who knows what that means? And then here's when it tells you where the big flares are. So, if you lose your dog or your cat, blame it on the sun. If you didn't finish your homework, blame it on the sun. It's like you can literally blame the sun on everything because you can't prove that it's not the sun's fault. So nobody knows what all this stuff is. Black magic? Exactly, Pew Pew. Yeah. Yeah, go look it up for yourself. I'm serious. Some jerk will roll up and be like, I know what solar protons are. And I'll be like, take a good look at yourself, brother. Look at yourself in the mirror. And you tell yourself that every day. You look at yourself and you say, I know what solar protons are. You go to the bathroom. You go to the mirror right now. And you look at yourself. And then you come back to me and you say, you know what solar protons are. Because I bet you don't. All right, let's find a mythic. What should we do? Some 19s, 20s? I have not done a 19 or a 20 ever this season. I don't know if I'm even ready for that. But I do have a pretty cool little add-on that'll tell me what's the best one to do. I need Dawn of the Infinite Arise. Rise. That's one with the clocks. It's one where you gotta fly through the clocks, I think. Fall. I got Fall, I think. I'm all set on Dawn of the Infinite Fall. In fact, that's my highest points on that one. But my lowest points is Rise, and that's the one I have not finished. I'm over time every time I've done that one. So I guess that's a tough one. I don't know. Oh, we have an astrophysicist here. Welcome. There are lots of astrophysicists here in the Psynaps stream, and we liked it. It's how do I say this? Voodoo Hunter, cool name. See, I'm a scientist, and I love and respect science and scientists who dedicate their time to the excellence of scientific discovery and scientific thought. However, I love making fun of astrophysicists because it's so easy. It's like low-hanging fruit. It's like, you know how they teach the kids not to pick on the kids that are really easy to pick on. So I'm a neuroscientist. So the astrophysicists are like, I have to refrain. I have to refrain from picking on them. But now, that being said, I invite the astrophysicists or anyone who even has an interest in any physics or astrophysics to challenge me and tell me that I'm full of shit, because I will listen to you. I will analyze your proposal and your case. I will read published literature and primary literature if you have any. And I would love to admit that I'm wrong. However, some of the statements I make, you can't really prove that I'm wrong. And so that's fun. That's a fun part of science, right? Because the science, we're trying to learn, and we're trying to get smarter. We're trying to conduct experiments. We're trying to understand the universe, and we're trying to understand ourselves. And we put a lot of effort. We use scientific methodology in order to reach this understanding, and we're continuously learning. But there's so many things that we're just incapable of understanding because we just don't either. We don't have the data, or it's an early branch of science, or a new way of thinking, or whatever it is. We're human, and we have a very limited capacity for understanding things that are not right in front of us, that we can touch with our hands and see with our eyes. So I like to do that. So I'm sure many astrophysicists have followed and subscribed, and probably many have also banned me or something. And they're like, no, we can't hear that kind of stuff. But Voodoo Hunter says, I wouldn't even admit to knowing a lot about the field. It's what drew me to the field in the first place, honestly. Right, and we seek the knowledge. So just because we don't understand it, that doesn't mean that it's bad and that we shouldn't try. We should continue trying. I like to make people understand that we really don't know a lot about what's happening when it comes to our sun and our solar system that has been here already for a long time. And I like to give astrophysicists a hard time when they look out into the universe and talk about things that are far beyond our own solar system, and maybe even beyond our galaxy, and pretend to understand it. It's to me, juvenile. And so I like to propose that. Whoa, what's going on over here? Whoa, wait, a pumpkin. We got some pumpkins over here. Got pumpkins coming in hot. Pumpkin Panic, thank you for the raid. Micker, you looking for the quotes? What's up, Micker? Where's my quotes at? I don't know where they are. But anyway, we're talking about astrophysics before we do some keys. We do some, I don't know, 18 plus. You can see my rating. I don't know what is like the highest key I can do, because I haven't really tried, but I probably should try. You're doing some D&D? All right. Yeah, what's going on? It's good to see you. Like, what are you wearing? How are you? But Voodoo says, it's one of those things that leads into the failure of growth, because to make advancements in the field, you need to fuck up, and I feel too many physicists have the inability to fail or not feel that failing is the end of the world. We're right. Yeah, and science is full of more failures than it is success. And I think that you come to understand that early in science. That's accepted, that you accept that as a student. That when it comes to science, science is about failure. It's about testing and failing, and that's how you learn. So even if you run a test and your test fails, whatever failure means for your particular test, maybe it's a null hypothesis, for example, you learn something. So a failed test is actually not a failure in a way. It is a success in a way. Although you didn't get your Nature paper, or you didn't discover the secret of the universe, or you didn't discover the newest characteristics of a black hole, whatever it is, you may consider it a fail. But in fact, all of those failures lead up to knowledge and understanding, right? They should. If you're doing experiments and your failures are not beneficial in some way, then you're not doing science right. And I was taught that by a guy who published in Nature. One of my advisors, he had the most Nature publications. He discovered an important protein in the synapse, and he cloned like one of the most prominent, well-known proteins, and published these Nature papers. And he told me, he was like, "What are you doing?" Like, I'd be in the lab, right, doing some experiments, and he'd just look at me and be like, "What are you doing?" I mean, "I'm doing experiments." And he's like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Because I'm a scientist and I want to do some experiments." And he's like, "No." He's like, "No, you don't just do experiments just because. It's like you have a question. You're asking a question and your experiment is answering the question. Every experiment matters. Everything you do, every action you take is testing a hypothesis, or it's testing something. It's getting to the bottom of something. It's answering a question that we have that somebody doesn't know the answer to. Otherwise, you don't do it. Otherwise, you stop. You put your lab equipment down and you go home. Come back when you know what you're doing and you know why you're doing experiments." And I was like, that right there, that is how you do it. That is how you think about it. You don't do stuff just to do stuff. You do it because it means something. Or stop doing it until you figure out what the fuck you're doing. And I take my business that way too. Sometimes my business partners will come to me and they'll be like, "Let's make all this stuff." And I'm like, "Why?" "Because we need to make it so we can sell it." I'm like, "For what?" Like, and I explain it to him. I'm like, "I'm not just making stuff just to make stuff." Imagine telling that to your partners or your boss or somebody, They tell you to do something and you're like, "For what?" And they're like, because I said so. And then you're like, no, that's not how it works. It's not because I said so, or because it seems cool, or because you want to sell it. You have to know why. If you don't know why, you're not going to do it. You're going to go home until you figure out why, and then you can come back. So think about that. That should help you. Yo, check it out. Nuge is here. Ted Nuge. Whoa. And Nuge is naked? And I just found this out now? And he's been naked all this time? And I just barely noticed. Maker says, I remember something about drugs and editing being my favorite one, but I can't remember the quote number. So Simetheus is here, Maker. Simetheus is on, but not plugged into the quotes. But Simetheus is listening and doing some cool stuff. So it is like Simetheus 2.0 or 3.0 or whatever, doing like some real-time graphics rendering on the screen. So, you know, subscribers or resubs or all the things that would trigger alerts before. Now it should be like the game engine version of the 3D text. And it's pretty cool if you haven't seen it yet. Hopefully one will happen to test if the scene is actually playing it. I think it is. It says it's playing it, but we'll just have to see what happens. Ooh, wait, I gotta scroll up. Somebody's talking about radiation. It's Voodoo Hunter. It says the gravitational field that they produce is so strong. Wait, are we talking about black holes? Wait, let me see. This is a response to tell me how a black hole works. Tell me how a black hole gets its energy if the energy came from itself? Question mark. Ooh, that's a good question. I want to hear the answer to this. But wait, let me wait until the ad break ends. Let me just read it because Twitch is telling me there's some ads, which sucks. And I see Dennis Redder over on the YouTube side. I'm also live on YouTube. We're checking out YouTube. I probably should do some cool YouTube stuff, to be honest. Since we've been doing YouTube now, I should like push more bitrate. I should do like 4K YouTube or something, because I totally could. I think. I don't think I've ever tried pushing 4K, but I have people that like to stream 4K on my servers to YouTube. So I know my GPU could definitely do it. But Voodoo Hunter says, it's quite that the gravitational field that they produce is so strong. They can self-sustain. However, through their existence, they emit radiation, and more emitted radiation, the more their mass decreases. If this is an area of the field you're interested in, Hawking radiation is something you enjoy looking into. Yeah, I think Pew Pew would like Hawking radiation, because Hawking radiation is like a black hole just farting into space. Just going is how I think of it. Or ping, you know, it's a you know, an ejaculate of some sort. And they call it Hawking radiation. I would have come up with a much better name for it. Should I have been the one to discover it, I would probably called it a spooginator or something cooler than Hawking radiation. Although I do like the word radiation, but I would have probably called it like a spoogination. But I mean, give me some time to think about it. I'll come up with a much better name. That's all I'm trying to say. One that's a little more descriptive of what we're observing when we look at Hawking radiation. I feel like Hawking radiation is not very descriptive. I like to be more descriptive whenever I name things. I'm not into the shorthand as much. And I'm like that when I code too. When I'm defining variables and stuff. I sometimes will have, you know, not like super long variable names. I try to keep them short because you should, but I do like to use descriptive terms in my variable names. It makes it much easier to decode. So I think it's the correct way to do it. But I can't add any more to the black hole stuff because I don't know what the current thoughts are on black hole sustainability. But I know that we feel like black holes might eat stuff. So what happens to the stuff they eat? I think we can sit around and imagine, and that's what's fun about physics is, physicists will take a shot at, understanding mathematically, some of these things using our understanding of physics and our understanding of math and apply that to a question like how a black hole might be sustained. I imagine that would be like a question for like an undergraduate course in astrophysics, or maybe in like physics 3 or something. It's like, go to the board and in equations explain how a black hole can sustain itself, mathematically. And you should be able to do that because Stephen Hawking has given us all the answers. You just go look up his shit. You could draw one of his equations and you'd be done. You get a B. X-rated descriptions. PP says, that's my everyday life at work. Which part? The spoogination? I definitely agree with you there. There's a certain respect given to naming terms, right? But also allows a certain amount of knowledge gatekeeping. Kind of like saying, oh, just use a Feynman integration to a problem and the person solves it. Solving it is just like, okay. Yes, there's academia. Academia is funny. It's funny because academics are funny. And so if you hang around in academia long enough, you get to understand how some of the famous old-timer academics are, they're pretty silly people, because we're people at the end of the day. That's what I love. I love about everything. I love about streaming. I love about academia. I love about the world itself. It's just the creative nature of humans. And maybe that's why I wanted to study psychology and neuroscience, and to understand the brain and to understand the self. And, the mind and the brain, from behavior to neuroscience, to the action potential. I find it fascinating. But you also have to keep in mind that that's how I see people. That's how I see the geniuses of our time, and also the average Joes who are trying to understand the geniuses of our time. I see them as people. We're all the same. We're just walking bags of bullshit. We can see things, touch things, hear things. And that's our only capacity to understand the world, is through our senses and through the information that our brain is able to process through that stimulus that we're receiving from the world. So when I see scientists talking about black holes and stuff, I'm like, nice one, bro. That's fun. It's like looking out into space, thinking about black holes with your little eyeballs. You can only see so far, with your instruments that can only read so many things. It's like, it's beautiful, it's art to me. But it's far from truth, unfortunately. It's as truthy as it can get. And as you know, in academia and in science, the truth is rolling. The truth rolls. It grows as it rolls. It's like a snowball. It changes shape as it travels through time. If you understand truth better than me, please explain it to me, because truth is one of those things. How does it work? Where does it come from? I'll tell you how truth works if you want to know. You got to look it up, and it's hard to find. But the best explanation of truth actually came from someone you wouldn't think. From one of the greatest philosophers of our time, actually. Stephen Colbert surprised me. And I don't know if he wrote the bit or it was his enlightened writers, but many years ago there was a bit called Truthiness. And in a very short little bit monologue, he explained how truth works. And I've never heard anything more true than Stephen Colbert's interpretation of truth he called Truthiness. So that one will change your world. All right. Don't watch it. It'll fuck you up, because then you'll understand how things work. And that's not always good. Scientists are expected to find a solution for a problem that may not exist. That's right. I kind of, I think, digressed, but that's what I was totally getting towards, and I agree with you 100%. Science is tough because scientists don't know the answer. So it's a job. It's a job or a hobby or a profession or a discipline where the answers are not available, where you're the one finding the answers using data, using clues, using everything that you know to define something that's never been defined before. And if you've never been a scientist, it's hard to understand that process. A lot of people out there right now in the world, just the lay person, the general person, you and me and everyone, tend to think that there's an answer for everything, or they will become anxious or experience some anxiety if they don't know the answer to something and they think somebody else might know the answer to it. And this could be anything. This could be health. It could be physics. There are some people who refuse to admit that we may not understand what solar protons do from the sun, or that we not understand totally what solar wind is or how it gets to Earth. And there's plenty of papers and there's plenty of people that will explain how solar wind gets to Earth. It comes from the sun and it blows towards Earth and hits the Earth. But if you look at solar wind, which I have a few times, it only sometimes does what everybody predicts it's going to do. And many times it will do something completely different than all of the experts will predict. And what does that mean? What it means is that there are so many variables in space that we don't understand. If we understood how it works, we wouldn't make so many mistakes. We would be able to predict something so simple as a particle flying from point A to point B. The particle may, interact with some things on the way, but there is a very huge lack of understanding on what happens. Yet, people will claim to understand with confidence and some kind of, bravado. Expert understands solar wind. Otherwise, you can't be an expert in, this branch of physics. And I watch them and I'm like, but anyway, Play the Planet is here. Yo, Play the Planet. What's up? How's it going? I was just explaining that there's this kind of thing where there's a lot of stuff we don't understand, and how people generally, the lay person, can become uncomfortable admitting that they don't understand something, or that something is generally not understood. So we want to think that, not to bring up politics or anything, but we want to think that Trump knows how things work. That's why a lot of people want to vote for him. Maybe they just like him, or they like Biden, and they think these guys understand how things work, like things like the economy, for example. I would never believe that either one of these guys would understand that kind of stuff. We're not voting for these guys because they understand how the economy works. We already know they don't, especially Trump. We already know he has no fucking idea how it works. But obviously the president, our government, we hope has access to people who understand the economy a little bit more. They call them economists, And so if you pay them enough money, they'll pretend like they understand how the economy works, and they might give you some insightful information about it, right? But you have to understand that not even economists fully understand all of the variables and the rules at play. And so if you're becoming uncomfortable by this discussion, I'm hitting the nail on the head, because it happens to everybody. There's kind of like this internal thing with people, with just humans, that, the idea of not understanding something fully gives people a little bit of anxiety. But for scientists and for academics, this is fun, because you can ask questions. You can find out exactly where the lack of knowledge is. What is, like, all of the economists out there, what's their goal for 2024? They're up against a wall. Whatever it is, I'm not an economist. I'm just using that as an example. They're all scaling the cutting edge ideas and science and methods in economy. What are those things? I don't know. But there'll be questions that are not unanswered, and so they have to push to find the answers. And scientists and physicists are doing the same thing. We don't know what solar wind is doing. We don't know how it comes off of the sun, and we don't know how it interacts with the earth. Yet we can see it with our eyes when we look up in the northern the northern lights. Voodoo says, it's why specious is one of my favorite words in the world, because people have this want to latch onto anything that can appear true, even if it's not. It's easier to digest something plausible but yet wrong and move on than to have the fear of not knowing. This is a thing I think should be more explored and maybe taught a little bit more. It doesn't have to be like crazy philosophy. I think it should just be part of everyday thinking, to be honest, so that people can live and like understand the world around them. History is written by the victor. History is filled with liars. If he lives and we die, his truth becomes written and ours is lost. There you go. Did any of you guys find Stephen Colbert's truthiness? If I'm not gonna log out to go find that, but I do want to find it. And if I find it, I will play it for you. But if you find it before me, please share it. But it's an old one, so I'm sure it'll be hard to find. But I think it's a famous one. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. But Stephen Colbert's truthiness was an eye opener, And it's very similar to, but the quote that you posted there, Pew Pew. It's about kind of the subjective nature of truth in a way as we know it. Truth could be the victor. And I'm sure that quote maybe comes from some religious related wars or something, but I'm just guessing. But it's also like an agreement. If all of us here agree that something is true and we go on living our lives that it's true. Came from Call of Duty. Well, obviously Call of Duty got that from somewhere. Maybe Call of Duty is trying to teach us some history or something. Unless Call of Duty is making the history. That's funny. His truth becomes written and ours is lost. So there's a subjective nature to truth. When does truth become objective? I don't know. I would have to consult, I think, with a philosopher on that. I don't think we can just decide what truth is in one or two sentences. I don't think that would be doing ourselves any favors. I'm sure there's quite a bit to how truth becomes objective. You can say it's in the scientific method, but I don't think anyone claims the scientific method is related to truth, but it's about understanding. Spirituality, philosophy, and history in the future has been heavy on my mind. Play Planet. It is. It's heavy shit. It's heavy shit. There's a lot of fluff. You know, in our everyday life gets fluffy. You know, sometimes you gotta get introspective. You know, you gotta slow down a little bit and try to look at the big picture. You know, kind of gotta take a step back and look in from outside. You know, we get stuck in our little boxes. We do. We all do. I don't know if anybody ever really gets out. We're all in our own little worlds, and there's nothing wrong with that. I respect my fellow man, probably more than a lot of people do. I'm cool with all of us being in our own world, but try. See if you can. See how far you get. See how far you can go and look in from the outside. How far out can you go? I don't know. Think of it like a game. Like, can you look at how well can you see the big picture? Maybe like level 0 is there's no big picture. All you see is your 2 front feet. It's as far in front of you as you can see. And that's the majority of people. I would say 99.9% of people can't see past their 2 front feet, right? And that's just how we operate, you know, and the world goes round. Not judging here, just saying, just pretend that's level 0. That's where most people are. Then what's level 1? I don't know. I'm just making this up. I'm sure a philosopher could, you know, somebody who's written some essays about this topic could be a little more, you know, descriptive, articulate about this style of philosophy. But we're in a game. We're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so let's use levels. You know, game levels. What's level 2? How far out can you go? How far can your brain go to see a bigger picture? And I think that's what Play the Planet is getting at there. When stuff starts weighing heavy on your mind and you start thinking about these things, all that means is that you're looking in from the outside. That means you've gotten to level 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. I don't know what the max level is. Stephen Hawking, what do you think? Is he level 20? Maybe not. Maybe Stephen Hawking only got to level 2. He just loved math. He was level 9,000 in math. Doesn't mean that he could see the bigger picture. Maybe just in math. I don't know. I would like some input. Tell me how it works. I want to know. Fall? Is that the one I needed? No, fall is the one I have. It's rise that I needed, like an 18 rise. But I can't, you know, all the groups I've been in are not finishing on time. I think rise is hard for tanks and for other guys. So let's try. Let me look at my points here. Level 99. So you've had to push. So your health has pushed you into understanding. That makes sense. See, that's a good one. That's actually a good one there. That's an enlightening thing to imagine. You know, we don't want you to struggle, of course. That's not the enlightening part. It's the part that when you are faced with a challenge, that your mind takes a different direction, a different perspective. So that's a enlightening thing that can happen to a person. And we got the ads coming in. Oh, shoot. So, a tall Desire, that's how you say it, is the other one I could do. Dude, I'm going to have to shut down some of these lights in here. This is bright. I've got LEDs. Nice thing about my camera is my camera lens I can just put on like an LED strip, and that's enough light for the entire room for that lens. Like, I don't even need an LED strip. Just the light from the monitors is enough for that lens. And that's not true of my old webcam. My old Logitech needed these big bright lights that are on right now. The reason I turned those on is because we were looking at computer parts, and I was showing some of the new computers. I'm building a computer. I haven't built a computer in a long time. Is now a good time to build a computer? I don't know. I just need to build one. It's just kind of a necessity that's just kind of happened, and the timing should be about right. Got to get one either way. So I was like, which one should I build? Well, I kind of wanted to do the new Intel. You know, I want to try the new single core performance. I've already got a multi-core beast over here. I want to get that single core action going. And recap, I'm also streaming on YouTube and Kick. But, you know, I've streamed to Kick. Every time I go live, I just stream to Kick just because I have the Psynaps restream service. I provide it as a service to all the people who want to restream. But my Kick, nothing happens when I go live there. It's like, there's not even like baseline discovery. Like even on Twitch, I got a chat bot that came in here trying to selling me stream services like follows and botting or something. That came into the Twitch earlier. But on Kick, nothing. It's like crickets. It's like maybe I'm shadow banned over there or something. You want a scientific mystery to ponder? I think Kick would be a good topic to go over there and look at the streams that have a lot of viewers and just ponder how, why, how does it work? Even experts in streaming are baffled and bewildered by the platform. Interesting. Oh, there's an 18. Let's go. I don't even know if I could do an 18, but I'm going to do it anyway. Think I could do it 20? I think I should be able to do a 20, but could I actually do it? I don't know. I say we test it. While I'm on queue, I'm just checking on all the streams that are happening right now. And everything looks pretty good, pretty chill. I think last time I went live, I ended up doing a little bit of like kind of tech support while I was live. And people liked that. Got some comments afterwards that people liked that, watching me do a little bit of tech support for other streamers while I was live. And I think back in the day, I think I wasn't really willing to do that, so I just didn't go live. I just kind of performed that stuff not live. But you know, a lot of the thing is, you know, helping streamers and customers and stuff is not something you can do live many times because the information is confidential. So it's not something that's like streamable. But in some cases, it's interesting if they're coming into the chat and you're actually working with them in chat. It's not something super private or something. Or something you can do privately like in Discord without showing it on the stream. But I am a huge stickler for security, and I help streamers not to leak basic things like stream keys and stuff. It happens. It really does. Even to the pros. It can happen because we are kind of on the move when we're streaming. You know, there's a lot of content. There's a lot of stuff going on. And so, you know, streamers will sometimes show a screen or something. Have you ever leaked? Have you guys ever leaked on stream? I don't know if I ever have. I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever leaked anything. Maybe. If I did, I didn't know. Hey, check it out. Nick Miles in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What are you doing? How is everything? Real Nick Miles is a guy I like to talk to whenever I get the chance. Whenever I can pin him down for 5 or 10 minutes. Love talking to him. Hope you're well. We should have a chat sometime. You know, just a little 2024 recap. See what's going on out there. Out there in the world, the real world. We're gonna have to do some dispels here. Always busy? Good, there's no other way to be. There's no other speed than full speed. I've only got one gear, and that's go. Only got one speed, that's forward. It's my kind of people. Yeah, 2024 is going to have some pretty cool stuff. And of course, I've got all this new tech that I launched in 2024 for the streamers. So I can maintain my reign as the highest quality stream technology on Twitch, on Kick.
5, 4, 3.
I don't think there's any doubt.
1.
And so that can be some hard work sometimes. I don't know how long you guys work a day, but I work probably about 16 hours a day. You guys are probably thinking, well, Psynaps, why are you so lazy? Why aren't you working 48 hours a day? Oh, check it out. Oh, look at that. Nick Miles just subscribed and it triggered Psynaps 3.0 or 20.0. I lose count. I don't know what version Psynaps is on nowadays, but Psynaps is now rendering 3D. Oh no! Ah! I went the wrong way, but that thing eats me like almost every single time. So I just went this way because he was gonna eat me. I'm scared. What a bully. Thank you for the sub, Nick. I know you've been sub for a long time, and resub means a lot to me. Got him. Got the
2, 1.
I got the battle res. And I got that dispel. Are we gonna live though? Probably not. We're going for it. That tank needs some heals. We're gonna have to heal him. Damn these guys. I just watched our Quakecraft video. Oh, the Quakecraft video. Love that one. Love that one. Yes. You know that Quakecraft video? I thought it was gonna, you know, go even bigger than it did. It didn't go as big as I thought it would, but it's one of my all-time favorite videos of all time, for sure. Because it was just like a lull, you know, because we were, I mean, it was like Call of Duty kind of trick shot style. There weren't even like crazy trick shots or anything. I mean, maybe there were a couple of good ones in there somewhere, but the funny part was just the theme of it, you know. I feel like we kind of went all out on something no one would ever have gone all out on. But yeah, there's some nostalgia there. And also, if you've been to my YouTube, check out my new drone video. I did a drone video. And I want to do more of those because, you know, I think it looks like people like the drone video. So I like drones, and I would actually love to make some videos on drones. Some more. And show people how to stream them. So if you guys have ideas on some cool content, or maybe something I do that you want to know more about, definitely let me know about that so we can make some cool videos. I'm trying to make some videos for 2024 just because I'm not trying to do anything really specific. I'm trying to enable monetization on my YouTube channel, but I'm not like going big or anything. Just want to get some videos up. I don't have a B-res for that tank.
Help spirit.
Well, I guess I can go up here. Whoa. Oh boy, this is not good. Oh god, I'm feared. Oh, this isn't good. I don't even know if I can reset it over here.
2.
Help spirit.
Okay, reset. Nick Mouse says, this is my 10-year anniversary of knowing you. Oh, hardcore dude. Speaking of PC stuff, I don't know if you saw it. I think I showed it already, but I'm building a new one. I've got the old CPUs here. Gotta pop that in. Got a new case. It's huge. I haven't even brought it in yet. It's very large. Got some parts. Gotta put in there. Got a cooler. So if you guys are curious about what kind of parts I selected for this new build, and to see if I can actually get it to post, I will be doing that either live or at least in a video.
Find shelter.
Just for good practice. I kind of think that, oh no, this is just not going right. I would like to take the blame, but we all know who's really at fault here. The sun.
Find shelter.
Because who knows what all that suspicious stuff the sun is always doing.
Run.
Ah!
2, 1.
Help spirit.
I hate when he picks me because the best place to run actually is not this way. It's the other way so that we can position the boss in that kind of next spot over here. So when I bring him way over here, it's kind of hard to run him back and get him back in the right spot. But as long as, you know, we're alive, then it should be fine.
Find shelter.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
Oh, he feared me? What? That's absurd. I object. He's way over there. What the heck? Oh, he's running him that way. That's the right way, actually, to run him. But I never know how to really cross, how to get across.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Find shelter.
Oh, shit, that caught me. I was trying to get a last tail off on the tank because he's so low. But the fear caught me. But we got him. I mean, we might make it. I don't think we're going to time it. And I need to time it. Oh, it looks like they left. Yeah, the others are probably thinking the same thing as me. Like, you know, it's just not going to be timeable with this group. But what I would like to do is try a different group, same instance, same difficulty. I don't think it should be too bad. This one is hard though. It's definitely probably one of the harder dungeons for people. We had plenty of dispels. I think there was no problem there. Are you doing any politics still? You're still here? Nick, are you doing any... I think you were gearing up to run for president last time I talked to you. I know I'm always gearing up to run for president. I just need to get myself on the ballot. I don't know if I'm really actually going to run, but I feel like it's my responsibility to run. You know that feeling. ++. That sounds like a motivated group. And what I've learned running Mythics is, you know, if it doesn't work out, whether you blow it or somebody else does, it doesn't matter. You just keep on trying. You just keep going. You keep pushing. Even if you think you can't do it, you just have to believe. Let's show, go like this. Nice. Canute wanted to stream some OBS. So I was just telling him how, giving him the digits to do some HEVC, NVIDIA, NVEC, HEVC, SRT, some high bit rate, high quality streaming from OBS. I'm using just H264 right now because I'm doing the restream to YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. So there's no transcoding. It's just the old transmuxerino. Nice and easy. The packets are happy. Packets are flowing. I hope they're flowing. I hope my internet is working. But I have a crazy restream thing that I programmed through my API. I don't use anybody's API. I don't use any third-party programs or anything. I just build it all from the ground up. And then I punch it till it works. Just like these Mythic Pluses. If it doesn't work the first time, I go in there and punch it again till it works. Uh-oh. That group didn't invite me instantly? I'm offended. I don't know about you guys, but when I queue for a group, I expect an invite. I know that might sound a little, what's the word? May sound, whatever, but it's true. Now, after watching a Mythics, you might be thinking, oh, Psynaps, you should probably just talk about, you know, astrophysics and philosophy instead of this. But then I would tell you that we must sharpen our blades all the way around. Our philosophy blades as well as our gaming ones. Oh. Oh, look, I got a summon. That's correct. I like that. And a feast and a repair? Wow. I am feeling some VIP treatment here. That's nice. I'm thirsty. Can somebody get me some water? Nobody needs to worry. Gammon is here to save us. Everything is the same, just a different group this time. Because the last group, they just left. They were like, they were scared.
Help spirit. Find shelter.
Huh. Look at these pro tanks. You know exactly where to put this thing.
3, 2, 1.
What is the boss's like selection process? Like, how do they choose the person they're gonna chase? Oh, don't worry, dog.
Find
I'll res you.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Oh, somebody got eaten up. I already used my battle res though.
Find shelter.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
There we go, nice and smooth. Except for the one guy who got chewed up. But you know what? The boss like will chew me up every once in a while too. Sometimes I'll go into kitty form and I'll be running, thinking I'm fine, and then somehow he grabs me, starts chewing on me.
3, 2, 1.
Help Spirit. Charging, move. AOE incoming.
If I do a phone call,
3, 2,
then
Charging, move.
I might ask you guys to make sure I'm muted.
AOE
Because I
incoming.
probably shouldn't do phone calls while I'm live. I don't like when people do phone calls with me when they're live. So I would never want to do a phone call with somebody else while I was live. Like one time I had this guy. He was a streamer and he was streaming
2, 1.
and I got in a call with him, but he didn't tell me he was streaming. Okay, but this was like an amateur streamer. He had a very small community. Didn't really,
Help Spirit.
he didn't really know what he's doing. He didn't know etiquette or anything like that. And when I found out he was live, like some of the things I was saying was just kind of more, personal. Like maybe it wasn't even personal. But it's more like a conversation you would have when you're not live, if there's any difference in what you might say or not say if you're live or not. I think really the pressing thing was just knowing that the other person is live. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to say, like, I'm live right now. Like if you're on the phone, you'd be like, I'm live to 10,000 viewers or however many. I don't think we hit 10,000 right now yet. But if it were, you should say that. It's courteous.
Help Spirit.
Three, two, one.
Help Spirit.
Dude, I'm so zoned out. After getting all of those shots I got, I feel like I got a bunch of shots. Yo, 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 yo! Marcelo! I got my microchips and now I feel like my body's full of microchips. So I thought I would stream some games, get my YouTube up, to get my subscribers, control all the subscribers. I got people trying to do SRT right now. Except I'm in a raid. When you're raiding, you're raiding.
3, 2.
That's the problem. That's the problem with these kinds of 5-mans is there's no pause button in this kind of game. So that can be a problem. Whoa, don't let me die.
Watch your
Why am I
step.
dying? Oof, everybody just died all of a sudden. I think the tank maybe should not have done that.
Watch your step.
He'll have another chance. Yeah, the little green boxes right there, kind of in the middle a little bit, those are the other guys that are here with me. And I'm the healer. So I have to heal. There's a healer and a tank, and then some DPS. And if you don't know World of Warcraft, like, there's a million things going on at once. Like, all of the abilities, I have to use all of them down there. All of them. And I have to use them at the right time. And the right timing. And I need mana. Let's get some mana. Look, he started. He started. He didn't even ask me if I needed mana yet. I mean, he doesn't have to, but
3,
good tanks,
2,
like tanks that
1.
want a better
Watch your
outcome,
step.
they always
Help
look
spirit.
first before they go.
Watch your step.
This guy, I don't think he looked,
Watch
but he
your
did
step.
go. Also, we'll see how he does. Oh no!
Watch your
Oh,
step.
they all died. Why did they want to die?
Watch your step.
3,
This-
2, 1.
Help spirit.
Also, this is a competitive
step.
mode that I'm in. So, this is
Watch your step.
these are supposed to be very hard. Oh, my arms. Oh. Yo, lava. Lava. I'm live on YouTube too. YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Except, I don't understand Kick though. Nothing happens over there. Like on Twitch, things happen like I see there'll be some bots going, there'll be some spammers. There'll be all kinds of stuff, but on Kick, nothing. Just like no heartbeat. It's like crickets over there. I met a developer though that develops apps for Kick, and he's developing some pretty cool
Watch your step.
helper apps. You know, like overlays. You know, like a chatbot type stuff. And he's doing a lot of
Watch your step.
clips. So I didn't really want to do clips for Kick because
Watch your step.
I felt like the demand for them is
Watch your
there, but not super strong. And then also, I know that Kick's API is very
Watch your
early
step.
and is probably going to be changing a lot. So it's not a good time for me to dive in to
Watch
clips
your
on there.
step.
So I was working with a developer who is looking at clips and who has a very nice
Watch your
API,
step.
like an incredible
Help spirit.
API for handling clips. I was shocked by what I
Watch your
saw.
step. Watch your step.
I can res some of these guys. I don't know why they're dying though, so I think this group is probably going to be a bust
Watch your
because
step.
I don't think anybody knows why they're dying.
Watch your step.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
You've been playing SOD and it's been so fun. So what is like the thing with SOD? Because I haven't gone in there yet. You know, it's just been you and a couple of people that have told me about it, and a couple of people harassing me about not playing SOD. And the first time I heard about it, I didn't even know because apparently Blizzard didn't really like. I guess I just didn't get the advertisement. Like I didn't even know that was going on. And I still don't know the details. All I did was I just looked up very briefly to see what I can find, and there wasn't much. So everybody's playing it, but nobody's talking about it, it seems like.
Watch your step.
Because I didn't get any information on it.
Watch your step.
Okay,
Watch your step.
I'm going to have to heal these noobs. So Let's do it.
Watch your step.
I was starting to think they didn't want to do it, but then they came back and they tried again, which means they want to do it. So if they want to do it, then I'm going to do
Watch your
it.
step.
I didn't think they wanted to do it.
Watch your step. Phase 2. Watch your
You're watching Alan Wake 2 gameplay? We're on phase 2. So... Oops, I popped 2 of those little healer guys. It's only supposed to type 1, but I pressed 2. That's okay. We'll just pop them all. We'll just go crazy. How many more do I have? Let's just pop them all. Oh, that guy's dying. I don't know why these guys always want to die.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
And then you got the lady always telling me to watch my feet.
Watch your feet.
2, 1.
If she's so interested in my feet, she should watch them.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
It's good logic. Oh, I'm getting low.
Watch your feet.
Got some big heals for these guys.
Watch your feet.
The tank is fine. He doesn't need any help. It's everybody else that needs help.
2, 1.
Help spirit. Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
Yeah, I hope this quality of the stream is going pretty good because I've got some crazy restream stuff going on. I think I'm streaming to San Jose-ish tonight. I think last time I streamed, I was streaming through Phoenix, but I'm using the old San Jose link.
2.
Doing RTMP and all of its glory and superiority. I do hear the nerds, and Marcelo knows what I'm talking about. The nerds will talk trash about RTMP like it's old or ancient technology. I honestly don't know why they do that. I was almost to agree with them. I was almost on the bandwagon that RTMP is extinct. And you know why I changed my mind? I just opened my eyes and looked around, and I noticed RTMP is everywhere.
1.
Help spirit.
RTMP is how you stream. It's how everyone streams. It is the gold standard. So you can't talk trash about it. You can, but you just kind of sound like an idiot, I think, when you do. It's almost like someone talking trash about RTMP is like, I can tell they're still sleeping. You'd be like, oh, they'll grow up one day. You know, like your kids, your kids will do stuff and you've been through it. And you're like,
2.
oh, they're cute. They'll learn one day, right? And then one day they learn. That's how I think of people that talk shit about RTMP. I'm like, oh, you're going through the phases just like I did. But Lava, I want to read it. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I just feel like the second I look down to the chat, I'm going to die. But basically it's like classic, but like a remix on things. Yeah, that was the part that I had a hard time wrapping my mind around. See, I thought, like my first feeling about that was,
3, 2.
I thought it would piss people off, kind of. Like, do you think that it pisses off the purists, the classic purists, or is that what the classic community wanted? Like, classic, has been pure for so long, and now, and I'm sure this discussion has already been played out. It's just that I haven't been part of that discussion yet, so I was wondering about that. Like, everybody seems to like it, so I'm assuming it's a good thing and it went well, but I just thought that if that happened a few years ago, I don't think the adoption would be as good. Because it kind of changes things, but I guess it doesn't. But that was my concern. It's epic? Huh. Okay, so I do feel like I'm missing out for sure. Yeah, I'm over here grinding my mythic, just trying to make sure I get something this season. I already got the 2K mount. That's enough for me, honestly. I don't even have to keep going, but then I realized, oh, I just hit top 10
Take damage.
on I just hit top 10. So then I was like, oh, well, let me make sure I'm top 10. I came in here. Next week might be hard, so I didn't know. I should just grind it this week while it's easy.
Enrage.
So you can character such as a mage, giving it healing. That's right. That's right. We have said that we always wanted to have a mage that can heal or a healer that can mage. I got it now. So that's going to branch off into a whole new game. You think it'll divide the World of Warcraft community? If you have such wild changes to the mechanics? Like, you know, changes have consequences, and it doesn't mean bad consequences, not like in a bad way. It just, you know, it's like if you start the domino effect, what's it going to lead to? Now, there'll probably be two answers to that. There'll be what Blizzard wants it to lead to, and then there'll be what the classic community wants it to lead to. And I wonder if they're on the same page. Because as you know, the community is not always on the same page as Blizzard, although we certainly appreciate what they do for us. But I'm just wondering, how do we... What are the holes people try to poke in it? And anyway, after all that research, then I may download it and go in there. I'm checking out YouTube. Akuza came in on the YouTube side and said, hey to you. I'm glad you stopped by. I'm just doing a little Mythic Plus, trying to get my rating, trying to get up my rating over here.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
This is the group that, like, this group is weird. They wiped a million times on the last boss for some reason. Maybe because I'm streaming and I'm not, like, you know, fully healing. But they were also, like, it felt like they didn't really... They were doing weird stuff. Like, they just die. I think it might be the tank. I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
They can blame the healer, but I'm not taking the blame. Not when these... If they were perfect, then I'd take the blame. I don't think they're perfect. I didn't die. They died. Oh, that guy's gonna die. No! Oh, I saved him! Oh, I got an instant heal. I actually clicked that heal right there because I don't think I have that nature's... No, I have nature's swiftness keybound, but I don't remember which key it's on. So I clicked it and I nailed it. It's funny. These guys really should dispel those things, though. If they don't dispel those things, they're not gonna get heals. Ah, they didn't dispel. It's like basic... It's like Mythic Plus 101 this week. You gotta dispel that thing. See, now I have to pop Convoke because I can't cast. Because they didn't dispel that thing.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
See, here's the guy you dispel. See him? Boom, dispel him. Okay, and there's another one up there at the top. And they dispelled them. Okay, good.
Three,
Season of Discovery is dope.
1.
Help spirit.
So I think everybody agrees that Season of Discovery is where it's at right now. So why am I not playing it? Still haven't figured that out.
Three, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
What a heal. I nailed some of them and I think I missed others, so hopefully it balances out. I missed that one that killed the tank. I could have got him. Could have got that guy, too. I could have got him with a iron bark, I believe. If I could go back in time, I would have hit him with an iron bark. But I'm getting pretty low on mana, and
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
need to be a little bit faster on those take damage. That one was quick. But I'm kind of rely on the boss mods to tell me to take damage, but they're not telling me.
1.
Something's glitching it out. I think it's the spirit guy that's glitching it. Oh man. Do you think we can beat this guy? I'll try some DPS.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Oh no, he got that one. I need that one. I'll dispel this guy. Okay, he got him. I don't know how. You know what? There's no way in hell that these guys are going to be able to beat the last boss. But I'll give it a try. The last boss is a hard one. That one is easy compared to the last boss. Two man? Yeah, it's a lot to... I think it's a lot to ask for me to two-man it with a tank as a healer. It's not good. That's not a good sign. That's bad. I will admit though, I don't heal as well when I'm trying to stream and I'm reading chat. I definitely don't play as well, but still should be able to do it.
Run out.
I just don't even think it's possible to play as well. Like you have to be completely focused
Watch your
to
step.
be maximum performance.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
See, that guy just died. He stood in the fucking spider and he died right there, which means he doesn't know that the spiders spawn right after that little thing the boss does. So I've been in groups on this where it took like 3 or 4 wipes for them to figure that out. So now that starting it and they don't know means that
3,
Watch your
you
step.
know,
1.
that's what I predicted.
Run out.
It'll be rough. See, we're all supposed to kind of go up here and go together. And then I'm going to stun them all. Boom, I stun them all. And then some little purple things will spawn on the ground. If you touch it, you die. Oh, wait, I might be able to reset now. Hey, check it out, Devamas. Yo. New phone, who dis? Devamas, I'm building a new PC, dude. I pulled out the parts. You know, that's part of why I wanted to stream. I wanted to see if I could get a little discussion going about computer building to see if anybody wanted to talk about it. And I've got the table set up back there. So I'm going to stream it or at least make a video of it. And then what else? And I've got the restream thing going on. Then I wanted to, so I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch and also Kick, although I don't see anything going on over there. But people are watching on YouTube, which is really cool. Akuza's over there. Oh, I made Akuza an intro, actually. I'm just reading that. That's cool. And then we're talking about the computer stuff. I think we talked about some philosophy. We talked about, you know, the philosophy of truth and also black holes and the sun, the mysteries of the sun. We talked about that. It's not a Psynaps stream unless we get into that shit at some point, one point or the other.
2, 1.
Run out, spirit.
You're about to pass out? Cool. Yeah, hit me up in Discord, man,
Watch your step.
so we can catch up. See what's going on for 2024. See what's good. It's busy, of course. But we got to take a little time also to hang out. That's what we're doing here.
3, 2.
Can't be busy 24/7 unless you're me.
Watch your step. Run out.
Watch out for the purple goblins. They'll bite you right in the butt. Oh, look, don't get bit. Look at everybody getting bit.
1.
Why?
Spirit.
If they do that, we're just going to die.
Watch your step.
Ah, there's a purple one. Almost hit me. Ah. Now we're two-manning it again. Sounds good. We're talking about a trip to New Mexico sometime soon. I have more details. Oh, cool. Cool. That sounds great. Yeah, when you come to New Mexico, I usually come into the mountains. All I want to do lately is go to the shooting range. I've been trying to find one way out there.
2, 1.
Help
It's hard to find a good spot. Maybe that's something to do. But, Lava says, what'd you get for CPU and GPU? For the CPU, I got the Intel i9 14900, right? It's hard keeping track of those long Intel numbers. Getting longer and longer. It's the new one. It just came out. 14900K. And the GPU, I didn't get a GPU. I'm just going to use the GPU I have right now, which is the 4000 series. I've got some other GPUs as well. I've got like just about every cohort of NVIDIA GPU from the last few cohorts. Oh, shoot. I need to actually, after this, I wish this would just finish because I want to help Canute. Canute had a
Run out.
question I'm supposed to help him with because I have the answer
Watch
for
your
him, I
step.
think. Oh, we missed the dispel. Shoot. It's okay, I'll pop this. Those dispels are so hard because I have so much to do in this boss fight. The dispel is actually challenging. Like right now I see him coming up. Like these ones I'll be able to hit them right away because but when all hell is breaking loose and I'm trying to heal these guys because they're dying because they keep getting bit by the spiders, then I can't dispel. And then they're like, one of the locks told me, you know you can dispel those, right? And I'm like, don't even get me started, dude. Of course I know I can dispel those.
Watch your
I
step.
want to tell him, did you know you don't have to get hit by every fucking spider? That's what I wanted to tell him. Because you don't have to, you know.
3, 2, 1.
But useless. Yo, what are you doing? It is a rare Psynaps stream. Yeah. Yeah, I was feeling a little sick and sore. Cause I got all my shots yesterday.
3,
I got all my shots.
1.
And so I got all my microchips. And now I'm all sore from it.
Watch your step, spirit.
Not too bad though. Actually not bad, but it's there. It's there for sure. Ah, watch out for that thing. Damn it. Arkham Knight, what is that? Is that a game? Marcelo? Marcelo's here. Lava said the Threadrippers are where it's at. Do you have a Threadripper? I can't bring myself to get a Threadripper. I want one. Don't get me wrong. I would enjoy a Threadripper.
2, 1.
But I feel like
Help spirit.
it's I feel like I have a fear of commitment. You know, I feel like I just want another one in 2 or 3 years. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna land these. Oh, this is so tight. Oh, fuck. Damn, I couldn't get him. Almost got him.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Watch your step.
All right, Devamus. Yeah, have a good one, man. Glad you got to stop by for a second. That's cool. Just enough time to watch me wipe. Good
Run
stuff.
out.
Ah! Watch out for the little spider guys. Oh, the lock is here. We'll be fine. He was the one.
3,
He was the one talking shit about dispelling, so that means he's an expert. We should be fine.
Watch your step.
Ah! Hope these wheels are fast. I really should try to do more DPS, but
2.
I'm really saving all of the fuel for the heals.
Run out. Help spirit. Watch your step.
Holy moly. See, I think the longer this goes on, the more of those little spiders appear, and at some point it'll just be impossible to avoid them all. Ah! What did they do to the druid forms? They definitely made some new ones.
1.
There's definitely some new skins for the druids. And I don't even know all the changes. I'm always the last one to figure out all the little changes. So we finished. It did go overtime, but somehow I got some points for it. So technically, although it was pretty sloppy with all of the oh, it's a fist whip. It was sloppy in terms of like the wipes and stuff. Like some of kind of made me wonder if all these guys even know the fights, but we did finish, which is good. I do prefer to finish. I'm not the kind of guy who's like, you know, just bounce. I mean, maybe at some point, maybe if you're 3K rated and there's some bullshit going on, maybe you just bounce out, and you see that more at the higher ratings. But when we're all still just kind of farming our points and farming gear, there's no reason to leave. Just finish, get your chance at a piece of gear, and also just get better. Like practice the fights. You know, just be there. Can't make everybody have the same decision, but the tank says, "I love you. You're an OG." He says, "Thank you for staying." So he's an OG. Okay, let me ask Canute. Okay, I'm back. I'm back on this. Want me to take a look? Let me make sure that he is right. Yeah, I want to make sure, you know, Canute doesn't feel like he's abandoned, because I just needed a moment to finish that. Now I can go and copy that information. Let's see. Canute 2. Let me get him the US one. I think he wanted the Norway one. Yeah, let's hook him up. I'm not looking at the chat. Just give me 1 second to do a little bit of business here. I'm just doing some stream stuff. Let's see. Primary 1. Okay. I'm also going to put the primary key 2. You know, the thing about streaming, guys, is there can sometimes be a lot of keys. And I see Lava, you're talking about, you're running a Ryzen 5600. I want to know more about that because I also like those Ryzens. I also get the I have some of the 5000 series Ryzens. I really like them. They're really, really good. And they're very affordable too, which means you can grow, you know, you can expand, you can scale those out. And they soft launched the gym recently. Useless. Which one? Which one is that? Oh shit, I have something in my eye. Oh no. Why? What could just have possibly have flown into my eye? Okay, let me copy that. Paste it. Got to make sure I put these in right. But anyway, about the keys, you know, keys can be like a hassle when there's a bunch of them and you end up having a bunch of keys. Because with my service, you can have lots and lots of different feeds, and every feed has its own key. So it can seem like there's a lot of keys. So I kind of have like a little page that keeps track of all of them. And so I want to be really careful and make sure I send those all the right way. But am I going to be able to go into the settings to screenshot this? I might have to actually find a different one here. Yeah, you're impressed. You're impressed with the system. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna last plenty, but when do you think you'll upgrade? Like, what's the cutoff for you personally? Okay. Why the hell don't I save these? Okay, it worked now. Okay. I was about to send a screenshot. But the Knut GPU is US, and the Knut 2, I think, is the Norway one. Let me check my record. Gotta pull it up. I'm missing one of the screenshots I like to share. I gotta find it. Yeah, it's the Okay, so I think that's good. I'll stand by to see if there's anything more I can help with on the Discord. I was just helping Canute. I think last time I was streaming, I helped him a little bit too. So I want to make sure everybody's good because I'm good. If I'm good, I want everybody else to be good. My stream is going. Look at this shit. We're live worldwide on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, everywhere. Everything's live. All of the networks are going. You know, RTMP, SRT, you know, blowing up the fiber, DDoSing, everything. And let's bounce out of here before these guys try to get me to heal another one. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I've got to go get some water. I don't think I've drank any water for the last 2 hours, so I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. My body is so tight. I got the body aches from the microchips. Oh, man. My body got wrecked. I need to move more, I think. Fuck. Whew. There we go. Need to work it out there a little bit. But yeah, I got the shots. So for some people, some people get side effects, some people don't. I don't get too much side effects, but I do get the body aches from it. I don't know why. I think I don't have a problem with vaccinations. I know some people have ideas about it, and some people try to avoid it. Some people think everybody should do it. There's all these extremes. I'm not extreme. I mean, I'm very practical. I do it because my kids, I have a little baby, and when they get sick, like when they get the viruses, it's so sad for a dad to see your kids get so incredibly sick. So it's no problem for me to be committed for them and to do it. But I mean, it's also, you can also look at it like public health. It's not like, I think vaccinations are not a personal thing. It's a public thing. And I didn't used to agree with that kind of stuff. I was always like, I'm going to do me. I don't care about the public. That's when I was younger. Then getting older, I realized it's like, if public goes downhill, we all go downhill. So I don't have a problem with it. I respect people's choice. For me personally, now that said, I will say that I hate how barbaric vaccines in 2024 still are. It's barbarism. Is that a word? It is absolutely barbaric the way we inoculate ourselves with vaccines to trigger an immune response. I mean, it works, and it's science, it's biology. If you don't understand biology, then talk to an immunologist. They'll enlighten you. And if you hate viruses as much as I do, you'll still do it anyway. You'll still get a vaccine anyway. Because I hate viruses. Like, I really want to kill them. I want to do my part to eradicate them. It's kind of dark. It's kind of dark how much I hate them. But the process is just so stupid. It's like I get my microchips. I get microchipped with my vaccines. And then the next day I feel like shit. My body's all tight. I'm like, really? Science? We're going through this like this. It's like, it's pretty dumb. Like, I just think there should be a better way. Obviously, if there was, we would be doing it. Or would we? There needs to be a better method for fighting viruses. So it could be through vaccines, but I think it's probably going to be through something else. I kind of think like many years from now, we're going to look back at vaccinations and be like, wow, what a barbaric time to be alive. Whatever brings in the most cash, use this. Well, I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, it's not, it is that we know what pharmaceutical companies do, but really to kind of stay on topic of like the point of vaccines, like the pharmaceutical companies will make up drugs and make up stuff for us to consume and to take, but vaccines are a real thing. There's no conspiracy by the pharmaceutical company that vaccines will trigger your immune response. That is true. It's just basic biology. It's like scientists discovered that, not pharmaceutical companies. And pharmaceutical companies will cash in on them. Of course, they'll hype you up. They'll be like, sure, take 5 vaccines, take 10. They'll try to get you to take a bunch of them. They'll be like, oh, wait a minute, you need 3? Oh, that's good news. Well, can we get a 4th in there? How about a 5th? Let's get you on one every week. They'll do stuff like that. But the whole idea of fighting viruses has nothing to do with pharmaceutical companies. We're lucky somebody's making all of that juice. And then somebody's paying for it. It's us out of our tax dollars. But the war on viruses is more what I'm concerned about. How do we outsmart them? See, viruses don't have brains, but they are way smarter than humans. Okay. We've landed on the moon, allegedly. Yet, a virus with no identifiable central nervous system or brain can outsmart any human any day. All right. Look at humans. Look at humans. Look around. You know what I'm talking about? You're going to laugh if you don't know what I'm talking about. Look at humans. What are they doing? Like, just go to the store. They're like touching their eyes, their nose, and put their finger in their ass. You know, they got their thumb in their asshole, then they're touching their keys, then they're touching their mouth. Then they're spitting all over the place, and they're sneezing all over the place. Then there's little kids putting all this shit in their mouth and licking everything. And continuously, like, never look at that kind of stuff. Never look at human behavior, because if you do, you'll be like, fucking morons. A virus, which has no brain, is outsmarting all of us. All day, every day, 24/7. Like, we are helpless against them. You think you are the master species of this earth? You are not. You are not. You do not run this planet. Humans do not run this planet. We could fall to a virus like that because people are just not smart enough to fight back these things. And I'm not saying go get a vaccine. I'm saying even that is barbaric. Even that is not enough. Like, this is more serious than even that. Like, that is like feudal almost compared to the fight that we really have against these things. So now you have a little idea of like where my mind is when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I see it as the enemy and I want to destroy it. What do you do to an enemy? You target it and you destroy it. And that's what I want to do. Obviously, I'm not doing enough. You need your mumps shots and your basic shots. Viruses are just literal biological programs that are designed protocol. One thought, one goal, and it's to do it to destroy. I know, dude, pumpkin panic. Yo, Taliesin, what's up? That's what I'm saying. Like, people don't realize, like, it's the enemy. I mean, we got to live our life. You can't just like slow down and stop everything you're doing and then look around for viruses. You know, I think that's what happened over the pandemic. We all got kind of hyper aware of the little bug. You know, we weren't happy about it. We were pissed at lots of things. We're pissed at pharma, pissed at government, pissed at CDC, pissed at the wet markets in China. Like, we're pissed at all kinds of things. But I was thinking to myself, you're pissed at a lot of stuff. Focus your hate on the thing instead of everything other than the thing. Focus your hate on the virus, because that's the thing that's messing us all up, because we're not smart enough to handle that kind of stuff. So, of course, all of those things fucked up. Of course, pharmaceutical companies fucked up. Of course, CDC fucked up. All of that is right. It's all correct. You're all right. It's all correct. But don't use all those fuck ups as an excuse not to focus your guns, your missiles, your artillery on the real enemy, which is not the CDC. They're just helpless babies. The real enemy is the virus, which we have no control over. We have no control or impact over it whatsoever. It controls us. So there you go. There's your lesson. If you disagree with any of the things I said, please disagree with me. But if you want to disagree with me, you're going to have to prove your point, because I'm not wrong until I'm wrong. Yeah, that's right, Lava. You're the host. And Pumpkin, you're the host. We're the spreaders. We're under complete control. And people are funny. They'll be like, oh, it's the deep state controlling us by telling us to get a vaccine. And I want to say, they're trying to tell us, wake up, wake up. It's somebody else. It's people controlling you, making you think you need a vaccine. And I'm saying, that's correct. The vaccines are barbaric. But if anybody's going to wake up, it's going to be you. There's a real threat. It's not the CDC or the deep state. They are a threat. They're going to do what they do. But don't use them as an excuse not to focus on the threat that's inside your house. You know, that's trying to come inside your house. Tellison says, were you one of the reasons IRL streaming came? Yeah, we launched IRL streaming on Twitch. Yeah, and all of the IRL streamers, they still use the Psynaps IRL system. Yeah, even during this stream, I was helping IRLers, get their keys and their streams live. So I can actually stream and get other people live at the same time. I've been doing that for years. It's my thing. I would say I control a tremendous amount of ownership over current day IRL, just based on the history of my involvement in the history of IRL. Could say I have a controlling interest in the IRL technology. But you got bacteria that keep on trucking, right? I had a virus when I was a kid where my whole body started peeling the top layer of my epidermis and deeper peeling, and it wasn't partial body but full body. Dude, I know. Like viruses, they're a menace. Like it's not just like flu. It's not just like the cold. The cold kills a lot of people, by the way. Everybody always tries to brush off a cold, but that's old school thinking. You know, it's like just go to work, man up, tough up, go in. And that's still what we do today. You know, even my boss, one of my old bosses, who's a scientist, who's a neuroscientist, my advisor, who's a PhD, she would brag about writing grants when she had a fever. She's like, I wrote this grant when I had a fever and it got funded. You know, she wrote this big old grant. She had a fever and she came into work with a fever. And everybody else in the lab was like, she's bragging about this, but she has a fever and she brought it to us. None of us got sick. We were fine. I'm just bitching about it. But it was funny because like she's like, you know, being a tough guy about how she came in with a fever. But the other side of the story is she's also like spreading whatever plague she has to the rest of us because she decided to come into work with a fever. And she never really like looked at it that way, but everybody else in the lab kind of looked at it that way. And so that's kind of how I think the general population looks at it. It's like, you don't worry about it. You don't complain about it. It's going to happen to you. So you just get through it. But here's my objection to that. All of that is true. And I'm not going to disagree because we have to just do it. But my objection is we don't have to. Like, you don't have to just get rammed in the ass. You can clench your butt cheeks and not let it in. You hear what I'm saying? I know that's crude, but I think some people need an analogy to understand. All right, you're just going to leave your asshole open so everything that wants to stick something in it can just go right in it? No, you want to be selective about what you let in your asshole. You want to keep your cheeks clenched because if you just open up your butt, everybody's going to try and stick something in it, right? And so you gotta be the gatekeeper of your own butthole. And some of you guys won't let anything in your butt. Exit only, right? That's right. So the same with the virus. It's like, why do you just let it in? Why do you just let it ram your ass and just not say anything? It's like you just take it like a little bitch. You don't say nothing. You just tough. You just be a tough guy. It's like some kind of prison, like 2024 colds, flus, COVID is like, it's like we're in the prison where the virus just gets to have whatever it wants and we can't have any choice. So that's my stance. I'm like, just fight back, guys. I don't care if you get a vaccine or not. Just have an attitude that there's an enemy and it needs to be destroyed. I don't care if you get a vaccine or not. I don't care if you wear a mask. Just make sure you're not the asshole getting everyone else sick. Oh, rip Roland. Right. That's right. Lava. Yeah, Pumpkin says, I do believe that humans are able to work on themselves to help their immune systems. Homeopathic, I agree. Diet, careful thought, gout, inflammation. Yeah, inflammation is probably one of the biggest threats to us is inflammation, our own body. And that's also why we get sick from viruses, is because our body will have an immune response to it, and you'll get inflammation. Sometimes the virus itself might not eat you up, but your own body, your own immune system, due to the secondary inflammation, can hurt your heart. That's what's happening, I think, right now with, especially with COVID and the long COVID and some of the ways it makes people sick. You know, if you got through it and you survived it, good for you. But remember, there's other people that are suffering from like long-term inflammation of their heart, and they're having problems that threaten their life, that are threaten their well-being and the ability to enjoy their life. They're having, you know, some of that kind of stuff. So that can happen. I mean, that can happen due to other stuff too, drinking too much, smoking, like, you know. But the thing about drinking and smoking is you choose to drink and smoke. So if later you end up with a heart condition or something because you drank and smoked too much, well, it's because you chose that. You're in control. You could have decided not to and maybe went to the gym instead, but you decided to live your life. But with the virus, it chooses for you. You can't choose. You know, it will come whether you say yes or whether you consent or not. It's a non-consensual attack, I think, is how I see it. You know, it's like the enemy just invade your home, and we just let them in because you're tough. You think they won't hurt you when actually they're hurting you. They're hurting you a lot, and they're reducing your ability to earn money, reducing your ability to care for your children, reducing your ability to enjoy your life. They're doing that to you. That's terrorism, guys. We got to fight the terrorists, no? No, am I crazy? Tell me I'm crazy. I'll believe you. Poor nutrition. Right? Yeah. I kind of think here's a different way of thinking too. So I told you some thought process, and you don't have to agree with my thoughts, but here's another one that I think is not wrong. So some of these things I say are like, they're right, whether you agree with them or not. They're like real things that we're actually looking at. But another one that I think people don't realize is when you get sick, and it doesn't have to be a virus, it could be bacteria, just could be getting sick. Regardless of your health, you could be in perfect health. You could be young, strong, working out, drinking lots of water, avoiding bad things that reduce your health. You could be like perfect health. But when you get sick, even if it's like a little one or even a big one, you are not as strong anymore. A little bit has been taken away from you for the rest of your life. And you might be thinking, well, whoa, that's kind of extreme. Where do you get that from? I get that from the way the body heals. Look at a scar. When you cut your hand or your arm, it doesn't stop you from living. If you have a scar, like just look around. Everybody's got a scar. I mean, probably from you when you're a kid, you fell down. Some people have a little scar on their chin when they learn that one the hard way, right? Falling down on something, bust their bottom of their chin. Everybody's got that little scar down there. Usually that happens when you're a kid. Look around. I don't have that one, by the way, but I have one up here. That's why I'm a little funny. You know, bumped my head up here when I was little. But look around. Try to find a scar. And when you find a scar, that's because you suffered an injury on your skin, and your skin healed itself. But it didn't heal itself perfect. The tissue's a little harder. It's a scar tissue. It's a slightly different kind of tissue. You never go back to the way you were before. All the king's horsemen and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back together again. That's what happens, but you don't see it. It's not like your whole egg cracked when you get sick. It's not that. For some people it is. You could actually die, right? And never be the same after just getting a simple flu or cold. It happens to some people, especially people that are old or little kids. But even if you're strong and you got through it, you get the scar, in your lungs, on your heart. You might have had a little inflammation somewhere in your body, in your brain, especially your lungs when it comes to the respiratory, lungs and heart. That's your pulmonary system. You're getting scarred on the inside. You can only take getting sick so many times before finally it kills you. And that's why the old people are all worried about getting sick, because they've already been sick a lot of times, especially if you're old right now and you lived your whole life where getting a cold is not a big deal. You just fight through it, right? Well, take care of your shit. It's like, what do you prize? Like, is it your RAM? Are you going to take care of your RAM? Like, are you going to just drag it through the mud? Or are you going to treat it so it lasts a long time? That's kind of how I think of the body too. It's like, and I do I will drink every once in a while. I don't take perfect care of my body. I try to control the things I can control though. So there's another idea for you. So why it's not okay to just not care, or why it's not okay to just think it's going to be okay. Because it's not. It never was okay. Some people say, well, now people are only worried about it now because of COVID. Before nobody cared. And it still hurt our bodies just as much before. It's just now we're hyper aware because COVID made so many people sick, and then they got the long COVID. And then there's also like the news and the conspiracies where people are blowing some things out of proportion. They're like pushing long COVID. They're like, okay, this is really, 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 really bad. It turns out it is in fact true. It is really bad. But you know how the media will make it seem even worse because they want to get a click for a headline. So just because the media blows it out of proportion doesn't mean it's false. It just means the media is clickbaiters. And everyone who watches Twitch knows what clickbait is. If you're part of the YouTube community, everyone knows what clickbait is. We don't get trolled so easy because everybody's trying to troll. The media is not trolling you, but they're also not lying that these things are an actual thing. They just embellish for the money. They're just cashing in on the hype. They're just riding the hype train. You know how it goes. You know how to make money. Got to pull out the hype train, right? And if you're a news media outlet, you know where the hype is. What's up? I was super clean and careful and never was in contact with anyone. I think it was from my water. I don't know if the virus is tragedy cells. Yeah. You know what it is. You know what it is. But I think I don't think. Oh, that's another interesting point. I don't even know if you guys want to even talk about this topic, but I will tell you that I don't think it's clear that scientists and doctors don't fully understand how it spreads. They'll tell you they do, but remember, when experts tell you they understand, that's just because people expect them to know the answer. When in fact, we're humans, and even scientists and doctors don't fully understand because they're trying to understand. They're in the process of understanding, and people don't like that. Like, we don't want to spend money on researching COVID because we just want to pretend like it doesn't exist. That's one of many reasons why it's hard to get the information, but it's funny, and I'm right about this. Here's another one where I'm right on, and you can validate this yourself if you remember. Think back to like 2020 or 2021. And do you remember all the lies and misinformation that was going around about like the 6 feet thing, the little, what do they call it? The little things that are coming out over 6 feet, and you had to do that. Now, the isolation part, that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's common sense. It's like when someone is sick, you're like, oh, stay away. You can draw a 6 foot barrier, but I don't know if you guys remember that, but the scientists, the CDC, everybody was saying, oh, it comes out on the little droplets. The droplets is the one I was looking for. And it lands on the surface, like, on the escalator or wherever all the people are. It pops out, goes and falls and lands and then it's on the surface. And that's what they said. And they were pushing it. They were pushing it. It was like 6 feet. It's the droplets. It's the surface. It sticks to plastic. That's how you catch it. You don't have to worry. Just wash your hands. And it turns out that those things were wildly, wildly incorrect. Or not incorrect, but incomplete. There are droplets. And separating is, you know how it is. When somebody's all sick, you're like, oh, gross. Like, stay away from me. Fuck off. Like, obviously, that's how you try not to get sick, right? And then it sticks to surfaces, which was correct. But it was distracting you from the real elephant in the room, which was airborne transmission, which goes way past 6 feet. What it means is you can't go in the same building as somebody else who's in there. So, but that's not realistic to people. That's why everybody got scared. Instead of accepting the truth, they're like, wait a minute, here's the logic. If someone goes inside and contaminates the inside of a building, and then nobody can go in there after them without some amount of risk, then you wouldn't be able to go indoors at all if you didn't want to get sick. That was the truth none of the doctors would say. Because if you said it, people would deny that. They'd be like, no, I can go inside. I can go and live my life. I'm free. I'm an American. I can do whatever I want. Government can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me to wear a mask. And they just like freak out. And I'm like, sorry. It sucks. It's hell on earth. It sucks. That's the reality. But don't get down about it. Just know what it is. Just know the truth. That's all. The more I learn, the less I know. Yeah. But I was mad. I was mad because look at it from my perspective. Somebody who has biology experience, someone who's made viruses in the lab, someone who has cloned viruses using molecular biology, someone who's experimented with viral technology in cell biology and cell disease models, someone who's done all that for years, and I was good at it, and I trained other people how to do it. I even have publications on the cover of scientific journals, on the cover of my viral techniques from my work in the lab in science. From someone like me, watching the doctors and watching the scientists bullshit on TV and not say what it was for a long time. And then they started to, and then when they started to, they would take those doctors off TV. It's so funny. Like one time I'd be watching TV, right? I wanted the updates. We all did. We were all on the edge of our seats. Like, what is it? The end of the world? We were just watching the news, trying to figure out what's going on, right? And I'm sitting there, and a doctor will come on and start kind of saying the truth, kind of saying some of the more concerning things, like maybe that I said. And I'd be like, finally, a doctor who's not like afraid to say the truth. And then they would get him off the show. And then they'd bring on a different doctor who was maybe more charming, more upbeat. And then that doctor would be like, oh, it's fine. Like, yeah, just, when you go to hang out during Thanksgiving, just wash your hands, just make sure you wipe things down a little bit. And yeah, it'll be fine. And I'm like, look, if you're going to go meet up with family during Thanksgiving, you're going to do it. That's not the problem. The problem is cut your bullshit. Tell these people that if you go to Thanksgiving, you're going to come back with fucking every variant of COVID, and then you're going to spread it to everybody else. Just tell them the truth. Because some people will believe you. That's why. Not everybody knows what I knew. Yo, Vicioso is here. Yeah, it's Mr. Noob. You should have seen me. I was healing a dungeon. Everybody died. A couple of times. More than once. What was the worst part of COVID is I had bosses telling me that you can just work till you die, but tactfully. Don't worry about it. More people die due to the flu than they did COVID. Yeah. That's another one. That's so fucked up. It's like, if somebody told me that, I would counter. I'd be like, Well, don't like stop dying. It's like I would explain that longevity is actually beneficial to the workplace. That's what I would say. I would say if a boss told me that more people died to flu than to COVID, then I would be like, well, I rest my case then. You know, I'd be like, we don't want to die, right? So don't let anybody in with the flu either. You know, I'd be like, high five. You got it. You nailed it. I'd be like, exactly. I'd be like, if you know that, then you also know that you have to be alive to perform your work, right? So stop dying and stop dying. It's the same thing in video games. It's like, what if I'm the healer. What if I made an excuse and said, more people die to debuffs? Is that an excuse for me not to cleanse the debuff? No. That means stop dying and cleanse the fucking debuffs so you can get to the next level. It's just making stupid excuses. And I heard a lot of those too. And that was another thing that pissed me off, because knowing what I know and hearing people use that kind of logic, I'm thinking to myself, who does that work on? Sure as hell not going to work on me. If people are dying from something, it's like, and then some people wanted people to die. Here's another funny thing. Yeah, lava. Exactly. So you're a gamer, so you know the concept of not standing in stuff. It's exact same thing. Don't stand in the fire, because I'm going to be the guy that has to heal you. And the doctors were also getting upset. The doctors and nurses, if you remember, they were getting upset with with some of the people who were coming in, because they'd come in with COVID, and they would have to get the intubation, and the intubation, I guess, you don't come back the same a lot of times after you're intubated, because whatever it does to your lungs, like if you're sick enough that you need to be intubated because you can't breathe, you're already very sick, and you could suffer some long-term effects just from being that sick and that injured. But the intubation itself apparently also hurts your body, and the people who have to go through it, they usually have poor outcomes. They have down the road, they have a long journey of healing, and some of them don't heal. And then, sometimes they'll die from secondary shit down the road because their body had to go through that intubation. But, the doctors were getting sick of people. They'd go through the intubation, they'd come close to death, and they'd be super, super sick. And then they'd be talking about how COVID is just like a conspiracy and how it's not real. And it's like, I don't know how realer something gets. It doesn't get any realer. How many of you guys have been to the emergency room? Is that not a wake-up call? Like, think about the last time you had been in the ER and you're looking around, seeing all the sick people and all the fucked up things people are coming in for. I don't know what's more of a wake-up call than being in the ER, to be honest. But that was tough. You have to cleanse and heal back in BC. It's basic gamer 101. Cleanse the debuff. If you just let it sit on you, then you're going to die. Oh, the story I wanted to tell you that was kind of funny was there was a large amount of people who wanted people to die. So a lot of people were looking forward to the mass casualties from being sick. I mean, not to COVID specifically, just to any kind of sickness. They thought that it was good to wipe out the weak part of the population, especially old people. I had a young man explain this to me, and it was actually a business meeting. We didn't end up working with the guy because I told everybody, I was like, this dude's fucking sick in the head. Like, literally fuck this guy. I would work with just about anybody else. And we never talked to the guy again after I told my partners that. But it was a business meeting. It wasn't just my business. It was the business that I'm a partner in. And we're talking to this developer who's apparently this, pretty big developer. He has very successful LinkedIn. He travels the world and he makes things. I don't know, some full stack developer who tries to look like a genius on LinkedIn. And this guy's so smart. He said that, this was good for him personally because he was young and strong. And this was just kind of wiping out the old people because they're old and they're going to die soon anyway. And some of you might think, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. They're going to die anyway. So, let's just speed it up a little bit. And first of all, that's a little bit dark. And if you don't know why that's dark, then congratulations, you're a little fucked up. And I'm sure you already know that. But the problem with that logic is if you stress out the population like that, like you just make all the old people sick so they're going to die because they're going to die anyway, you may as well just get it going. You're going to bust up all the hospitals and stuff. Like you're going to mess up the medical system. So you, as a young, strong person, if you were to need help, like if you stepped on a thumbtack or, you bumped your leg and then you needed to go to the hospital, they're going to, you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything because all the old people you wanted to die are going to be stuffing up the whole thing. And also that's just not nice because you're going to be old one day. I don't know about you, but I'm not that old. I feel very young and very young at heart and very young in terms of my age as well. I don't feel that way at all about old people. I feel like I'm going to be old one day and then I'm going to be having to deal with these guys like that guy who just thinks I should die because I'm already old and he's young and has a full life ahead of me and mine is already over. Like that is literally as selfish as you could be. That's like diagnosable level sick in the head, I'm pretty sure. Pick your favorite diagnosis. Narcissism, narcissistic personality disorder. I don't know what it is, but don't be that guy. Look, anyone on this earth who thinks that other people should die because they're going to die anyway, I think that person should be the first, to be honest. I think it would help the rest of us out. Yeah. If you're the kind of guy who's like, they should just die, I think that guy should be the first in line if that's what's going to happen, because that'll help the rest of us out. Just saying. Not saying. Just saying. I see the Gold Queen is here. Woohoo! People who promote eugenics are the weak parts of the population. Right. Now, the Gold Queen said it much more elegantly than I did. I think I went back to my default crude way of explaining and articulating myself, which I do find quite effective, by the way. I do find it effective to use analogies and things that surprise people, to get them to pay attention. Because I know it's hard to pay attention nowadays with all the ADHD, with all the YouTubes and the Twitches and the buttons and the chats. It's hard to focus on anything. But I think sometimes the crude approach helps get the message across a little bit. But I'm glad Gold Queen brought us back down to earth and said it much more nicely, and says it that, eugenics is bad and it's the weaker part of the population. I said, let them go. That was my solution. I was like, the eugenicists, those are the ones that need to go because we'll be better off without them, I think. Which is also kind of a eugenicist, eugenics. I don't say that word very often because I don't deal in eugenics, but try not to think about it at all if I can. But I think wanting eugenics to die is possibly eugenics. Is it? Can it be? Yeah. Well, I was actually pro eugenics in terms of not humans, but in terms of viruses. You've already heard my rant. I shouldn't keep going on it because I've already said it before, but I feel bad. I feel like I'm wrong for wanting viruses to go. And then we also talked about the philosophy of that. If they were to disappear, then what? Would we face unknown consequences for changing the ecology, the balance of the world, if we were to get rid of all those things that make us sick? Would we suffer unforeseen consequences as if the things hurting us are actually part of our life in some positive way. I don't know. Overpopulation, but I think that's low-hanging fruit. It depends on whether you believe a whole is a vulnerable characteristic. I'm going with no. Yeah, the balance, like ecological balance, the food chain. We're not the top of the food chain. Viruses are the top of the food chain, if you ask me. They're smarter than humans, and they don't even have a central nervous system. They can outsmart us any day of the week. Just like I said earlier, like just go to the store and look at people. Look at how they pick their ass and then their nose, and then they start touching everything. And look how they grab stuff. Like, just look at human behavior. Now, you don't have to. Actually, I take that back. I said before, don't look at people's human behavior, because when you do, you see how gross people can actually be. So save yourself the suffering and don't look at them. But when you do look at them, you see that we are no match for a little bug that spreads like that. We're no match for it. We do not have the intellectual capacity or the physical strength to fight back against that. Against ourselves, I guess. I mean, but it's not ourselves we're fighting. It's the bug. To me, I don't want to fight other humans. I want to fight what threatens us as humans. Yeah. So what are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? Should I run another mythic? I'm gonna run another one. I don't know if I should run one. Let me check to see how everybody's thing what so if you see something unstable like video artifacts, I'm answering a question for Canute because he's trying SRT from OBS. Video or audio. You add latency to your SRT. Whoa, check this out. Dark Final Tears just subscribed and blew up the screen with some alerts. Check this out. Dark Final Tears. Watch the text float. It's my favorite part. Love the floating text. I want to say a huge thanks and a shout out for the Twitch Prime. You could have given the Prime to anybody, but for some reason, you sent it to me. So thank you for that. I say we have a celebration. Let me finish this message I was typing, and then let's have a celebration. Or should we have a celebration first? Let's have a celebration first, because I think that's most important. So I have I haven't done this yet. We had some subscribes earlier, but I think I was, kind of like in the mythics and stuff. But now it's getting later, and I've got this Crown Royal glass right here. I think we should put something spicy in it and have a toast. Okay. So I have this. I've got a couple of them. I've got some various flavors I save for special occasions like this. But this one I got especially for the stream. And I sell Wild Turkey 101. Usually I get this one like over the holidays. And I know it's kind of already past the holidays, but let's celebrate with this one. This one's perfect. Listen, see if you can hear it. I like Crowns and Royal. That sounds good to me. That sounds smooth. Did you hear that? It's got a cork. Anything with a cork is good, right? It's supposed to be, I think. Pour a little bit of that one in there. Get yours. It could be a water. You don't have to go and do anything spicy like me. I'm just being silly because it's late. And we're having fun. To you guys, cheers. Ooh, it's a 101. So these ones are strong. You know, speaking of virology, I think this is why I kept myself from getting sick, over the pandemic. I think I just have a sip of whiskey sometimes late at night. If I'm like developing, I'll have one of these. I think that just cleans it all out. I think that does it. Pretty sure. That's science, I would say. Dark Final Tear says you deserve it. I like listening to your talking points. Love the VFX stuff. And you just seem like an overall decent person. Whoa, thank you for the warm words there. I really appreciate that. Very much. Yeah. If I may, there is a parallel to viruses, and that is mold bacteria on certain plants. Whoa. Well, like mold or bacteria? Or is mold bacteria a thing? Because we're talking about like mold and fungus. That's a parallel universe. Have you seen the mushroom people? You know what I'm talking about? Mushroom people trip me the fuck out. Bananas we have today are not the original ones that were eaten in the past due to bacteria mold that came through and specifically targeted that plant. It is extinct, and the only way you can try that flavor of banana is through banana flavored popsicles. So the imitation flavor is closer to what the original bananas taste like. Whoa, that just like turns me upside down. I didn't know about that. That's pretty trippy. Well, I mean, aren't like people always trying to clone vegetables and fruits and stuff? Like there's a lot of agricultural cloning going on. I wonder if we can like clone back our bananas and take back the bananas the bacteria mold took from us. Damn them. Panama disease. It was a fungus. Oof. The fungus is weird. That's another one. That apparently, if you talk to the fungus people, they say fungus controls the whole world. They say that the trees talk to each other through fungus networks, and they've proved it. They've showed scientifically that there are exchange of some kind of information through the mycelial networks. It's very fascinating. It's interesting. You can't deny that it exists. It's really interesting. Again, an ecological balance type thing. Mother Nature doing what Mother Nature does, and us as humans having very little understanding of how it works or what the implications and significance of these mycelia networks could be. We just know they're there and think they're important for whatever reason. But go on Netflix and try to find those mushroom documentaries. Like, they tripped me out. And they do talk about like psilocybin, like hallucinogenic mushrooms. They do talk about that stuff. And those mushroom people, they love eating psilocybin. They'll be like, oh, this is like a certain mushroom. It's like of this species. And they'll just start naming all of these. And while they're eating some like hallucinogenic mushrooms, just casually, the mushrooms like change their life. And I'm like, holy shit, these people are crazy. Nothing wrong with the mushroom people or the mushrooms. Not judging or disagreeing. I'm just saying, whoa, that's a whole other kind of community going on that I never knew about. It's pretty insane. Bananas were mini and fat. You guys are making me hungry for bananas. I like bananas. I love bananas. Latency equals...
One of a few oldest subs you have.
All right. Got that one all set up. Whoa, Lil Straza just subscribed. Did I miss that? I was like alt tab because I had to respond to Canoe because he's trying out SRT on his OBS and he wanted to tweak it. But Lil Straza, I thought it was just like last week that you resubscribed. I feel like, holy moly, let's have a toast. I just poured a little bit of the Wild Turkey 101, like just now, like just moments ago. And 9.75 years, really? Is that true? Was that performed by a mathematical machine? Because those calculations, that's crazy. Wow. It surprises me. I mean, it surprises me how long I've actually been streaming, and it's even more surprising to have a subscriber for so long. So that is really a crazy accomplishment, I think, for both of us, but especially very, it hits me to really think about that and to try to digest, you subscribing and supporting the stream for that long, even though I've abused, I think, the viewers by not streaming as often as I should. But it's moments like this that really make me happy that I can stream every once in a while, even though it's not too often. It feels really, really good. And it motivates me too to stream some more. And I want to stream some more because I have some content. I'm building a computer. But anyway, let's get to the toast. Let's have a celebration, and then I'll tell you more about what I'm doing, and I want to hear more about what you're doing. So to you guys, to everybody that's here, but a huge one to Lil Straza for the long sub into tier 3. Cheers. And it's also your birthday? Okay, let's have another cheers. For a birthday, you turned 28. Well, how do you feel? Do you feel a little bit wiser after you got to level 28? Cheers to making it to level 28 and many more. You're lucky to make it to 28. Not everybody did, but you did. So let's have a cheers to that. Cheers. Ooh, that's strong. That's a 101. That clears out all the bad stuff there. Have a little swish of that stuff. That stuff will give you some good breath. My mouthwash there. Finish the glass. Give me the old. Wait a minute, Lil Straza. Are you trying to get me to finish off that glass of 101? That's naughty because my endurance is not what it used to be whenever we were going, cheers for cheers back in the day. Nowadays, old man Psynaps will be like, you think my rants are crazy now? One or two of the 101s? Then I'll really be ranting. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it for old time's sake. Besides, I want to finish that 101 because I just poured it and it's tasty. It's good. And it's not that much. It's just a little bit. So let's have a toast. Let's go full screen for that one. All right. You can see I have like all my lights and stuff set up because I'm building computers. I haven't built a computer. My personal computer, I have not built for 4 or 5 years. So, it's starting to be a little bit needed so I can continue keeping up with some of the tougher workflows. But here's the Intel. So, I guess technically this is a little bit yours. It's ours. We shared it. Lil Straza's kind of really supported the stream and the development and everything over the years. So those are the things that I think are the result. These are the outcomes of that support, is that we can continue building the new technology and just keep pushing it with every bit of resource we have. And so here's a couple of other fastings. By the way, this is the 14. Oh, do you want to see what's inside? I know some of you guys, let me turn on the top one. What do they make a pill for? Which one is the pill for? See if you can see it when the light pops on. Oh, there it is. 14 i9 14900K. Oh, hangover prevention. Oh God. Just drink more water, right? So this is brand new. This came out in Q3 2023. So that's a new one. Some people are like, it's the same as the 13900. Okay, that's fine. That one is fast. So it's good for me. DDR5. It's not the fastest one, but I didn't really think I needed the fastest one. I just got the one that looked like it, the most popular one. And then there's a good price on that too. I wanted to save a couple bucks because, we want to do the full build here. And then got these are kind of cool. If you guys like NVMEs, tell me what you think of these. I haven't been in the NVMe market since maybe the first or second gen. I don't know which gen I left off on, but we're already at Gen 4 and 5 here with NVMEs. This one is 8,000 megabits a second. These are fast and they're not expensive. The old, the slower, older Samsung Evos, those were way more expensive than these. So the price has come down and the speed has shot up. These are crazy. Got one of these here. I'm just doing a show and tell. We're going to build it because I want to kind of plant the seed that, we should build it. Whether I stream it or make a video, you guys are welcome to kind of critique these. I did some research, so I'm still kind of unsure. I like everything else that I have here. We'll test it and see if it works. I'm happy with everything, but the motherboard is always like, I couldn't decide if I wanted to go up, down, to the side. I changed my mind at least 3 times. Landed on this one because, this one seemed to have, people seem to agree with the design of the VRM and some of the PCIe lanes and stuff. And that's what I was looking for. I wanted to make sure I was taking advantage of the new technology in the Z790. So this is kind of what emerged. These look cool anyway. It should be cool. It's heavy. Motherboards weren't always as heavy. I think this might be a cooker. I think this is full of copper. I think this might be a real overclocker here. I'm not sure what's going on there, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, the NVMe greater than SSD, greater than hard drive. Oh yeah, like by far. Like the NVMEs are like fucking memory practically. So these are kind of nuts. It's a Gen 4. So everybody's going to be jumping on the Gen 5, but I would be happy to do that too, but the price on these Gen 4 is just very hard to ignore. And the speed is so much faster than what I've got in here currently that I'm going to be blown away. Don't even show me a Gen 5 because I'm going to be blown away by the Gen 4 already. There's no need to spoil myself any further. Like, it's already a huge upgrade. So I think that's going to meet my workflow just fine. I'm supposed to be using Gen 4. You got the Elite chipset board? That thing's got some fire VRMs. Right, the VRMs. That was a discussion. Some of the guys that look at VRMs, I don't even know if they understand the VRMs, but I've never seen VRMs marketed so much like they are now, in terms of the power and the power stability and consistency. So I think this is kind of a result of so many years of computer builders investing into motherboards and also the motherboard industry kind of listening to what people want and trying to market the newest, hottest thing. And so it occurred to me while doing a little bit of this research that, the VRMs is something that, people are particular about, and it's something you might see differences in when you look at the higher end motherboards compared to the lower end motherboards. But hey, let's not leave you guys hanging. Lil Straza wanted to, for overclocking too, right, for the power and power stability. Yeah, of course, that stuff is really important. I've just, it's so, people are talking about it more than ever. That's the thing that struck me. It's really worked its way into the marketing. So I did look at that. And that's another reason I picked that one was because some of the guys that were getting fussy about the VRMs and the power and what it says it's doing versus what it's really doing, those guys like this on this one. I haven't tested myself, but we'll see. We'll give it a try. I just thought that with so much focus on that, this would be a good motherboard to try. So we'll see how it goes. So to you guys, to everybody here, to Little Straza. This one I think is going to be for the old days, the old times where we acted much more irresponsibly than we do now. I think, back when we were young and full of piss and vinegar, we used to drink a little bit more whiskey. You guys probably still do. Me, I've tamed myself a little bit, but let's get a little wild since it's the weekend. Plus, this is 101. This is going to hit me like a truck. All right. You're not supposed to like drink 101 just like that. It's like you're supposed to like have it with ice or a drop of water or, something fancy, but let's just do it anyway. I drink a lot still. Okay, well, then you're going to have no problem catching up. All right, cheers. Whoa, see that magic trick? It was there and then it was gone. Woo! Okay, now I'm going to be slurry because I don't do that very often anymore. Let's put a little bit in. You got to reload. Can't go dry, so let's put a little more in there. I'm already 2 pillows to the breeze. Well, it is about that time. I mean, it's Saturday. Last time I checked, Sunday now. So I think we're good. We're just right into the weekend. We're bringing the weekend in or closing it down, one of the two. Little Straza says, I swear your face went from white to flushed. It is hot in here. Or is it just me just being an old fat guy? It's probably just that. Yeah. Oh, I did get my microchips the other day too. So I was actually, I think I've gotten better, but earlier today, like my eyes were just like, I looked sick because I got one microchip in this arm and then I got some more on this arm. The one on this arm was more microchips, but this one hurt more over here. It was a weird story because I went in there to get my microchips and they did this side. This is my right arm. This is my gamer arm right here. And I told them, they said, which one you want? I said, start with this one. They gave me the shot, but I didn't feel it like at all. And that concerned me because I was thinking, you could just be running around giving me shots and I wouldn't even know. I didn't feel that at all. Like that's dangerous if you get inoculated with something and with microchips and you don't even know. She put it in there. I was like, oh, I didn't feel it. Then she did the other one. This one I felt. This one had a lot bigger volume of microchips. She put that in there. I was like, ugh. That one I felt. But here's a weird thing. Now this arm is fine. The one that hurt when they put it in. But now this one that I didn't feel anything. Now this one hurts. Oh, it's all sore. It's like fucking someone hit me with a baseball bat right there. Ugh. Anyway, I'm just being a little bitch. But it's true. It's how I feel. Little Straza clipped it. God damn it. Little Straza. Oh, great. Now I have clips on the internet of me drinking Wild Turkey 101. Just great. I also smoke down now. There you go. You got to do it. You got to do it how you do it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. That's probably actually better. It's probably better to smoke it down than to drink Wild Turkey. I think the smoke's probably hurts less in the long run. I think it's good for the brain. Maybe it's good for the brain too. I know the psychedelics are. Have you heard? Have you heard that microdosing is they're trying to legalize it in Colorado? Maybe they already did. I don't know, but I know that there's a big push all across the country to get psilocybins going. And I don't disagree with it. It may not be for everyone. I don't think we should push it on one person or another. But for those who are having positive outcomes and, finding that it's helping without taking more powerful pharmaceutical garbage, I think it's fine. Let them microdose. Let people trip out and open their mind. They're not going to do anything bad. They're just going to be tripping out in their backyard looking at flowers and shit. think logically, it's fine. If it's helping people with PTSD, depression, anxiety, and for some of the more severe cases that has been non-responsive to other medication, the psilocybin microdosing, some people say it's changed their life, and the doctors are saying the same thing. Are they lying? Doesn't matter. It's helping people like live their life and be happier. And I don't think they're lying, to be honest. I think they're telling the truth, but does it matter if they were? I mean, they're feeling better. Even if it was a placebo, it's still better than putting them on getting them all like, cooked out on some pharmaceutical stuff, getting all strung out on manufactured drugs that may not work that great, have a lot of side effects. Give someone a little bit of mushrooms. They grow in the backyard. Take a dump in your lawn and then pick the mushrooms, and it's fucking logical to me. Like it's helpful. Now, one thing I will warn you about. Oh, check it out, Cornelius. Desert. Hey, Desert Jam's here. Yeah. It says exactly. It helps for medical reasons. Yeah. There's in the medical community, there's no doubt about it. They've been studying psilocybin for a long time. Do you remember? I remember when I took some college courses, I took drugs and behavior as an elective, and I really liked it. It actually led me to study more neuroscience. I think it got me hooked on neuroscience. But there was a really fun drugs and behavior class. And they talked about the history of shrooms, like in the 70s, some psychedelic drugs, LSD, shrooms, the Kool-Aid test or whatever the fuck it was, basically kind of the history of the culture and hallucinogens. But during those studies, there were doctors that were coming out saying, yo, we're using this in therapy. We're using this. And even like MDMA, like ecstasy, was another one that doctors really thought was doing great for some psychiatric, challenges. Some people were responding really good, and that's also in the class of psychedelics. So I really don't have a problem with it. There's people going to raves and, taking MDMA and they're cooking their brains, or there's people that are eating a whole bag of shrooms and then trying to drive. You can't drive on shrooms, by the way. You might be able to drive on weed, which you shouldn't. It can still impair you, but on shroom, it's no bueno, no shrooms and driving. It's not going to work. You're going to crash and die. So you're going to get these people that do those things, and then it's going to make all of society think those drugs are bad and they have no medical value. When in fact they do, when used in a medical context, maybe not so much in a recreational way, although I don't really care if someone's microdosing on psilocybin. I could care less if it was recreational, as long as I'm not getting people driving and shrooming at the same time. You will die if you do that, or you will kill someone. So as long as that's not happening, I have no problem with it. Ketamine, that's another one. I mean, it's a whole discussion of drugs. It's like, it's not the drugs that fuck up, it's the people doing the drugs that fuck up, right? It's like guns, it's like the guns are not killing people, it's the people killing people. The guns don't really give a shit. They do one thing, they go bang. If you don't aim it and shoot it at someone, it's not going to kill anyone. Like, it's the person who's decision making. It's the same thing. The same with drugs. It's like, if you go and take a whole bunch of ketamine, then snort a bunch of lines of coke, and then inject some heroin or something, then you die. It's like, did the drugs kill you, or did you kill yourself? I don't know. You decide. You tell me. There's no way you would want to drive. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I happen to know, Lava, that you can't drive on that stuff. I never drove on it. I'm just saying, I know you can't, and you should not. Not going to work. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even want to like start like the Second Amendment debate because that debate is ongoing and never ends. It turns out it never ends. If you want to take sides on the Second Amendment debate, you're in for a little treat. You're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to be busy. Whether you pick one side or the other, it doesn't matter which side you pick. You're going to have plenty to do. But I think my stance is we have the right to bear arms, but I do think that some people just shouldn't have guns. Now you can't say that. You can't say that because it's like if one person can have it and another person can't, then that's a sticky area to be. It's just like you just let all the people have it and it works itself out. I get it. I can't argue that. But I really do think, and I don't think anybody really disagrees, there's just some people that just shouldn't have those things because they're just never going to make the right decisions. They're just going to fuck up. Now, which people are those people? That is the topic of debate. Who should and who should not pick your colors, pick your jersey, put it on, and go play. It is a fight, right? Politics on Twitch. I kind of touched it. I didn't even really, it's not like I dove into it and I'd be like, oh, right, well, we're going to fucking do this and fuck all the governors. And I didn't say that. I just said it's an interesting debate. And I do think and I do understand the challenges, I tried to ease into it. This is going in a weird direction. Another cheers. This is your fault, Little Straza. I told you. I am way better of a streamer if there's whiskey involved. That's always been true. So I think Little Straza is just doing me a favor here. The stolen ones that can't be regulated, those are my problem. Oh, I think no one respects thieves in any culture. I think if we're divided about anything, we can all come together on our hate for thieves and, stealing from a fellow man, woman, person, is just the bottom of the barrel for our communities. And guess what thieves are looking for? Guess what the big score is if you're a thief? Guns. So that's a dirty one. Yeah. Oh yeah, the ghost ones. I never got into that. There's a whole subculture of gun enthusiasts that are printing their guns. I personally don't think that's very safe because because if you have ever, looked at firearms or, seen, some of the things that can happen with them, even a well-built firearm, that's built to spec, with proper materials, even they can malfunction and blow up sometimes. It's very rare, but it happens. There's plenty of videos. You see people at the range, blowing up their hand a little bit. Sometimes there's no injuries. Sometimes there are. And those are with properly manufactured, firearms from reputable manufacturers. Then you get a guy who's printing them. Now, I know if if that community were here right now, they would probably tell me, no, it's fine. We figured it out. We do this and this to compensate for that. Okay, I believe that. But for me personally, forget it. I'm not even going to fuck with that. Not going to happen. Oh, this is interesting. Gold Queen says the Russian thief culture is interesting. I have no idea what the Russian thief culture is, but that seems like something that's probably some super interesting shit. Even if you don't like thieves, it's like subcultures of thieves and honor among them. That's probably some interesting stuff. Lava says, yeah, they have competition to see who's the most useful one. and it's funny to see how many fails you see. Yeah, I just can't imagine, risking it. But hey, just remember, there are people out there who really take the Second Amendment to the next level. They say, hey, this is our freedom, and no one is going to stand in the way of that particular all-encompassing, freedom that was baked into the Constitution. There are some people who could say it much more elegantly and more articulate than I can about why that's important and what that's about. Whether you agree or not disagree, I'm not pushing any ideas on you guys. I know it's a debate, and I don't disagree with everything the pro firearms people say and the anti firearms people. They also have good points. We have to find a meet in the middle without breaking our rights. And that's a hard thing to do because you've seen how stubborn people are. There's very little agreement on the topic. So those people, they're they think it doesn't matter if it's a ghost gun or not. It doesn't matter. Oh, Desert, you had some lag there? My OBS seems okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some lag at some point because my ISP is not perfect. In fact, it's a miracle if I can do an entire stream without any hiccups whatsoever. So I would expect something to happen, but I don't expect there to be a full failure. I mean, that would be rare, but it could always happen. You never know. Oh, you know what? Right now, about this time of night, this is when my ISP will do maintenance. If they're going to do maintenance, they always do it late, which for most people is a convenience, and that's nice. But I'm always up working at this time. So if they hit me with a maintenance at this time in the morning, early in the morning, it always hits me. I'm always affected by it. I'm the only guy up in my neighborhood fucking around on the internet. Everybody else is asleep, apparently. Gold Queen says, look up Russian tattoo and prison hierarchies if you get bored. That's some hardcore shit, Gold Queen. Gold Queen comes out with Russian tattoo and prison hierarchies. Holy shit. I feel like we've watched plenty of movies and documentaries about that. I feel like. Are they expressing the right of the Constitution on what our country's rights are founded on? Or they are expressing it. Right. And you know what? I've talked to some guys. You should see. There are some very clever individuals who have spent a lot of time studying history and doing their best, making their best effort to understand the Constitution and the Second Amendment, for example, or any amendment. But we're just kind of talking about the second one. And they'll come out with quite a bit of knowledge. So there is a lot to say on the topic. And knowing people, as you know people and I know people, we know that people don't typically do their homework on stuff. And that's why they say that opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. It seems to be our human right to just have an opinion, whether we've done any research whatsoever. We're afraid to just think whatever the fuck we want and say whatever we want, right? And that's precisely what people do. I think people are having some very strong opinions. Now, me personally, about having opinions, I think everyone should have an opinion. There's no problem there. It's just what gets me is when people will have a really strong opinion, like they're putting their foot down, having done no research whatsoever. It's like having opinion, that's one thing. And having your right to think however the fuck you want, that's one thing. But when you go and get super serious and you're putting your foot down and you're really betting on your opinion and didn't do any research whatsoever, I think if you want to have such a strong opinion, you should back it up with something other than I can say and do whatever the fuck I want. And you can do and say whatever you want. But if you want anybody to respect your opinion, you you should probably know something about whatever it is you're so strongly feeling. Just an idea. Just an idea. Don't get mad at me, internet. Don't cancel me. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm only opening up possibilities for your mind. Desert says I redid my networking equipment, so kind of testing. Okay, well, did anybody else see has anybody seen any glitch on the stream? I'm curious too. I am streaming at a slightly higher bitrate than I normally do. I'm poking the Twitch dragon a little bit, but I think that's what all partners do all the time anyway. It's funny because I'm in the Twitch partner Discord. I don't think really big streamers even hang out in there. I think it's all the little streamers hanging out in there, but it's a good heartbeat for Twitch and Twitch products. You know, when Twitch products come out, people will talk about it and they'll bitch about what's good or bad about ads and all the things that kind of Twitch puts out. And I'll come in with a tech perspective sometime. I'll be like, oh, well, this is how it works if people are asking. And people were talking about bit rates. And they'll make fun of bit rates because Twitch still today in 2024 recommends 6,000 kbps bitrate as the recommended bitrate for streaming on Twitch. And when you look at other platforms like YouTube and any other platform, really, 6,000 is a joke, and it's a joke on Twitch. No, 6,000 is not it's not a bad bitrate if you're streaming at like 720, but if you're streaming at 1080, 6,000 is just not enough. 6,000 might be enough for what we're doing here. There's not much movement, but if I were to go back into the games, 6,000 will look very, very bad. So it's well known that partners will stream at 8,000. If you didn't know that, now you do. But it's funny in the Discord because people will pretend like they're not suggesting 8,000. They'll like suggest 6,000, but hint at 8,000. I'm like, what do you guys like? Why are you beating around the bush here? Why are you walking on eggshells? Just tell everyone it's 8,000. Twitch knows. Twitch engineers know. They're all watching us stream at 8,000. They already know it's 8,000. Just stop hinting. Just say it. But 72. Yeah, and there's bit rates. There's bitrate instability. It goes up and down, and it really depends on the encoder and the internet connection. And Twitch is not wrong for having limitations. Twitch and AWS, they scale very large. And so I'm not surprised they do that. But then ask the question, well, okay, how does YouTube do it then? Why do they allow 50? How can they handle 50 and Twitch is bitching about how expensive 6,000 kbps is? Like, we're going to have to shut the lights off. Well, YouTube over here is just, you can stream 50,000 kbps instead of 6,000, 50,000. So it's like you see who's the boss now when you look at the internet, and Twitch isn't it. My fellow partners in the Twitch Discord don't always tend to agree with me, by the way. They're like, oh, Twitch, when are you going to send me a gift package? I can't wait for my sweater. I'm wearing all Twitch gear. And I'm over here like, make a Chatterbait account if you want to stream at higher bit rates. But hey, check this out. I see on the YouTube, Steven is in there, and Tom Burns. Yo, thank you for streaming on YouTube. I don't really use Twitch, but have subscribed to you on YouTube for ages. Tom Burns, thank you. And I'm talking to the Twitch chat, and I'm also talking to the YouTube chat. I hope you guys are not offended by that. I know that's tough, but I'm not really dividing my attention. I'm really just trying to talk to you. It doesn't matter where you come in on, but I do like Tom Burns' comment. And I'm glad you're here. Please don't unsubscribe, because I noticed that my content on YouTube is very different than what I do on Twitch. But I also want to share some of the cool stuff I do on YouTube. And I'm actually excited about streaming on YouTube for some of the reasons I mentioned. But Stephen Walker in there, I hope I didn't miss it. But he's like, sup, Swag Juice says, what have you been up to? I feel like I haven't seen your stream pop up in a while. It's because I haven't streamed in a while. So this is kind of a special, hidden Psynaps stream in a way. So let's have a toast to that. and hang out for a second. What I do like about YouTube is like not the constant ads like on Twitch. That drives me crazy. Lava says library is the true source of knowledge. Google is becoming a cesspool of rebased info. I heard about that. I heard that Google search engine is struggling a little bit because of the way they're curating search results. I think that's always been a huge concern. And I'm sure now after so many years of Google, we're going to start seeing some of the consequences of Google search policies and how they can negatively affect our knowledge and our ability to search for information and stuff like that. I think most people won't care about that, but it's definitely a thing for the people who are worried about it. And books are being destroyed on purpose. Oh yeah, books are bad. Books will lead you to knowledge. Knowledge will lead you to revolt against your government. Wait, what's the story? It's something like that, right? It's like, what's the book where you got to burn all the books? It's that. But Tom Burns says, yeah, good day from Australia. Good day. And some years ago we played PUBG. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you were in the PUBG streams. Those were fun. Yeah, the PUBG days were banging. We were doing intros. We were doing, we were grinding PUBG. I recall you saying you did a PhD in neuro. Yeah, you just finished yours. Oh yeah, congratulations, Dr. Burns. It's good to see you in there. And congratulations on your PhD. I know those are hard. I successfully tricked all of my committee into giving me a PhD. I see you have successfully done that. It's no small feat. So congratulations and a cheers is in order. We've got Dr. Burns over on the YouTube side. Let's have a toast for him. Finished his PhD. Cheers. The juxtaposition of Google and books. I recommend the movie Google and the World Brain. Whoa. Thank you for that one, Gold Queen. Yeah, that's right. Right. Google has made us smarter and dumber. I got that far at least. You know, it's like people are like, wow, thanks for the insight there, Dr. Psynaps, you know, but it's true, right? Google's made us smarter because we have access to information that we never would have otherwise had information to instantly from any device, including a phone or a browser, laptop, computer. If you want to know something, who do you ask? Google. Google will tell you whether it's right information or not. You'll have plenty of information to sift through. So in that way, I think Google is incredible. As an academic tool and an educational tool, it's good for kids. Kids can look up, you know, how big is the moon? Nobody knows that, but Google does. And but the problem is there's no review of a lot of the information, and there's a certain kind of laziness that we depend now on Google to give us the answer to all the questions. Maybe we forgot how to look up information in a scientific journal or at a library because libraries and journals are obsolete. Google now tells us everything and leads us to all the answers that we consume, right? So I'm sure there's many more reasons why Google is good. We're going to have to read watch the movie that Gold Queen suggested to really get into some of those points, but it's pretty clear. Just like, you know, it was pretty clear, like immediately, how Google helps and can also hurt. Tom Burns is like, well, thanks. Yeah, well, Tom Burns, I'm interested in what you're going to do with your PhD. I basically became a full stack developer and started a few companies with my PhD. I don't know what you're going to do with yours. I went and did a talk the other day at the med school. Did I tell you guys about that? I don't know if I told you about how it went, but I got invited to do a talk. And I went and did it because I don't, you know, get invited to do academic talks very much. And when somebody invites you, you know, especially for an academic talk, you know, you should go and you know, it's a prestigious thing, you know, to be invited to a talk. So they invited me to talk to my, you know, the program that I graduated from about careers outside of neuroscience. And I think most of the people who were doing talks were talking about industry, maybe in the pharmaceutical industry and other related, jobs for neuroscientists and PhDs, biomedical scientists outside of academia, right? And so when I came in, I was talking about streaming and how, I created some streaming companies and stuff, and how streaming is about, communication. It's about reaching more people. Because when you're in the lab or you're in the classroom, maybe you're talking to one or two people. Even if you have a classroom full of people, maybe you have a classroom of 30 people or even 300 people. How many are you actually talking to in a room full of 300 people? 3? 30? Less? I felt like it was more closer to 3. I felt like a lot of people going to class are just, they're doing their thing. You only have a few people in the front row that are really interested in the material and the course. I was explaining that I found talking online was far more impactful because now you are reaching hundreds and even thousands of people. Not right now. My view count has all the viewers here are the most important viewers. But when I used to stream, I got into the hundreds and certainly thousands and tens of thousands of followers and all that. But I felt the gravity of social media influence was so much stronger than a teacher or a professor could achieve at the university. By far, orders of magnitude more. And it really kind of put things into perspective of what's important. Like if my goal is to teach and to reach people and to convey information, the classroom is not the place to do that. Now, it's here. This is the place. Not everybody will agree with that. That will be a kind of a controversial proposal, I think. But I think it's one worth reviewing. Wouldn't you say? Lava says, I also love listening to your thesis. I come up with some crazy stuff, but, also there's a little bit of freedom here. I think there's freedom online where you can cut some of the change that, in academia, I don't think it was ever, maybe it's changed now, but I'm sure it has not. But, streaming and online activities, definitely not respected. You're not going to win over any academics or, professors by this type of thesis. But you can't deny it, right? So it might be slightly unpopular with the old guys that, your department chair types. I might not find the idea as popular because they've got their work cut out for them in the office, in the department chair office, which is a little corner around, in the main office. And they're going to be busy in there. So they're not going to really be looking at this kind of stuff. But for the academics, people who are teaching, very much interested in this kind of stuff. But Tom Burns, I gotta say, Dr. Burns says I did a short postdoc at Brown in the U.S. Now doing a short contract for an AI company. Ooh, cool stuff. Before doing another postdoc in the U.S. in March. Well, you have more stamina for postdocs than I did. I did 2 postdocs, and by my second one, I was like, you can kiss my ass because I have had far more success and I've saved way more lives fucking around on YouTube and Twitch than I have in the lab, doing, multi-million-dollar, R1s and R4s and big grants and getting, my graduate and postdocs did really well for me, but there was just no comparison. It was like the time and the energy and the money we were spending in the lab just didn't add up to the impact that, I was experiencing online. And when I say save lives, I mean it. What we're doing right here, you wouldn't believe how many lives this can save. Now, biomedical scientists will say that, biomedical science can save lives. Well, I think the saying is something more like, a doctor can save lives one at a time, and a biomedical scientist can save lives hundreds of thousands at a time. Maybe if you invent penicillin or something. But what we're really doing, I found in the lab, is throwing away a lot of pipette tips. Oh man, the bags, the bio waste, all the pipette tips. You know, pipette tip touches one tube, you throw it away. Another tube. Look at that. You see that? Dr. Burns? That's my pipetta right there. You could tell that. You could tell that muscle movement has done a couple of tubes right there, right? All of the neuroscientists know the pipette hand. It's a thing. But anyway, those tubes, man. Bags and bags of tubes going out the door. How many lives were saved after all those tubes? None, but we did contribute some important information into journals and into scientific knowledge, and that stuff may abstract in an abstract way, go on to save lots of lives. But saving lives on the spot, there is nothing that can replace that feeling. So hey, check it out. It's Rivio. Tom Burns is like, lol. Tom Burns is like, this guy is I've done it. I've been through it all, and I've graduated from that. But I would like to go back. I want to circle back. So we learn in academia. We take all that knowledge and discipline and excellence in that field. In my case, I came out and started some companies, started working with people more directly at scale, at large scale, which really changed my life and changed so many lives. But I think now where you go from here is you got to bring it back. So you kind of step back and, you kind of have some perspective now after all the postdocs and after all the accomplishments and all that. But now how do we bring it back into academia and really tell that story and make it all make sense? That's what I want to do next. I don't know exactly what that story is going to be yet, but I think, doing some of these talks that I've done, I think it's becoming more clear. We got to bring it back. Gold Queen says, I'm currently working as a coach, so not directly teaching. My job is to point some directions for a learner and go and do some self-directed learning if they want to achieve their objectives. That's cool. That is a teacher should be a coach. It should be. I think that's brilliant. That's the way. And Rivio is here. It says you are live here also. Yeah, Rivio, we're using Psynaps Restream Tech. These are on the Psynaps servers. Everybody can use the Psynaps Restream servers. They are technology that's been scaled out to every region in the world. We have a worldwide Restream system. It's part of what I do. If you need a stream, I get you live. In fact, I've helped get people live today during this stream. While I was talking to you, I've been delivering keys and information for all those streamers using those systems to help them get live. And we've had some successful lives during this time. So there's people are streaming on my systems. If you guys are ever curious about, well, how many people do stream on your systems? Probably for the last 6 or 7 years, I've had people live on my servers in nearly every region, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year. There's never a time where my servers are not being used by streamers for their live stream, just like my live stream is live on my servers now. So it's not bad. I mean, it's small in comparison to big companies, but I would say it's large compared to most tech startups and most stream companies. So that's pretty cool, and I'm grateful and thankful for that. And guess who helped me do all that? You did. Not bullshitting you when I say that. You did. You helped push me, to make that happen. So how can I share that accomplishment with you? Lava says no cross-contamination. Oh, is that the pipette? The pipette hand there? Got my thumb's got a little bit of the carpal tunnel in there, from all the pipette. You got to put that pipette. You know what? Lava, I'm glad you said that. Cross-contamination. That's why I am so concerned about viruses and sickness and stuff, because I made viruses Dr. Burns. I don't know what you did on yours, but I had some retroviral gene delivery systems that I did in cell culture and also in animal models as well. And so we would clone various viruses. We would design various viral vectors and stuff for gene delivery for whatever gene we're testing. And we had this really nice model that came from Fred Gage's lab for studying stem cells. And my advisor, came from those original stem cell labs and brought that technology with her. So we were cooking up viruses all the time. We're doing it all the time. And I was training people how to make them. And I had covers on journals of these beautiful, GFP expressing neurons. And we published all that stuff. And so now comes, the pandemic, and I'm over here, a guy that's, made a lot of viruses stuff and viruses and stuff, and, understanding aseptic technique and avoiding contamination and kind of understanding how to touch things, how to clean things, how not to mishandle viruses and stuff. With that training during the pandemic, I'm over here like, putting my mask on, like, oh shit. Oh, we're fucked. Oh no. Nobody knows what to do. Everybody's touching stuff. They're sneezing all over the place. They're picking their butt. They're picking their nose. They're licking the doorknobs. Everybody's running around like nothing's wrong. And I'm over here like, oh, we're fucked. We are fucked. I see Kramit is here. What's up, Kramit? I'm over here like the aseptic technique person. I never had a contamination either. And you know what? One of my advisors called bullshit on me because I was in the making the viruses and all that stuff in the tissue culture room. It's a special room. You have to be clean. Just imagine, we're not like guys in suits or anything like that, but it's a very clean room. Maybe you've been in a room like that at your work. Intel has rooms like that, probably even more strict, where you have to be super clean and, you can't have dust falling on stuff. I don't think the tissue culture rooms were like that, but they were super clean, and everybody would always like have a contamination in their cells, but I never had one. And one time, one of the doctors came up to me and was like, have you ever had a contamination in there? Because everybody else has. We're trying to clean up all these contaminations. And I'm like, nope, all my cells are fine. I've never had one. And then she was like, you've never had one? I'm like, not once, not all the time I've been here. And then like, she never trusted me after that. I never had one. I was clean as fuck. I was good at cell culture. And they hated me because I was so good at it. Another reason I suffered during the pandemic, I was good at not spreading viruses. I was so good, other people hated me because I was that good. I didn't think I was good. I just cleaned up after myself. Just did it right. That's all. I see Byrock is here. Lava says the live view servers are killing it. Right. Well, I don't call them the live view servers. They're called the Psynaps servers. Live view servers are doing fine too. I'm pretty sure I have more uptime than live view servers though. I'm pretty sure I've got more uptime. Live view servers has gone down more times than mine have. Doesn't mean those are bad. It doesn't mean that. It just means that I've had people get pissed at me because they thought my servers were effing when live view servers were going down. That's all I mean by that. They envied you. I thought they were yours too. Live view servers? No, live view. It's a good question because some people don't realize how the live view servers work. I mean, you wouldn't unless you worked with them, but they have their own servers, and I put my servers at the same data centers as the live view servers so that they can talk to each other with low latency and high reliability. So basically, I put all my stuff. I kind of stack my stuff with live view servers, and that works fine. But they have their own software stacks, and they have their own, they manage their own servers, and sometimes their servers F, and they probably have a lot more people streaming on their servers than I do on mine. I'm sure their scale is, far higher. So it's not that their servers are bad. Their servers are probably better than mine. It's just their software stacks are probably more possibly used at a higher scale, and also used in a different way. There's like certain broadcast requirements for certain encoders. And so their software stacks are probably much more elaborate and complicated. And so they're probably more likely to fail anyway, compared to mine, which are very specific for what we do. But Dr. Burns says, could you give a summary on what your stream servers do? I thought YouTube, Twitch will let you stream on their servers. Right. Well, my servers, basically, I provide like RTMP and SRT servers, and I do compositing and encoding on the cloud. So if you go live like with a phone or with a live view backpack, and you want to have overlays and alerts, kind of like the overlays and alerts that I have when somebody subscribes or donates or follows the channel. And some of these overlays and elements are designed for viewer engagement, right? Isn't it fun? Like, I have fun with the viewer engagement. I like to do alerts with fire and explosions and stuff like that. Well, for many streamers who are pro streamers, and it's their, everyday job to build a community, these are like basic tools for earning revenue and building community on Twitch. So as a streamer, because I had experience with that, I looked around just like a scientist would, and I looked around and I said, what's missing from this industry? And what was missing was IRL streaming and the ability to do an IRL stream, but still keep viewer engagement, still have overlays, still have alerts, and allow the streamer to continue interacting with their viewers while they're outdoors. So right now I'm indoors, right? I have 3 computer screens here, which you can't see. And I have all the information I need to interact with Dr. Burns and Cryonic Blue and Lava and Kramit and Byrock and everybody that's here. And I can call them names and make fun of them. And also on YouTube. And if somebody subscribes, then we have a toast and there's lots of fire. Well, when we go outdoors, all of that changes. Now you don't have any of that stuff until I created this system, which was an original invention of mine that didn't exist before I made it. And I started providing it to everybody who wanted it and who needed it. So we, in a way, created IRL on Twitch. Yeah, it was the... I know this will sound rather bold because I think a lot of streamers were pushing IRL at the same time that I was. But I think, like they do in academia and in science, sometimes you will have the father of something, somebody whose accomplishments were so grand that they're recognized as being a father of that particular discipline. I would be the father, or at least, a co-father of IRL. And that's just my self-proclaimed thing from being in academics. You have the father of neuroscience, well, I would be the father of IRL if you're looking at it like that. But it's not, just like the father of neuroscience, it's not like one man or person just created the whole discipline. No, there's many people contributing to it. It's just there's kind of maybe one person who made some of the most significant advancements in that area, that happened to be recognized. We created this technology from nothing. It didn't exist. And we use science to do it. I sit here hungry and they run 2 ads for burgers. Cryonic Blue, for the record, I do not support the ads in the way Twitch runs them. And I will also note that streamers and viewers mostly like the ads. Every time I talk shit about the ads, somebody comes out and be like, oh, well, I made 30 grand off of Twitch ads last month. I like ads. I'm like, yeah, but when I stream, first of all, I'm not making 30 grand off of ads. Not on the amount of viewers that I have right now. So that's one thing. The other thing is streamers don't do streams like I do. Like I'm doing talks. I'm listening to what you're saying. Like you'll tell me stuff and I'll respond. You can't do that when there's ads playing. I can't talk to you and have a conversation with you. And then some Burger King ads start playing. It's an interruption. So I think it's just based on I'm frustrated with ads because it's because of the way I do content too. It doesn't work with me, with my style. Psynaps took us to Walmart. Oh, you remember the Walmart one? Was that the one where that weird lady was like, wanted to talk to the guys from Cyprus or something? Or is that the one where I ran into some weird people in the aisle? Anyway, the Walmart streams were weird. And the thing is, when I go to Walmart normally, now Walmart's weird anyway, because, you know, it's the whole Walmart meme. It's pretty true. There's a Walmart stereotype. But I have a Walmart just right down the road, so it's easy for me to go there to get stuff. So we would go there. Now, when I go there normally, nothing interesting happens. But when I'm streaming, something weird always happens. Like, people see me streaming and they want to be on the stream or something. But Tom says, thanks, it sounds very cool. Congrats and cheers. Cheers to you. It's America. It's all weird. You know, I know America seems weird if you're not from America, but I'm pretty sure everywhere is weird. Everywhere. People are weird. People are people. I don't think people are any different anywhere. There's different cultures. We grow up different. We grow up believing different things, speaking a different language, watching different TV shows. But I really am hard pressed to believe that anyone is so totally different. Pretty sure we're all the same. It's just a different package. It's a different flavor of food. It's different. It's a different language. The differences are very small. And anyway, the point of that is people are weird across the board. It's math. Is Walmart the cheapest supermarket in the US? I would say one of the cheapest. I think the thing about Walmart is Walmart's sales model is very diverse. So Walmart will provide many options for similar products. So you can many times buy expensive stuff or very cheap stuff. So if you're trying to buy cheap stuff, Walmart is definitely the place to do that. But if you want to buy nicer stuff, Walmart may also have that. However, if it starts getting into, something more specific, then there may be some other, boutique or something for that. But I think Walmart is just like, they're very diverse and include lots of cheap stuff included. So it's where you go for all your needs. You need an oil change? Walmart. You need groceries? Walmart. Chronic Blue says, in America, you eat burgers for breakfast with a Glock next to the plate. That's true. Speaking of guns, if you need guns, go to Walmart. You need ammo? Ammo's cheap. They got the cheap ones over there. Kramit's over on the YouTube side. Yo, what's it like over on the YouTube side, Kramit? See that? YouTube. We got the YouTube stream up. Oh, I think I'm not doing anything special with the bit rates. It's just going straight to Twitch and YouTube. What we could be doing, though, because YouTube supports higher bit rates, and many streamers are doing this for their restream strategy, you can stream like 1440p with like higher bit rates over on YouTube, and then have a second stream coming over to Twitch. And then you can use it. There's a little bit of a restream inception you can do here, because you can send the high stream to YouTube, and then you can send the regular stream, like the Twitch stream, to the Psynaps restream system. And then from there, bounce it to Twitch, Kick. If there's other ones you're streaming to, TikTok, then you can stream it to there. So it's kind of like a weird, kind of an abstract way to send streams all over. But people are doing that. We're doing that. I support it. My systems support it. You could do it with yours if you wanted, with your cloud server. You can. There's a plugin. You can do the YouTube stream high, and then do the Twitch and other streams, at the low bit rates. Slight delay, right? I didn't pick ultra low latency. I just picked low latency. So I'm not surprised. I must be drunk. I see 2 synapses. Oh, good. Well, I mean, it's Saturday night, early Sunday morning. So you're just right in the weekend. That's fine. Drink whiskey naked while burning a lot of old furniture. America. Fuck yeah. America. I want to buy eagles and guns, please. Sure, you can find that in America. Apparently, this is news to me, but apparently in the news, people were crossing the border and somebody was just giving them guns. I don't believe that, but that was in the news. Somebody was mad. They'd be like, yeah, there's like people coming into the country. They're not even supposed to be here. And Americans were giving them guns as they were crossing. And I was like, really? They must have been giving them guns for some other reason. People don't just give their guns away in America. I don't think. Well, maybe they do. Yeah, they probably do. People have given me guns before. So, yeah, they do. You can trade guns like baseball cards. Where I live. I'm not saying you should, or that I think you should. I don't think you should, really. If you do, I would be really careful. But if you wanted to, you could. You got to stay strapped when you go to Walmart. I don't think I've ever tried to take guns into Walmart, but I have seen other people have absolutely no problem open carrying in Walmart. Gold Queen says, which one is the rebel? Gold Queen. The rebel Synapse. We don't want a rebel Synapse, do we? You should think about this. You should really think about just... We don't want any kind of rebel or evil Synapse. I feel like good Synapse is the only one that should exist because the universe would be out of balance if there were an evil one. Here's the thing. I think evil Synapse would possibly take over the world. And because I've actually thought this out before, if I did global domination, which I'm not going to, but if I did, I want to be called Emperor Synapse. I'm not sure why. I thought about the different ways I might play it. I think Emperor would be best for world takeover Synapse. And I don't think you want that Synapse because I feel like I just might be able to do it. Although I don't want to do it. Like if I get really mad, if like I'm upset about something, I start thinking of myself as Emperor. Is that strange? I don't get mad very often though, but when I do, Emperor Synapse, not the guy you want. Is that a Star Wars reference? No, maybe influenced by Star Wars. It's not like I'm not like nerding out on Star Wars. I mean, literally. Could you be the person to take over the world? You yourself. Like, do you have it in you? Me? No. I'm a nice guy. I like peace, tranquility. I want people to get along because that's how smart people do it. Smart people don't have to fight because they come up with a solution, an alternative to fighting. But sometimes the dum-dums, make me realize that you can't reason with dum-dums. And that's when Emperor Synapse appears. I'm the Senate. Ugh. This is your fault for letting me drink Wild Turkey 101. Lava? What? You can be like Kim Jong-un? I think Kim Jong-un has been on the stream before, at least one or more times. We've had Kim Jong-un on the Psynaps stream. And get your dick blown off by your Navy. Wait a minute. Did that really happen to Kim Jong-un? Or is that just like a rumor? Kim Jong-un wishes that he had me on his board of evil people. I'm not an evil person, but if I was on the board, it wouldn't be good. Emperor Psynaps of Simethia. Crowning blue. Don't encourage that. Don't encourage the darkness. You must encourage me to the light. I'm old enough to remember Psynaps when he had long hair. Or wait, it's long again? It wasn't that long since I had really long hair. I mean, it's only been like, I don't know how long I've had short hair, but it couldn't have been like a year and a half ago that my hair was longer than my shoulders. It wasn't that long. And I know because I was looking through some old footage, just like some family pictures and stuff, because I was testing Topaz Video AI. Have you seen Topaz Video AI and Topaz Photo AI? It's a Photoshop plugin. Well, it's actually a standalone app, but it has a Photoshop plugin component. But the Topaz is a really nice denoiser and sharpener. And they started using AI, so it's got a little bit of a generative punch to it if you really push it. You know, it's like does sharpening and denoising based on, data sets and stuff. So anyway, I noticed how long my hair was when testing some of these apps earlier today. My MSN has got so much misinformation. What? Is that the Kim Jong-un stuff? I mean, I'm pretty sure Kim Jong-un has been here multiple times, at least somebody claiming to be Kim Jong-un. And I believe him because we would talk about Kim Jong-un all the time. Like, I'm sure Kim Jong-un just plays video games and watches Twitch. You know, you can tell because I also do network infrastructure and I've seen the DDoSes coming in on the West Coast. You know, probably just Kim Jong-un getting mad because he, wiped in World of Warcraft in Fortnite. So, and then he sent some DDoSes to San Francisco to the servers. So, and then we would talk about him and then he came and he talked to us a little bit. I even got a haircut just like Kim Jong-un. I went to the barber. I was streaming. I did it live. And I went to the barber shop down the road and I took a picture of me because one of you guys, I don't remember who it was, but one of you photoshopped my face onto Kim Jong-un's head. You know, Kim Jong-un has a funny haircut. It's like always all perfect. But they put my face on there with, his head's kind of round. So it looked super funny. And I took that to the barber and I said, can you do my hair? Because I had long hair. So I thought, I'm like an empty canvas. You could design my hair however, right? So I took that to the barber shop and I said, will somebody try to cut my hair like this guy? And then I showed him that. And there's maybe like 4 barbers in the barbershop. And 3 of them were like, I could tell the look on their face. They thought I was dumb. They thought I was probably an idiot or something for wanting to do that. And they saw I had a phone and they didn't understand that I was live. So, they were like, fuck this guy. And then one guy, he got it. He knew what I was doing. He knew I was trolling. And he's like, I'll do it. I was like, all right, he's going to do it. So he cut my hair like Kim Jong-un. I still have the pictures. And it looked just like it. I think he had to fix it because it looked a little too much like Kim Jong-un. Like he did it perfect. And then he faded it in so I didn't look so much like a dictator. So I could just go on and go outside in society without looking like Kim Jong-un. That was a good stream. I love that one. That was funny. Almost got kicked out of the barbershop. I like that barbershop. I'm glad they didn't kick me out. Have you seen his hair? I'm not kidding. His hair's like, I don't know who does his hair, but he's pretty particular about his hair. He's got quite a unique hairdo. Kim Jong-un stands in the fire and blames the healer. Yeah, he does. He's that guy for sure. Good call, Gold Queen. Yeah, Kim Jong-un is like he's like a warlock. Stands in the fire. Too lazy to get out. Then dies and blames the healer. Seen it a million times. There's always that guy. Kim Jong-un always asks for a summon instead of flying to raid. I could see it. I could see that. I'm going to try turning off this light. See if the stream still looks good if I turn this off. Because I have my lights on because I'm going to start. You can't see it, but there's a table back there. And I'm going to start bringing in the parts to build the computer. I don't think it's going to take me too long to build a computer because I've built so many of them, but it's a different case. Sometimes different cases, you don't expect to run into any issues, but I've not done this particular case, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see if I recognize the ins and outs and everything like that. I am using a new water cooler. In fact, I have it here. I'll pull it up since it's just right here. I haven't used this one before. Typically, I use the smaller 2-fan versions, but this new Intel I got, I think it's going to be quite a cooker. So I think if I want to get those cores firing at those overclocked speeds, my goal is to take advantage of the Intel's single thread, single core overclock speeds. It's pretty zippy. So I think I'm going to need the extra fans for that. So I got a big one. So there's a couple of things I'm doing that's slightly different. So I'm sure I will encounter some things when I build it, but I bet it doesn't take long. We'll try to do it fast. Could be a cooker. Kim Jong-un posts recount after every trash fight. Kim Jong-un abandons finished quest. What? Lava abandons finished quest? Who would do such a thing? What kind of savage would abandon a finished quest? That's absurd. All right, let me try the light thing. Oh, that is so much better. Oh, that is so much better on my face. I should have did that earlier. It's not as much light, so it's not gonna. Oh, what? Vape Lord is raiding? What? Vape Lord. What in the world gave you the idea, Rev Vape Lord, to send a raid this way? I really appreciate that. You guys remember Vape Lord. I think Shook has been over there and hung out and spent many hours over in Vape Lord's place. But that's awesome. Cheers. Can we raise up our glass and have a toast? Are you guys that are coming into the stream, are you like celebrating? Like what's going on? What was Vape Lord doing before you guys got here? I've got a Crown Royal glass. It's getting kind of low. What we did was we poured some Wild Turkey 101 in there. Now, I don't know if you guys down under have Wild Turkey 101, but it'll either put some hair on your balls or take off the hair from your balls. I don't know which one. Probably a little bit of both. It's a little bit strong. I don't think you're supposed to like drink it the way I'm drinking it, but let's do it anyway. To you guys, cheers. I see all the cheers in the chat, so let's have a toast. Cheers to you. Fish and Kiwi says drinking and cursing. Oh, good. Well, make yourself at home. That's fine. Just normal day drinking in Australia. All right. Well, yeah, you guys are welcome to have a cheers over here. I see MSM. I just want to see who's in here. Sheridan says having drinks, mate, and talking life and shit. Well, that's my kind of stream right there. I think I'm missing out. I needed to be with you guys over on Vape Stream. That's what it sounds like. DeSoto. And cheers, you guys. Red Vape Lord. Boy, mate. Very nice. So you guys are from where I am, Australia is 16 hours in the future. Just so we get our time zones calibrated. So I always lean on my Australia friends to, let me know what's happening, since you're in the future. You've already seen it. For me, it's 2:30 a.m. So it's pretty late. So it's still Saturday. If you're in Australia, it's probably like Monday or Tuesday. You get probably halfway through the week already. But we're still in the weekend over here. So that's why we're just chilling out, having a little drink over the weekend. It's 7:36 p.m. Okay. I'm drinking Canadian Club. Well, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're enjoying yourself. You know what? When I used to stream a lot more. This is actually a special stream that I'm doing. I don't stream too often, but when I did, we used to do cheers for every subscriber, every thing that would happen on the stream. So if it was a raid or a sub or a donation, I had to kind of peel back on, having a toast for follows that got a little bit out of hand. That's just part of the stream. That's part of the vibe here. So now that I'm not streaming as often, I'm definitely not drinking as much, but my viewers reminded me that we need to have a little celebration. So I poured some in my cup. So I've got some gin in case we want to make martinis. I've got some Wild Turkey 101, which is something I like to do over the holidays. That one's strong. Got to watch out with that. I think I've got a Knob Creek 100 proof. I don't know where all these high proof whiskeys are coming from, but this one's good. We may have a sip of that one. There's no beer. All that's gone. I drank all that. Oh, you're drinking gin martinis? Kendall Hill says, I used to drink Wild Turkey 101. That stuff is strong. Yeah, it's too strong. I think those kinds of whiskeys, I don't want to offend anybody. My apologies if you're offended. But with those kind of whiskeys, you can put a cube of ice, or if you want to be fancy and pretentious, you could drop a few drops of water in there, to open up the flavors. I'll just throw an ice cube in there, cool it down, and smooth it out a little bit. That's how I like to do them. Fancy. Knob Creek is a great place to shoot guns. DeSoto, are you a gun range enthusiast? What goes in a gin martini, mate? I'm not an expert on gin martinis, but the people who drink gin martinis are usually pretty particular. I think the gin martini is the traditional, the original martini, right? So the old way to do a proper gin martini, I think, is to stir it. You put it in a thing and you stir it with some ice, and the ice really brings out the flavor and cools it down a little bit. And that's your stirred martini. And then some people will put an olive or a lemon twist. And I think there's a few different variants of the gin martini. But the popular martini that most people know about is the 007 style martini. James Bond, in the old James Bond shows, he would say martini, vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. So the shaken martini, that's where you put it in the thing and you shake it with ice. Just shake the shit out of it, and it gets kind of fizzy, and you pour it into a martini glass over an olive, the palmetto olives or whatever they call them, or like a lemon or something like that. And those ones are good too. In fact, I think I like those better than gin martinis, but the proper martini is the gin martini, to my knowledge. So there you go. That's what I know. The 007 one, I like that one. Oh, and then there's the dirty martini. I don't think it's a good idea to get hooked on dirty martinis because I used to, the dirty martini is when you pour the olive juice into the martini. I know I skipped a couple of steps. Now I'm starting to remember all the different martinis now that I'm talking about it. But guys, the dirty martinis, that's just fucking gross. All right. If you want to be a man and you want to drink a dirty martini, you do your thing. You do you. That's fine. But the olive juice is it can get kind of funky, I think. Those are gross. Don't do that. I mean, if you have to, go ahead, but don't do that. Use a dirty glass. I've had a couple of dirty martinis before, and I remember enjoying them, but nowadays they gross me out. I can't do it. There's a Knob Creek gun range in the States. That I believe. I totally believe that. And that sounds interesting. If there's a Knob Creek gun range in the US, I would like to go there just so that I can say I did. I would do that. I would stream it too if they let me. Lava says just stir it with your D. I'm just thinking about the consequences of putting your D in a strong alcoholic beverage. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm sure somebody here maybe has done that. But I can tell you that I've never done that, nor do I intend to. I'm a little bit skeptical about trying something like that. I don't think that's I feel like you'd regret something like that. It might sting. Yeah. I have a feeling like you would do it just to do it. It's on your bucket list. You did it. You showed everybody you could do it. And then later you wish you didn't do it. I feel like it'd be something like that. Am I drinking the Knob Creek? I'm not drinking the Knob Creek. The Knob Creek is there, but I'm drinking the Wild Turkey 101, which is also a Kentucky style whiskey. I think they're both Kentucky whiskeys, but they definitely have a different taste to them. And I think the Knob Creek, that one is a little more expensive. So the Knob Creek 100 proof, I think that one is, that's one of their special versions. But the Wild Turkey, that one's pretty cheap, I think. That one you'll find on the bottom shelf, or at least the second to bottom shelf. But it's a very popular. It's like it's very well known, reputable whiskey. It's pretty tasty. It doesn't taste like a bottom shelf whiskey. That one's pretty good. Blanton's is the best sipping whiskey. I don't know if I've tried that one, but I would definitely try it. I love to try new whiskeys. Yeah, I think you could travel the world and never taste them all. And I talked to a guy who's a Scottish guy who knew a lot about Scotch, and he would always say to, try one that get one that that you like, and then get one that you don't know, and try a new one. And if you just do that, you could still probably never try them all. But you could find a different one. I like to rotate through different ones. That's why I have a few different flavors here, because I like to, I don't like to just stick with one. I like to try different ones. There's always one that will fit the occasion, I think. And I'm definitely not opposed to drinking a cheap ass whiskey. Have you ever seen the one? I think it's called like Old Granddads or something like that. It's always on the bottom. That one's always behind all the rest of them. It's like old granddad's, like this cheap shit whiskey, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's not terrible. It's still good. I don't know who drinks it, but I think we used to drink it in college. Really cheap one. Glenmore. Yeah, I definitely don't know all of them. But that's a fun thing, is that you can learn them and you can explore them. And I like talking to people who know, more than I do about it. I've known some guys who claim that they have like the taste palette for Scotch, where they can taste the sea salt from the ocean, because they'll distill right there, in Scotland, with the ocean breeze flowing over the distillery, and they can taste the salt from the sea. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, just give me some Scotch. I can't taste the fucking sea salt in there. Like do taste buds even, can they even do that? I believe you. If you tell me you can taste every little thing, I believe you. But my palate's not like that. It's not so precise. It's like, it's good whiskey, it's okay whiskey, or it's bad. I've got like 3 or 4 stages of taste buds for whiskey, and that's about it. But I definitely respect the art, and I respect the discipline and the excellence of distilling spirits and stuff. I like to try to understand the differences, but I don't think my tongue can do all that stuff. You have excellent taste. Buffalo Trace. Nice. Kendall Hill says hot damn is some cheap shit. Yeah, I prefer not to do the cheap stuff, but I am definitely not opposed to it. There are times and places where, a different drink is appropriate, right? So never be the person who only drinks, like I've had friends, they only drink the nicest, most expensive, beers, the micro brews and all this weird shit. They won't touch any other beer. It has to be, if it's cheap, they just won't even think about it. Same with like wines or whiskeys. And I say, open your mind a little bit. Like, don't lock yourself to one thing. Don't just drink Budweiser, all the time, and never drink, other styles of beer. Same with the spirits. Don't be an asshole about it. Just enjoy it. Enjoy life. There's no right way to do it. It's just whiskey. There's a whiskey in Australia called Teachers. It's like drinking tears and regret. Oh. I'll have one. Yeah. I have no idea what that tastes like, so I'll try it. Like Wine Pros. It tastes like a unicorn jumping over a rainbow on a misty morning. Yeah, like me, I don't have, like, my taste buds can't do that. So if you say so, I'll believe you. But to me, it's like, it's either good or it tastes like shit. It's like, I try to keep it simple. The sulfur aftertaste, right? If it's oxidized. Yeah, that'll happen. Whiskey does. There's so much stuff in whiskey in terms of like chemistry. Sometimes I think there's too much stuff. And sometimes once I have whiskey, I'll kind of rotate through it. I might switch to a clear spirit because sometimes my taste buds will get a little overwhelmed with all the stuff that's in whiskeys and scotches. Like sometimes there's so much taste in there. And then if you leave it out and it gets oxygen, then you can see like the precipitates and stuff, which is a common thing for whiskey. You'll see it gets cloudy and could have different tastes and stuff as it interacts with the environment. That's a little bit too much chemistry for me. If my whiskey is interacting with the environment, I'm probably going to switch to gin temporarily. That's where I have to draw the line. There's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, wait, hold on. We're getting some additional insight here. Oh wait, let me scroll up here. I don't want to miss any chats. I'm trying to read all the chats, but you guys are teaching me some stuff. It's your absolute favorite, says MSM. Says can't get Pappy, but it's made by the same people, I believe. And you'll love Blayton's, one of the best I ever had. And I used to collect all the different lids. Oh, that's cool. And doesn't Vape is a collector too, right? Because he's I've hung out with him when he's hanging out with the guys, and he's got a lot of cool stuff that he collects in his garage. I'm a bourbon person, not a Scotch fan, and it depends on the mood. And I'm looking for this one message. I think it's Darkness. It says teachers like bells for when you fucked your life up. Really? See, now I'm curious about that. Like, why is it that bad? Is it like super cheap? Is that what that means? Is it like low quality? It's like when shit hits the fan and you hit rock bottom, that's all you can get is teacher's whiskey. Is that what it is? I'm just like, I mean, that's funny. That's what that is. You tried Gentleman Jack? Yeah. Gentleman Jack. Yeah, I really can't talk too much trash about the different whiskeys, because I understand that a lot goes into the process of making whiskey and bourbon or Scotch. Same, very similar overlapping styles, and so much goes into it. You have to realize that just because you don't like it personally. There's somebody who does, and somebody who maybe has put their life into creating those. Okay, maybe that's going too far, but I think that's true. Because if you ever hear the guys that like the Scottish guys who are like really into their scotches and stuff, they'll just like talk about all this philosophy of brewing, and you have like these master brewer guys that are like respected. They're like generals of their trade. You guys are funny. I gotta come hang out with the Vape Lord crowd. I don't know how you guys tricked Vape Lord into raiding me, but that's cool that you did. Gin and grape juice is my favorite. All right, that actually sounds pretty good. Cinnamon Jack. You guys are just making me want to try everything. That one's coming from Cramit. It's got Cinnamon Jack. So those are the flavored ones. I do like to have a flavored one, but I can only do so much. Like the flavored whiskeys and spirits can be too much sometimes. Like the artificial taste of it. Like what's the one everybody drinks is like Fireball or whatever it's called. I used to like that, but then after you have a few of those, it's like after a while, it's like I can't drink that stuff anymore. Now it's gross. Is that a blanket? Yeah, I've got a blanket here. So this is like my gaming chair. But so in Australia, I know it's hot. I know it's the summer. I'm familiar with, like Earth's hemispheres. Australia is always the opposite of North America. Well, in North America right now, it's freezing. There's like these record storms, snow, wind, like cold. And so on my gaming chair here, I have some blankets, and it's comfortable, like, like comfortable to sit in. But if I feel like it's cold, I might grab a blankie right there. So it's ready to go. And I know there's no way you can imagine a blanket right now in Australia, because I was looking at the temperatures. There's this website that I look at, and I'll show you what it looks like really quick here. I know we're talking about booze and flavored stuff, but sir, please calm down. Says, so you're such a wimp. You never pick a side. You're a classic fence sitter. Sir, please calm down. Is you telling me that I'm a fence sitter? I'm trying to analyze the situation here, okay? And also, question, which fence was I sitting on just now? Like, I'm trying to imagine, like, what the fuck was I fence sitting? I just said I like all the booze. That's not fence sitting. You want me to like put my foot down and be like, fuck you, that's shit whiskey. I only like Knob Creek or something. Is that what you would rather me do? You don't. Okay, I'm just checking. I said I didn't like Fireball. You like Fireball. Here's the thing with Fireball. Here's why it grosses me out, because when you drink Fireball, usually what you do is you chug it. At least that's like what my friends were doing. Like they'd be like, okay, have a swig of Fireball, you know, it'll warm up your tummy or whatever, you know. And people just like chug that stuff. Like, gulp, 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 gulp. And that's what made it gross. It's like, maybe, yeah, too much for me. Too much. All of America's ice over. Yeah. It's because it's super sweet. That's the problem. The sweetness. That's the problem. It's too sweet. And if you drink too much sweet alcohol, that'll come back and bite you, right? Too much sugar in there. That'll make you sick, probably. I think that's the problem there. Fireball is sickening. Sickening. Yeah. I don't know what made me think of it. There's a couple of ones that are really bad. You know which one I don't like? And these are not popular opinions. I realize this is not popular. I don't like what's that stuff called? Jaeger. There's only a few that I really don't like. Jaeger's one of them. Everybody loves Jaeger. You know, it's a time where, you know, you can, you know, have shots of Jaeger at the bar. I don't know if that stuff is even happening in Australia, but in the US, like everybody likes it's like a tradition to go have some Jaeger. I don't know why. I think the stuff is gross. Honey whiskey. That sounds good. It was negative 60 in our country recently. Okay, so back to the weather. I will say that we had some people from Canada. Anybody from Canada here? The Canadians were saying it was negative 60. Is that you, Cryonic Blue? One of my buddies from Canada was saying negative 60, and that's Fahrenheit. Those are freedom units. You know, Australia doesn't talk in freedom units. That's just a US thing. But negative 60 Fahrenheit would be like what in Celsius? I don't think it matters. It's cold, really, really cold. And so there's this big cold thing coming in from the north. And we all got very cold. Fireball is better to mix with a dry and light cider. It's called a winter cider. Fat Jesus saves you. Fat Jesus saves you. That's funny. Actually, that sounds good. See, that seems like more reasonable. Like that seems like a reasonable way to drink it. I would try that. Ginger ale, not Coke. That sounds good. You're crying. Oh, you're in Sweden. So in Sweden, it's negative 60. So I did hear that Sweden was also getting this massive cold thing going on. So in the northern hemisphere, you have this cold going on. And then the southern hemisphere, you have these heat waves. I can't even imagine. I've seen these heat waves pass through Australia. And if you're in the US and you think it's hot, like in Arizona or Nevada or Southern California, you know, they even have in somewhere like in Southern California, Arizona, they have like Death Valley or something where it just gets really, really hot. That's just a normal day in some parts of Australia. It's just like, you know, we're over here talking about like record heat, and it's just like a normal day for the Aussies and 120 degree weather or whatever. So I don't know how you guys do it over there, but I hope you're able to stay cool. Honey bourbon whiskey. Yeah, sounds pretty good. You guys are making me want to try all this stuff. Bluebird honey is made from the finest mix of our 4-grain bourbon, straight rye, and American wheat whiskey. Blend in fresh, local wildflower honey And honey combines with the whiskey, creating a rich floral notes of honey. Wait, you're just reading that off of a bottle or something. That's the kind of shit they print on whiskey bottles when they start talking about floral notes and stuff. See, that's the stuff I can't taste. I can't be like, oh, that's a fine floral hint of whatever. And I'm like, are you shitting me? Do you really taste that? Do you really have that like perception? Or are you just making all that stuff up? I can't tell. Might try that one. Got fresh lemons. You can add a hint of mint leaf. That sounds good. Do you guys watch YouTubers that do like mixology and stuff like that? Like there's this one guy that I used to watch and he has like 10 million subscribers. Shit, what's his name? Man. I don't know, but he makes YouTube videos every day and it's always a different drink and he's always trying something different. So those are pretty good. Gold Queen says, I have floral notes. The floral note is a bee. What? What? Gold Queen. Lava says, cheers to all my 420 heads. You're going to take a dab? Oh, that's hardcore. Captain Morgan. That stuff was spot on. Aussies just make things refreshing because it's hot. Yeah. Let me show you this thing that I look at. You guys should try this. Check this out. Let me see if I can find it. I was playing video games earlier, but I just want to pull up my screen. If I can get it. See if I can find the browser. Yep. Monitor. I want to show you this weather. No, that's not even the one I want. It's this one. Windy.com. You guys know about this, right? This is sick. Okay. So this is where I live. Over in this southwestern part of the US. And let me find where it shows the temperature. Just so you can get a sense. And I don't know how to switch it into Celsius. It knows I'm in freedom units. So bear with the numbers. But there's a setting in there somewhere. Long story short, blue is very cold. Like these are the negative Fahrenheits. So this would be well into the negative Celsius. Because 32 degrees is 0 Celsius. So negative is negative. Then we go over here to the southern hemisphere. Australia is over here just cooking, just boiling in hot magma. Go to Western Australia. Isn't this website badass? This is windy.com. I love looking at this. I don't even care what the temperature is. I just like looking at this website. And there's one there, whatever that is. 111 over here in Willuna. I don't know what that is. Is that like some kind of desert or something? But Newman, 111, 113. That's pretty hot. I would say that's hot. I don't think it really. See, the thing that freaks me out about Australia heat is it's widespread. So, you know, in the US, there'll be a small area of a state that gets really, really hot traditionally. But this is just fucking the whole region over here. I don't know how this works. Australia is just in its own universe down here. And then what's happening to New Zealand? Oh, they're nice and cool. Nice and cool. Like a perfect outside temperature over here in Auckland. But for some reason, all the heat wants to focus right there. So let's see what you have to say about that. Fat Jesus, Fat Jesus, that's the name makes me, I can't say it without laughing. It says, yeah, it's wild. Cyclone is coming is coming too. 3 this year already. A cyclone. Where's the cyclones at? Does this thing trek cyclones? Oh, maybe if you look at the, I'm sure this got it in here somewhere. I don't know what that is. That's something with the water, some swells. Those are waves. See, look, I live in the desert. I don't know anything about waves or cyclones or anything. See with the wind. Maybe the wind will show some cyclones. Is this it right here? That looks like a cyclone right there. That's over by, where's this? Eastern Australia, northeastern. Yep. That's gotta be it right there. Do you guys get auroras? You know, the northern lights, but I guess it would be southern lights for you. There's a group of opal miners in Australia who do YouTube videos of their mining stuff, and they're in one of those deep red areas. Huh. That sounds cool. I'm in Victoria, Australia. Oh, Victoria, where? Where's Victoria? Do I know my geography? Is that... Oh, that's down here. Got it. Nailed it. We don't get as hot as the rest of Australia. Oh, it looks... Yeah, it looks fine over here. I noticed, yeah, southeastern Sydney and Victoria, it seems to not get like that. It's over here, way over here on the west side. They made a show about it. You guys have water. It's forming. So what's going to happen when it forms? Is it going to bring you some rain, or is it going to do cyclones in Australia fuck you up? Because I'm under the impression that everything in Australia will fuck you up if you don't watch out. So that cyclone doesn't look that bad, but maybe these people are about to get pissed on over here. Hopefully not you. High rain and wind. As a rule of thumb, I hear that New York's been hit with bad weather. 10 days later, I get a weaker version of it. What? New York. Oh, wait. You think that the weather in New York made it all the way over? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a weatherman. I just like looking at these cool maps. But I do know that there were some reports of some really bad storms in the U.S. and that it got really cold, lots of snow. So I'm in the southwest U.S., so it's kind of the desert over here. So I think maybe you could compare the southwest U.S. to maybe the western parts of Australia in terms of it's just hotter down here. I don't think it gets as hot as Australia, but I think maybe the West Coast, East Coast thing is maybe a little similar where it gets hot. So all of this crazy storms is on the East Coast. Go over here. Like, what is that? What the fuck is this? All that stuff going on there. So it looks like and all that bullshit. It's even all glitched out right here. This must be some crazy stuff going on right here. Look at that. It's a little black hole in the middle of the ocean right there. Trade wind. Hey, can we get some spices? No, only wind. I hate wind. I actually hate wind. It's annoying. Not like, if it's a little bit of wind, it's fine. It's not. I mean, how can you bitch about the wind? I mean, everybody has wind, but when wind is like continuous and it's like just windy for days on end, it just bugs the shit out of me. I don't like wind. It's the byproduct of a very active spot on the sun that's facing us right now. Don't get me started on the sun. You're going to try to get me to tell all of Ape Lord's viewers about blaming everything on the sun. I don't think this is the sun. But we did just have like a big conversation about how you could just blame stuff on the sun because no one knows how the sun works. Like the sun is always sending a bunch of shit at us, and all stuff is always running into Earth from the sun, and nobody knows where it's coming from or what it's doing. So I say, if something goes wrong, just blame the sun because no one can prove that it's not the sun's fault. It's just basic logic. It's like you can't prove it's not because of the sun because no one knows what all that shit's doing. So if there's like some weird cyclone in the middle of the ocean, it's probably because the fucking sun has been sending a bunch of bullshit, into the ocean. So there you go. You can't really, I mean, you can disagree with what I just said, but you can't prove me wrong is the thing. Doesn't mean I'm right. It just means I'm not wrong. The Earth is in its cycle. Obviously, you can tell I'm not an expert at this stuff, but it is fascinating, and we can have a toast to that. We can cheers to the sun if you want. Why not? But as the sun is in an active cycle, and our Earth is at its highest pivot point, so they go hand in hand. Lava, I mean, yeah, right. We can't technically say that correlation is causation. Just because two things are happening at the same time doesn't necessarily mean they're related. But they could be. And they probably are. I'm of the feeling that that we are affected by the weird stuff happening on the sun. And on the Earth. I think it's all one big system. We're all affected by it. Human bodies and brains and human hearts. Did you guys know that there are some relationships between solar activity and like blood pressure for some people, like in really northern parts of the Earth, like by the poles where there's more solar activity, like there's more effect from like solar winds and geomagnetic things. So they found correlations. There seems to be some relationship with that type of activity from the sun and human health. And I'm like, I want to like just like facepalm and be like, duh, the sun like is responsible for life on Earth. It's like, of course the sun is affecting humans. It's like you're looking at the sun and you're like, huh, I wonder if that has any effect on us. Like fucking facepalm. Of course it does. It's like without it, we would all just like go away. It affects us. Come on. All the people who get causation and correlation confused are going to die. I think everybody's going to die anyway, Gold Queen. Bottom line. Which is a very interesting point. Maybe we should all just be confused because that would be easier. Should we even try to understand what's going on the sun? Maybe not. Maybe we should just make more drinks. Maybe that is the correct way to do it. I know a full moon has an effect on people. Crazy time. Oh yeah, like werewolves, right? Full moon is when the werewolves come out. That's known. That's a known scientific fact, I think. Lava says, LMAO and smoke more bowls. Exactly. It's hard to argue with that, to be honest. The other website, so that one was windy.com. So check out windy.com. And then the other one, if you want to trip out, since everybody's tripping out right now, that one is windy.com. Lots of colors. You can see the wind. I think it's very pretty. And then the other one is, here's the other one I like to go to all the time, is the space weather. That one will trip you out. Watch out. Watch out on that one. The space weather people are kind of crazy. They're a little culty. I think they worship the sun or something, but that one will freak you out. And I'm interested in Australia too, because they have this crazy looking map over here. Let me try to find this one. And again, Australia is always like the wild card here, which I'm always trying to understand. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but I can show it. Oh, it just pops up. Okay, good. So this one, you can track the space weather, but there's this one map that shows the whole. It's not this one. Let's see, I'll just click on them because. Oh, it's not even this one. I think it's an aurora activity. So I think Cryonic and some of the guys that are, in the northern parts of the world, they probably just take this stuff for granted. They're always getting northern lights. Me, where I live, it's very rare. It almost never happens. Maybe once in a lifetime you'd see a aurora down south where I'm at. But I think Australia gets them every once in a while. Is it this one? No. There's one that actually shows every time the sun blows up, it shows a map of that. Oof, now that I'm looking for it, I can't find it. Oh well. It's KP. It's not that. Yeah, well, this one's pretty trippy. If you want to see a trippy one, look at this one called the Enlil Solar Wind Prediction. You might like this one, Gold Queen. This one is a simulation. Oh, look at that. You can actually, it simulates where the sun spooge is going to spooge you. And every time the sun blows up, it it sends a bunch of spooge out into space. And then this is kind of funny. These space weather people will be like, oh, it's going to hit Earth. They're like waiting for it. Like they're all excited. They're like, oh man, this one's coming. This is coming, the big one. And they're just like, they can't wait for it to. And I'm over here like, what the fuck are you talking about? I do not want sun explosions crashing into our planet and doing unknown things. And there's like all these people are just like, can't wait for the next like giant sun explosion to like smack into Earth and blow up our atmosphere and all this stuff. They're just like, they're just like praying for it to happen. I'm like, you don't know what you're asking for. Like, what the hell is that? What is that? That thing that's blowing up right there, coming towards us at like practically the speed of light, right? It's faster than a bullet. It's like a bunch of particles just spitting out there. But it's pretty cool to watch these simulations anyway. It's kind of cool. And you can see if it's about to crash into Earth or not. That one's cool. I'll just link it. Since I'm a nerd, yeah, we're getting kind of nerdy now, but it's about that time of night where it gets a little philosophical, I think. That simulation, it doesn't normally look like that. Something happened on the sun. I think it blew up again. But if you understand that stuff, tell me, because I'm always trying to understand. Neil, it's going to trigger some flat earthers there. Oh, really? Oh, is that a thing? Are the flat earthers going to come out if I start showing that simulations and stuff, or what? That's interesting. I don't know. I'm not trying to get you to join any cults or anything. I just think it's interesting. What I think is interesting is how little we know about this stuff, but we are good at, visualizing some of it. like weather, for example. I'm sometimes surprised at how much better weather forecasting has gotten. And so I'm not like a meteorologist. I've never really studied it, so I have no idea what's going on in that field of study. But it's pretty clear that we've gotten a heck of a lot better at forecasting many days into the future how weather is, going to change. And I still don't understand how they do that. I don't know if they're using AI or what kind of modeling they're doing to kind of understand weather systems and how they're going to spread and stuff. But obviously, you know that if you understand the rules and the variables, then you should be able to predict what's going to happen. Same with anything else, like sports or whatever. When you understand how it works, then you can predict what's going to happen. But the space stuff, people fuck that up all the time. Nobody has a clue about how that stuff works. So we draw these pretty simulations and stuff, but they're not always right. Like stuff just happens and then all the guys don't know what happened. So they'll make up something to try to make up why what happened instead of what they thought was going to happen in the first place. So it's top trolling. Flat Earthers love Sumera. So naming their wind and air after Anil is top trolling. So that sounds like some pretty top trolling. That's good stuff. Have you watched Graham Hannock and Randall Carson? Those names sound really familiar. I do not watch them, but I feel like I've heard those names before. Like, who are they? Are those either like sun people or flat earth people? Are those like YouTubers? I know there's like some big names out there and people will get all pissed, depending on who you're watching on YouTube. There's like experts. The YouTube experts will tell you everything you need to know about everything because somehow they figured it all out. Oh, they were on Joe Rogan. I've seen some Joe Rogan clips. I know who Joe Rogan is. I don't typically watch Joe Rogan because I kind of thought I had the impression that he was a moron or something for a while. But then I ended up seeing some of his clips when he had Elon Musk on. And his show's not bad. His show's actually pretty good. I mean, I don't really care about the kind of people that he has on. You got to realize who Joe Rogan is. He's got a show. He's got a big show. So he's going to troll. And he's going to have people on his show that are going to say some pretty spicy things. So I get it. And it's fine. And he does. He actually has some pretty interesting things there. But after he did the Elon Musk bits, I actually enjoyed Rogan more, but Elon Musk a lot less. Like I really felt like Elon Musk was really full of shit on those shows. Like he just would make up a bunch of shit, kind of like a kid would. Like a kid, kids will, when they don't understand stuff, they kind of make up stuff. And you can tell when you're an adult, especially when you know about the stuff that they're making shit up about. It's a common like thing that all people do when you're growing up and you're trying to become an expert. And sometimes you feel a little bit of pressure to just make stuff up, stuff that you don't really know or understand. Because you're just talking. So you have to train yourself not to do that. And I kind of feel like Elon Musk does that, but people like it. They like to pretend like he knows a lot of stuff. And I think he does. But on Joe Rogan, like, I don't know if he was smoking pot or whatever, but it was a bunch of, I felt like he was super full of shit on that show. So there's my Joe Rogan and Elon Musk analysis. Who cares? But that's how it struck me. Weather is hard to forecast. Taking off models from computers mainly. Yep. And then now we have AI. So I think like predictive modeling and stuff, I think is going to probably shift gears with AI. We're probably going to get a lot more information that we can deal with. I think the AI modeling is probably going to get pretty crazy, I'd imagine. I'm sure it already has. Flat earthers are a work of art. I love seeing their arguments. Best ones are the hollow. Oh, the hollow earth. I haven't seen the hollow earth. I mean, I've heard the jokes about it. I know the hollow earth. There's a meme. It's like hollow earth is the new flat earth. And I like that one. I think that's cool. I think the flat earth is that's a tough one. I think it's a hard sell, but the hollow earth, that one's much better. I like that one. Doesn't mean I believe it. Look, guys, you can't believe in stuff. Listen, here's how like conspiracy theories work. Okay. Here's what it is, in my opinion. Thinking outside the box is a good thing. You should do that. They don't teach that in school. That's something you got to kind of figure out on your own. Some people call it critical thinking. Thinking outside the box. That means, be creative and stuff. So conspiracy theories sometimes, or alternative thinking, is kind of creative in a way where it's like thinking outside the box. Good. Believing the conspiracy theories, and just because you're thinking outside the box and being creative and trying to be smart and stuff like that, all the good things. But then believing the conspiracy theories when you don't have much proof and you just want to believe it just because you're crazy, bad. Okay, thumbs down on that one. Thinking outside the box, good. Conspiracy theories, fun, interesting. Believing the conspiracy theories, bad, crazy, lunatics, do that kind of stuff. Do you see the where it switches? Do you see the part like one's up and one's down? That's the part that I think they're having a hard time with the flat earthers. They're headed the right direction. They're doing a good job. They're being creative, challenging the round earth theory. It's bold. It's good. Thinking outside the box. But then you start believing that the earth is flat, then it all goes wrong. Then now it's like, okay, like you have to disprove that the world is round. There's nothing wrong with that. You can use science and you can do that. You could be like, using physics and the dimensions of space and time to come up with a theory of why Earth seems round perceptually. Maybe it's flat in a different dimension. That would be creative. You could maybe even publish a scientific paper on that. Anyway, I'm just ranting now, but the hollow earth, I want to see what they got. Look, just bring me your case. Plead your case to me. Come and say, Psynaps, the earth is hollow, and I believe it because XYZ. And then I'll be like, interesting, creative, thinking outside the box. That's smart. Smart people do that kind of stuff. But then if you want to kick my ass because you think the earth is hollow and I don't, then you're just nuts. Yeah. QLD Zig says my job is thinking outside the box. Do you like it? Do you like my reasoning? I mean, it should be like okay reasoning. Like my reasoning should be like sound. Like, you don't have to like put all your eggs in the flat earth basket. You can flirt with alternative ideas and still be sane. You know what I mean? It's like, it's part of creative thinking. But you can't believe stuff. You can't just go around believing the earth is flat or round or anything else. You need to find evidence for it. Why do you think it's round? Why do you think it's flat? I don't know. It seems round. Is that good enough? Is that enough? Is the earth round just because it seems like it's round? It's good enough for most people. But you need facts. That's right. That's right. You need some facts. Darkness is my main. Oh, and I see Ali. Ali Ghost is up there too. I saw that chat. I was just ranting about all the, but I am reading your chats. Mooney says, I think it's pretty accurate analysis. Darkness says, my main conspiracy theory was about UAPs, as we see quite a few of those light balls where I live. and the triangles, but the triangles are U.S. tech. So the UAPs, what is that, like an unidentified aircraft? Is that like a UFO or something? That one I haven't kept up on, but I know there's like a whole thing, whole investigations going on with strange flying things in the sky. I'm not a pilot, so I can't really say that I've seen some flying shit. And if I did see some weird flying shit in the sky, I'll be completely honest. I would probably be thinking, I would be checking my own eyeballs at first, because that's just my personality. I'd be like, did you guys just see that UFO, or was that just me? And then everybody else is like, oh, it's just you, bro. I'd be like, oh, okay. I'm just nuts. Like, I'm willing to accept that we see things because this is our brain, right? I like neuroscience. It's like our brain does like a lot of weird stuff. Like if I saw some weird shit, I'd be like, whoa, maybe I just ate some mushrooms and I didn't know or something. I wouldn't like think there's UFOs. I would first think, what the fuck did I do wrong that I'm seeing UFOs in the sky? What did I do? Right? But that doesn't mean that there's not really UFOs, that I didn't really see it, right? I just would always like challenge perception. Because you know what the fact is, and you're not going to like this. This is an unpopular idea, or fact rather, that we are very sensitive to perception and stuff. Like we see things and hear things that sometimes are not completely accurate, or it's not about like seeing things that are not there. Sometimes it's about how you interpret what you did see. So you see something and then you might like interpret it. And that's just well known. It's just like people do that. You might be thinking, I don't do that. Of course we don't usually do stuff like that, but humans, man, people do shit like that. So when somebody comes in crying UFO, nobody believes them. And it's because we know people have fucked up a lot in claiming what they saw and they didn't see what they really saw. So you have to be skeptical and check. Now there's a saying out there that screenshot or it didn't happen. Have you heard that one? I think that's a good one, because people can say they saw something, but did they remember to take a screenshot? There needs to be some kind of evidence, because unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, our eyeballs and our earballs are not concrete evidence. They're just the best tools we have to understand what's going on around us. It's not like some people are fucking nuts, is what I'm trying to say. Let me just come out with it. All right. People can get really, really nutty when it comes to what they think they see and what they see and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that's you. It doesn't mean that's going to happen to you or me or anybody else. But it's what other people are going to think at first until you prove it to them. Screenshot or it didn't happen. Earth, round, case closed. Other planets are round. Well, okay, look. Zig, philosophically, since we're drinking whiskey and it's getting late, I'm not a flat earther, but I would like to encourage the flat earthers out there to like try to back up your story with some good evidence, because I do think everything I just told you, right, about our perception and how sometimes how we interpret information that's coming into our eyes can be variable depending on who you're talking to, right? Depending on the time of day, depending on how many whiskeys you've had, those little interpretations could be slightly different. We see all the planets as round. We understand, conservation of energy. We understand physics. All of to our best scientific understanding and knowledge, planets are round, and there's a reason why they're round. It's a favorable energetic state for a planet to be in. They're not flying all around like flat saucers. They're round, solid things. They bump into each other in predictable ways and stuff. So all of that is our understanding, and much more than that, of course, but just very generally, right? for discussion. And that's how it seems. So you would have to do a hell of a lot of work to prove otherwise, that planets are flat. But you could, in a really abstract way. I think you could mathematically come up with some weird ass algorithm that nobody understands that shows the Earth is flat. All right. If you can do that and explain the math to me, then I would be like, oh, like it's an abstract mathematical abstraction that you can take a round thing and understand it as a flat thing. It's not the most abstract thing that's happened in physics and math. You know, we can get very abstract and understand things. You know, we look at things we can't even see, like at molecular biology, look at chemistry. It's like there's things we can't see, but we have a abstract understanding of them. We can draw pictures of what conceptually they might look like an atom. You can't see atoms with your eyes, but you can, you know, abstract what one may look like in terms of forces and other things. So, same with flat Earth, but nobody seems to be that, the flat earthers don't seem to be that smart. They're not trying to prove their case. They're just trying to look crazy. Just prove it to me. I'll believe you if you can do it. You seen some lights? That's interesting. I've seen some weird lights do crazy movements in the sky. Oh, that's interesting. There was 5 of us, 2 split groups, same thing. Oh, you were pig hunting. Oh, that sounds fun. You were pig hunting and you saw it out there. Now, I don't think you're crazy when you say that. Like, I believe you. If you saw that and you said you saw that, I believe you 100%. I'm not going to make a judgment one way or the other. I've seen some weird shit in the sky. Like one time I thought I saw a UFO. Later to find out it was a weather balloon. Did you know that when they put up weather balloons, because people have never seen them before, they can look like, I don't know, they look shiny, weird objects in the sky. I thought we were, when I was younger, I thought we were witnessing something because there was a weird ass weather balloon in the sky. I was like, what the fuck is that? Now later come to find out that, you know, the weather people will launch them, and every time they launch them, there's like a million reports of UFOs. Like it freaks the fuck out of people, some of these weather balloons that they launch. So was it something like that? Obviously not. Like the ones that are really trippy are when you have the lights in the sky and they're moving fast, like faster than any modern aircraft could move, and they'll change direction and stuff. I know what it is. What did we say earlier? I told people that you could just blame the sun. What if it's this crazy shit here? Look at, because remember what I said? No one knows what this stuff means. No one understands like what's coming out of the sun, although it's just like the sun is continuously dumping shit in all directions of space, and then it runs into Earth. And we measure it, and then there's all those crazy people like, oh, the sun is exploding. I can't wait till it hits Earth. They're just like waiting for it. What if it's this stuff? What if there's some like phenomenons, unexplained shit going on, affecting our perception of the sky because it's coming from the sky? Did you know that when this stuff hits Earth, it changes the whole shape of our atmosphere? Like this is not just like stuff flying around space. Like it actually changes the shape of our magnetic field and our atmosphere and stuff. And it has like a measurable effect on everything. And then for the people who see the auroras, have you ever seen an aurora? I think they're scary. My wife thought I was just bullshitting when I told her I think auroras are scary, because when you look up, it's kind of like looking down into deep, deep water. You know how like when you look down into clear water and it's like, what's down there? It's kind of like it can give you a little anxiety. I mean, when you're used to water, you just get used to it. It doesn't bother you anymore, right? You get used to it. But think back when you were really young, and it's like there's a feeling of depth, kind of an unknown level of depth. And I think it has a little tingling feeling for some people. I get that feeling when I look up at the auroras, when I see like all that the lights like moving around really fast up there. It's like moving back and forth, and they kind of go up and down, and they're like miles and miles long. They're like huge oxidation of, energy being transferred in the atmosphere, and it's very energetic. That shit gives me that weird tingle of like deep water. I don't know why. It's just like, I think it's the power and the gravity of all of that energy doing stuff right above your head, and you have like no control over it. It's just like powers that are just much greater than anyone can control, that we're completely helpless to. That's the kind of feeling I get with that space stuff. But I bet some of these unidentified phenomenons flying around, it's probably this kind of shit. Probably these protons. Here's one people don't understand is no one can explain what solar protons do or why they happen. That's an interesting one to look at. You know what I should do, guys? I should start one of those crazy conspiracy theory YouTubes and just make a bunch of money and just say crazy shit, whether I believe it or not. Just rant all day long and make all the crazy people nuts. Tell them some crazy stuff, get them going. Do you think I could do that? I bet I could do that. Would you guys hate me if I did? I'd get bored doing that. I don't think I could do it, but fun idea. Lava says, we see in third dimension because of the hues of light reflecting off the surface, but we see circles that appear around. Zig says, I know what you're saying. The planets. Gold Queen says, why is there an unequal amount of matter and antimatter? I don't know. I don't even know how people measure antimatter. I can't even have an opinion on it because that's an interesting one. It's in front of us. We are no different than that surrounds us. And Zig says they moved quick up and down, left and right in all angles. Do you think it's that like solar stuff? I think it's like protons. Protons, like, it could be. I just want to blame the sun for everything. Like, if your dog doesn't come home, blame the sun. If something happens at work, blame the sun. What are you going to do? Take responsibility for it? No, blame the sun. No one knows what the hell the sun's doing. Can't prove the sun didn't do it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You don't have to believe me. You think I'm full of shit. But I'm not wrong. That's the tricky part. Chronic Blue says the government are stealing our protons. The government. Okay, so now the government's involved in the sun. Okay, good. Chronic, if I do my YouTube show, you're coming with me. I need stuff like that for the conspiracy theorists. Like, I'm weird, but I don't think I'm crazy enough to do a show like that without some help. I need some help. If I had some help, then I could do it. The particles flowing in could power the entire planet, but you try building a device to harness that, then patent it. Big oil would make you millionaire overnight. Yeah, that's right. Did you know that they wanted to... Hey, Kinteric is here. Yo, Kinteric, what's up? Did you know that there was a proposal for... And I think they're still trying to do it on some level. So global warming is a thing where temperatures are rising and the ecologists are worried about what rising temperatures could do to nature, right? We're not like getting into global warming or anything. That's just the general premise. We understand that temperatures are higher and that can have a effect on the ecosystem. Okay. So we're on the same page there. So somebody said, let's build a solar panel to shield Earth. All right. So you go out into space and you build a big array, I guess, of like a solar panel just to kind of dim the sun. So you're taking out some of the light and cooling down the Earth and just like minimizing the effect of the sun. And then I guess you maybe could also collect energy from it somehow or something too. I forget what that one was called, what that project was or the details, but I remember reading it and thinking that's crazy, and no one's going to try to do that. But that was the solution. I think that's a really bad idea. Okay, don't fuck with the sunlight, because we don't even understand how the sun works in the first place. If you go out there into space and then you try to block the sunlight from the Earth, we have no business doing that, because we don't even understand. We could barely wrap our heads around global warming and stuff. You think changing the entire temperature of the Earth is going to be a good thing? That's some end of the world shit right there. Have you seen the Why Flies on YouTube? It's a good show. No, I haven't seen that one, but I would like to check it out. But I think you're right. I think anything that could capture the energy. I mean, even the Earth itself. And here's another bit. This one was actually from Elon Musk on the Joe Rogan show. Elon Musk said that he came up with some weird thing where if you cover the entire desert with solar panels, you could power the entire world or something. And I was thinking to myself, like, just the way he said it just sounded so moronic. But I think the point is, what you don't want to do, what turns me off, is if you went and said and did the calculations for energy, and you went and said, if you cover Arizona with solar panels, you can power the world for 10 years or something. All right. That's a statement as if you know that would be the effect of solar panels covering a large area. The thing is, nobody knows that. You can do the calculation. That would be fun. That would be like graduate level physics. Actually, probably no, that's probably undergraduate level physics, like how many solar panels over which dimension of space would collect so much energy, and how much energy does the whole world consume, and so how many solar panels would it take to power the whole world? Like, that's elementary physics to do that. And the physicists are like that. They're hardcore motherfuckers. They'll make graduate students figure that, or undergraduates figure that shit out. That's just a Wednesday assignment. So Elon Musk comes out, talking numbers, and he's sure of it. He's sure he knows how many solar panels would power the whole world. I'm thinking to myself, that's some fucking bullshit. Like, don't say that publicly. Like, if you like physics, that's cool, but I don't know. But what is a more intelligent thing to say, I believe, is that there's a tremendous amount of energy coming from the sun that we could harness to power more things and reduce our reliance on other fuel. Because we want fuel for our trucks. We need to drive our trucks and run over stuff. So we have to save our fuel for them. We could be using solar panel to power all the other stuff instead of fossil fuels and stuff. I think that would be a way more intelligent way to say it, because if you go and try to calculate how many solar panels it would take to power the world, you're probably going to be wrong. You're not going to be able to understand all the variables. You're going to be wrong. It's just like, this is Synaps's thesis on how to not be wrong. All right. I can't tell you how to always be right, but I can at least tell you how not to be wrong. Don't be Elon Musk if you don't want to be wrong. They could do that with marking clouds, with cloud machines. What are cloud machines? Well, whilst I understand that proposal, the sun is big, like really big. Yeah, that's why it's a ridiculous proposal. It's too big, but would it work? I don't know. It would do something, that's for sure. Kinteric says, you cover anything, and with that amount of space, without light, then things die. That sounds like a repeat of the Dust Bowl. And that's a good point too. Some people argued that covering Earth with solar panels could be a bad idea, because Earth itself uses the energy from the sun. That's how we have weather, and that's how the planet has evolved, and that's how it is what it is today, because of the way the sun hits the ground, and the ground heats up, and the heat goes up into the atmosphere, and you have this system of energy. So Therefore, if you were to try to cover the ground with solar panels to capture the energy, now the energy is not heating up the ground and doing what it does. You could possibly fuck up the whole ecosystem by trying to capture all that energy, because that energy is supposed to heat up the air and the ground and stuff like that. And if you prevent the sun from doing what it normally does to the earth, obviously there would be some unforeseen consequences. What would happen? Nobody knows, but it could be bad, right? It could be bad on the order of, to the order of magnitude that we can't even comprehend. It could be very, very bad to do that. So I thought that was an interesting idea. So, because I like the idea, I said, like, just cover everything with solar panels. Like, problem solved, or we just made a new problem. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that I know, because then that would be bullshit. Australia Homes has a heap of solar power now with battery. It's a balance, Earth. Balance. That's the key. That's the key word right there. Balance. It's what we're fighting for. It takes energy to achieve balance. Balance is not free. It's expensive. Balance. Kinteric says, I'm going to start calling anyone that vapes cloud machines now. What is that, the cloud theory? You cover anything with that amount of space, without light, and things die. Particle physics has been my interest for years. It gets weird. Just realize how little we know. Right. Everything you learn, you find out, what's the saying? Every question you answer brings up 2 or 3 more questions. If you cover the Sahara with solar panels, you'd power the world, but you'd lose the Sahara and the heat and hurricane generation and the Atlantic Gulf Stream, and the list is endless. Right. Right. It would just go on. There's too many variables at play. I'm of the opinion that our understanding of those variables is limited, and it's a intellectual what would you say, like an intellectual challenge to try to come up with as many variables as you understand, right? That's one of the things that I remember when I studied physics, say calculus-based physics or whatever, and not for very long, but when I was there, I remember the physicists were very big on these types of questions, because they wanted to see how many variables you could compensate for, and it's endless. It really is. I think you could do the calculation and you could do a damn good job. You could be a damn good mathematician and physicist. And I think you could just easily be wrong, because you just, not everybody has the full list of variables and how they interact. You're just guessing, it's a good guess. Happy guess, fun guess. And another thing, it's hard to test too. So if you want to come up with a thesis on the Sahara Desert and how covering it with solar panels would affect global temperature, weather, or whatever, it's not something you could just go out and do. It's like, imagine a bunch of graduate students going and covering up the Sahara Desert, see what happens. It's not something you're going to be able to test. It's going to be a theory, and that's going to be it. I mean, in theories like that, you might be able to test it on a different scale, on a smaller scale. You might have like a model system for understanding solar energy, and you could do that in a lab, and it's maybe comparable in some way. But you can never really do that test. And I have a problem with big theories that you can't actually test. It's just a guess. The most you're going to do is publish a paper. You're not going to convince me. I like solar panels, though. I want to collect energy from the sun. I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like how hot the roof of my house gets in the summer. The sun is just pounding my house, just eating up the roof. You know, all those hours of hot sun. I'm thinking to myself, it's got to get some solar panels up there. You know, not just to collect energy from the sun, but actually to cool down the roof. That'll actually lead to less air conditioning, less cooling energy that's put into cooling, because your house is going to be cooler overall. Nobody said that when they were selling solar panels. How come nobody said that? People will be like, oh, be green. It's the right thing to do. Use less electricity, use more sun. You know, they'll tell you a bunch of stuff to sell you solar panels, but nobody ever says it'll cool your whole house down because the solar panels are eating up that sun and it's not hitting your roof. There's actually an air gap between the roof and the solar panels. It's shading your roof. Nobody sells solar panels for shade, but they could be. Hey, let's start a business. We could start a new business. Solar panel shading. I'm sure someone does it, but it's not like it's not the main thing they sell. Solar on the roof sounds like a good idea. The UV is high in Australia. Yeah. I can't imagine. We just saw those temperatures in Australia. You know, it's heating up down there. It's getting hot. It's all the sun, the UV, everything. Maybe AI will let us model it. I think so. But who said the AI understands all the variables? Hey, you guys saw my AI pictures? They came out all fucked up. Remember one time the horse was coming out of my shoulder, the horse head? It was like my face as a horse head. That's going to be your model. Lava, you understand the AI variables? I'm not going to argue with you. And I'm not going to argue that the AI is not going to be able to keep track of all the variables. I think the AI is going to be able to keep track of them better than we are. But we're going to be the ones feeding in the variables. It's like the AI is good, but it's not that good. Got to remember the AI, we make the AI. We make it. Doesn't make itself yet. The AI has only got as many variables as we can think of. And just imagine if the AI thought of more variables than you, could you believe it? Would you be capable of believing the AI? If it understood more than you did, how could you ever trust it? Because does it really understand, or does it just seem like it? Because your limited capacity wouldn't know. I think AI is dangerous. I think AI is as dangerous as everything else humans have fucked up, right? It's just like what we were saying earlier is, it's just like, we were talking about guns and drugs. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Same with drugs. It's like ketamine is a useful medical tool. You know, it can treat a lot of different things. But some people like to eat a whole tub of it and then inject some heroin and then snort some coke and then drink a bottle of Jack Daniels and then they fall asleep in the tub. It's like, did the drugs kill them or did they just, kill themselves? I think the same with AI. It's how we use it. I think it's how we choose to use it. Right now, anyway, until it becomes aware, like, what's the thing in Terminator? What was like the main database called when the thing came online, in Terminator? Like, unless it's that, pretty much all it is, it's Skynet. Yes, Skynet, of course. I was trying to think of it and I was dumb. I couldn't think of it. Skynet. Okay, until AI becomes Skynet, it's just a tool that we're using, and it's up to us not to shoot ourselves in the foot with it. Do you see what I mean? It's not scary as long as you got the safety on. If you understand it, you're not going to be afraid of it. You can use it like the tool that it is. If you don't understand it or you're an asshole, then it's probably going to be dangerous, and we probably should fear it. Just like you would fear a gun in the hand of the wrong person. We would also fear AI in the hands of the wrong person. I mean, look around. I'm in America. People carry guns. You go outside. They say that in America there's more guns than there are people, which means that people have more than one gun. I was about to say people aren't just shooting each other out there, but they kind of are. But there's many people who are responsible gun owners and gun carriers, and we trust them. Some of them want to be protectors. They want to be a protector, and they want to be responsible for gun ownership. And I believe them. There's that kind of personality. Every culture has it. Everybody has the sheepdog, the protector. And so those are good people that want to help us and protect our community. We're not afraid of them when they carry a gun, but there's other guys, bad guys that make guns very scary. AI, same thing. If a supervisor challenges your variables, just tell them it's data cleansing. Hardcore. Archer 2. Gold Queen's coming up with the hardcore. Facts. I own guns all my life, but where are you, Zig? Are you in Australia? Are you allowed to have guns in Australia? And coming in on the YouTube side, Lone Druid says, do you not agree that only law having guns, super strict gun laws would make the US a safer place like every other country? Do I not agree? I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think as a scientist and everything you've heard me say tonight, you could probably even predict how I would answer the question. I would say there's no way to know that. I think that other countries should be a good example of what it could be. But I think every country is a little bit different. So in the US, could you pull it off? Could you do the gun, abolish or make stricter laws and it'd be fine, like it is in other places. There's just no way to know that. There's hints, because other countries have done it successfully. So you can say it could go like that. But you can't say for sure. That's the problem. Because you can't test that. You can't do it. See, what I would want to do is I'd want to do it and then see. So what you do is you take Earth, right? Planet Earth as a system. You copy it and paste it, Control C, Control V, and then you have two Earths, right? One will be the control and the other one will be the experimental one. You make stricter gun laws on your experimental Earth, and then you leave the control Earth just doing what it normally does. And then you compare them, and then you copy and paste as many Earths as you need to answer those questions. Obviously, what I just said is not possible, but that's how science is done in a lab. You can't really have a control. The problem is you can't use New Zealand, for example, as a control for American gun laws. That's not going to happen. Some people will lobby that you can. Other people will say you can't. The fact is, they're two different places with two, we're not all that different. It's not like New Zealand or Australia or somewhere else is completely different than the US. I don't think that's true. We're all people. We're all assholes one way or another, just different flavors in different places. But do you see what I mean? And people are not satisfied with those kind of answers. Those kind of answers are pretty unpopular, I would think. But it's true, right? It's just a fact. You're not going to know the answer to that question. And it's going to show where you stand. It's like if you are pro Second Amendment, pro gun, then you're not going to say what I just said. You're going to say, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because X, Y, Z. You got to have guns. We know you got to have them. The father said we had them. We're going to have them. And, I'm just, not going to go through all the pro points for Second Amendment. I'm just going to say there's going to be a list of things that are going to say that's not going to work. Now you go to the anti-gun people and you ask that question. They're going to have an answer, and they're also not going to agree with my answer. They're going to say, yes, we can do it. You got to believe, look at this country, and this country. This is how it works. It already works. California, it works. Take away the guns. Make sure your gun laws. It helps. It's going to save lives. It's already saved lives. We already know it. It's not a question. It's not philosophical. It's demonstrated quite clearly in this place, and this place. And they're right. Both people are right. So then what are you going to do? What do I think you should do? I'm not going to take a stance. I'm going to do what, what's his name said earlier. I'm not sitting on the fence here. I'm just trying to analyze it, which I think everybody should try and do. Try and, think about it instead of just like picking a side and picking a team. Really think about it. And I'm going to say, there's not going to be a problem if you just stop being an asshole. Can you not control yourself for 5 seconds? Can you not fuck up? When you wake up in the morning, between the time you wake up in the morning and the time you fall asleep at night, can you not fuck something up during that time? That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say people need to take more responsibility. We wouldn't be discussing these kinds of topics if people could just stop being assholes. Doesn't it sound easy when I say it? Can you, from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, can you not fuck everything up in everybody else's day during that time? Can you manage that? If we can all just manage ourselves from the time we wake up to the time we go to sleep and not ruin everyone's life in between that time, I think we might be a little bit better off. No? Do you hate me because I said that? Sorry to change the subject on, gun control, but I'm just being logical here. I'm just trying to help people not kill each other with guns. Some people can't do that. They can't manage their day. They can't get through a day without fucking everybody else's life up around them. I'm just going to be thankful that I'm lucky that I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff when I wake up. My day is pretty chill. So much like the UK, Australia stopped gun ownership after a school shooting. So like the UK, gun deaths are negligible. Kinteric says, it's the individuals that cannot come up with an alternate solution and that want a resolution beneficial for both parties or that go full Han Solo and shoot first. Right. And I understand that there are situations where, and I know being an American I am pro gun ownership. I mean, I grew up in a small town where it was a small town. It's kind of a rural area out here in the desert. There was a hell of a lot of cowboys and a lot of people hunted, people were hunters. And so getting trained with guns and rifles, at least for the purpose of hunting, started at a very young age. Kids were given a gun and when they were old enough to hold one. And then they were taught hunter safety and how to handle it safely and, practice a lot, go hunting and bring home food and learn how to skin a deer and all that kind of stuff. So for me, it's not, I'm comfortable with the idea of gun ownership. It doesn't really scare me because I know that it could be done right. And like I described, families that are doing this with their kids and stuff, it's different. For them, they're not running into too many problems. So going through all that, I also understand the importance of personal safety and protection. People who want to conceal, carry, and stuff like that. We've seen that when bad guys pop out, they can just pop out of anywhere. Bad guy, just pop out. Then you got to shoot him. You know, that's how we train in the U.S. You know, we train to always be ready. Like bad guy could pop out of the around the corner at any time. Then you got to shoot him. You know, real fast. Practice your draw. You know, half a second. You know, 200 milliseconds, 0.2 seconds draw. The bad guy pops out. Got him. So we trained that way here. It's not uncommon. I'm sure you guys train the same way too. So there's that. And so it's hard to convince people that gun laws need to be stricter because we're used to that training for protection and self-protection and the ability to protect yourself and the people that you love in 0.2 seconds. You know, how are you going to take that away from people when they already have it? It's been given to them as a right. So I'm just trying to like show you the different sides. And then the other side says, well, okay, so, you know, you've learned to protect yourself and all that, and you have the right to bear arms. But it turns out that if we take all the guns away, less people are going to die from gun violence. So that's hard to argue too, because we want to save lives. If you could do one thing right now to save a whole bunch of lives, one of the things you could do is just take guns away. And you could save so many lives. Why would you not do that if you could? Well, for all the reasons that I said, other things I said, you just can't go and do that. But wouldn't it be the right thing to do? Yeah, it would. So it's hard to kind of reconcile all of that stuff. Money is the root of all evil. Farmers have guns. Darkness. Here, farmers have guns, and you can join a gun club, but very few individuals own a gun. That's interesting. You should see. I live by a gun store. See, go in there, it's like packed. It's packed. There's just guns flying off the shelf at every local gun store in the US. I mean, I am talking... You go in there. I don't know if you guys have seen, if you're in a place where guns are not that popular, and gun ownership is not that popular, just imagine. You go into the barber shop, there's a few people in there. You go into the pizza shop, there's a couple people. You go into the electronics store, a few people. Best Buy, Walmart, there's a lot more people. Go to a gun store, packed every day on the weekend, and just packed. Guns all over the wall. They're just coming out. Flying out the door. That's how it is here where I live anyway. It's kind of crazy. People are scared of that. They want to stop it. I went in there to get some little some stuff for the range, and it's like AR-15s just flying off the wall. It's like, I'm like, what are these people? What are all these people doing? They're not going shooting at the range. It's definitely not this many people hunting. What do they do? They're just collecting them. Like there's some people that just have a house full of guns or something. I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Queensland in Australia. So you're a wild game harvester for 10 years. Roos and pigs. I do like watching YouTube videos of hunting pigs. I've seen some people do some crazy shit to pigs. I do like the pig hunting videos. Have you seen the one where they go in the helicopter with the machine guns? They try to get all the pigs kind of huddled into one area, and then they go up in the helicopter and it freaks all the pigs out. So they all start running, and there's a guy just the pigs are just blowing up. I've seen a couple of videos like that. I know it sounds, it sounds kind of gross, but here's the thing. You can't not click on those videos. Like you just can't, you just click on it and then you watch pigs fly. It didn't bother me too much because they're pigs. I think if you understand pigs, it doesn't bother you. If you think about them like cuddly, nice animals, then it seems a little bit kind of barbaric. But if you have ever known a pig, then it's not so bad. Those kinds of pigs, anyway. What is bad is there are times where you need one, and times where you don't, and the gray area is very large. Oh yeah, what's the thing? It's good to have one and not need it, than to need one and not have it. That's what they say, I think. Human's gonna human. I like that one. Cold Queen. Correct. Human's gonna human. I think that covers just about everything. I think you nailed it there. Kinteric says there needs to be an 11th commandment. Thou shalt not be a dickhead. Yeah, just stop being an asshole. Boys and girls. Like, bravo. You're good at being an asshole. Congratulations. Just like everybody else. Everybody can be an asshole. You're not anything special. If you are the biggest asshole in the room, you didn't win anything. There was a game we played in college. I remember. What I just said made me remember. I had a game in college because I lived in a dorm room, 4 guys. I got lucky because they made a new dorm room at the university. They made a new building, and it was the one with a kitchen. They're the nicer ones, the less prison-y. They had the kitchen in the small living room, very small, and then 4 rooms. So each person had their own room. So 4 dudes. Now, many of you may or may not have lived with 3 other guys before. And in a dorm room, there's young men, lots of drinking, college, girls. You can probably imagine what it would be like. Well, anyway, we had a game. I think I made this game up because guys compete, right? When you live with other guys, you're competing for everything. Doesn't matter what it is. It's like competing for dominance. It's just built in. It's just like it's just like testosterone. It's just going to happen. One male will be the alpha, but it can switch at any time. The smallest thing could turn the tables of who's the, what I call the bigger asshole. So there was a game in my dorm room called Who's the Bigger Asshole? And basically, because I was studying psychology, so I was kind of aware of what we were doing as we were fighting for dominance, and it was who's a bigger asshole, and you're just the bigger asshole no matter what it is. If it's washing dishes, you're the bigger asshole. You become alpha. It's like, is it having friends over, having girls over? Doesn't matter what it is. It's like, who's cleaning the bathroom? It's like, whatever it is. If you're the bigger asshole, you become like dominant in that small space a little bit. So it's just a competition for who's the bigger asshole. But here's the thing. That's college stuff. That's like 4 dudes living in a dorm room. It's like when you're actually trying to like get stuff done, you can't just run around being an asshole all the time. And who the fuck cares who's alpha or not? Looking back in college, it didn't really matter who it was. You know who it was. I mean, it was me. I crushed my college roommates. Like I just, I crushed them. Of course, I had to be. But what did I win? I won nothing. I won being the bigger asshole, but I got nothing in return. So same thing. In Australia, there was is because of a shooting at a place called Port Arthur in Tasmania. And I taught my nephew how to shoot gun safely, and he shoots great. Shooting is in the breathing, right? Oh yeah, and then it's an art, so you can train. I do marksmanship is actually a lot of fun. You can practice marksmanship with a rifle, with a pistol, with a bow and arrow. Like archery. I think it's a good pastime. Like I think. Marksmanship is it's important for survival too, because you can hunt, right? You can, take food from the environment. So marksmanship is not a bad thing. Just watch where you point that thing. Don't point at people. I teach my kids. Even toy guns. Here's an interesting one. What do you think about this? I tell my kids never to point a gun at another person. I tell them why too, because that's part of the rules of gun safety is you don't point at something you don't intend to destroy, right? And I teach them that. But it also applies to toy guns. And that's tough for kids because, kids like to shoot. They like to, play with toy guns and shoot at each other, pew, pew, pew. It's just something little boys like to do, I think. They do. They really do. Like, and if they don't have a toy gun, they'll use a stick. Like kids, they just want to play guns for some reason, They'll even use a stick and point it at someone. So my rule is you don't point. And my hope is that will prevent accidents, because they are growing up in a place where, there's potentially a high density of firearms anywhere. And so, it's always in their mind, don't point at something you don't intend to destroy. Maybe more people should have learned that. I don't know. Lone Druid says in the UK, farmers have to apply for a license just to own a shotgun for pheasant hunting. 70% of hunters here hunt with air rifles, which even some require licenses. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot different. And that's definitely way different than the US. But here's something that is true that I think a lot of Americans would have a hard time with. Air rifles nowadays are pretty badass. Have you seen some of these crazy air guns? I mean, they're sending out, some pretty big projectiles at very high speeds. Could easily be just as powerful as a rimfire style cartridge. And you can most certainly hunt with them. It's probably even better. They're less noisy. It doesn't require, as much. So, I get it. Like, if you could just use an air rifle, then just use that, I guess. But if you live in the US, that's not going to fly. I mean, people in the US it's funny how people's attitudes are in the US. It's like, AR-15 chambered in 5.56 is not enough. It's not big enough, not powerful enough. Some guys will be like, I just want to let you know that an AR-15 chambered in 5.56 is not good for home defense because the 5.56 bullet's too small. You need something much bigger. I'm thinking to myself, so if I can't protect myself with the same cartridge that U.S. military and UK military use, NATO, then what's the point? It's like, what do I need, a tank? If a 5.56, guys know what I'm saying? It's not big enough for home defense. Like, have you ever seen an AR-15 being fired? It's like the concussion alone from it will make you think twice. Fort Liberty. If you're safe and of sound mental health and mindful of the fact that life should be preserved, then you should be able to carry. That's reasonable. That's absolutely reasonable. I trust people who've got their head on straight, who are carrying a firearm. I personally think it's okay. And maybe even I feel safer knowing that someone of right mental capacity, mental health and mindful for preservation of life, should not be a problem. That should be true because that's been true. You probably know people who carry firearms. You're not worried about them running around shooting people. In fact, those are the people who may protect you from people who are not of a right mindful attitude. So that makes sense. That adds up. It's just hard. Well, the part I think where it breaks down is what constitutes a right, someone in their right mind. That's the controversy. That's the hard part to detect. So if the person is a reasonable person and wants to preserve life, then check. That's good. But it doesn't always work out that way. And the people you think are of right mind turn out to not be responsible gun owners and do not value preserving life. And then it's bad. And then you have a bad guy or a good guy that turns into a bad guy or something. And then you can't really detect the flip. So that's, I think, the controversy. That's where people are arguing. They're like, okay, so how do you do that? And some people say, well, you can't do it, or I don't know. In the US, you don't really have to. I think in the US, as long as you've not been convicted of a felony and you don't have, and you're not, diagnosed crazy. And I'm using the word crazy here because that's not a proper mental health term. That's offensive to many, but that is actually what they ask you. If you go into the gun store to buy a gun, there's a form that you have to fill out that will, there's a little background check or something nowadays that you got to do. But to take a gun home, you don't have to do anything. You just have to go in there, answer a few questions. One of the questions is if you have had any mental health issues, but that's not how they say it. They basically say, are you crazy? And you answer no. You say, no, I'm not crazy. Even if you were, if you say no, they check the box and then you're good. And then if you don't have any felonies, they check those boxes too. And then that's good. Then you take your guns home. Doesn't matter how big they are. It doesn't matter what kind of gun it is. Could be a military style. And you get to go home with it just like that. So that's the problem. So there's no way to confirm that the person is not crazy. Everybody gets one, and that's just how it is. Kinteric says, making things blow up is always fun until you blow something up you didn't want to. Ask the ER on the 4th of July. Yeah, that's funny, but not funny. Respect that point of view, but it seems half the population of any country are assholes. I like that. I like how you say the population of any country, because I don't think it's any one country. I think every country is competing to be the bigger asshole, but I don't think there's any one country that's more asshole than others. I think everybody's got their fair share of assholes. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Pro shooters would headshot for human consummation, ruse and pigs. For human consumption, sorry. Right. Yep. Ruse and pigs. Makes you guys feel like hunting. I think. In the UK, we all have air rifles here. I have one for pest control. It's definitely a more reasonable choice for pest control. I think maybe a small caliber would do the job as well. I think teaching kids the responsibility of using guns is smart. Teaches a good habits right off the bat. Right, you got to start them young with the right attitude, because then later on in life it won't be hard for them to to do the right thing, when it comes to being responsible. I think what happens is if you don't train kids and you kind of keep them away from that, they're going to make up their own mind, or somebody else is going to make up their mind for them. And later down the road, it might be harder for them to practice gun safety the way they're supposed to. So if you start them young and you kind of, put the rules in their mind early on, theoretically, they should grow up and not have a hard time being a reasonable individual. That's kind of how I think of it. I don't let my kids play with guns or anything. And where I live, I'm in the city. We're not doing any hunting around here. But I still teach the rules of safety, because, my kids could encounter guns anywhere. Anybody's kids could. And so kind of understanding what to do, I think, with them is important. And also, as we've seen too, kind of understanding them and feeling more comfortable, like understanding them, I think is important, because what I see is a lot of people don't understand. They are afraid of very strange things. Being afraid of guns is not a bad thing. You probably should be. Everybody should be. They have the potential for a lot of destruction and loss of life. So you should be concerned, but you shouldn't fear like weird things or have weird expectations about what they are or what they do. And I've seen some people kind of say things that shows you that they really don't understand. So I think the understanding is important too, just for survival purposes, just to so you know what to do if you encounter something. You're not way out there in left field. Just basic education, right? Same thing applies to anything. It's the more you know about something, the more you're able to control it. I do like BB guns. I had air rifles when I was little. I got shot by an air rifle. My friend shot me right in the eye. I still have a BB in my head. Got a metal implant. Yeah, my buddy shot me right in the face. He pointed a gun at me and took the safety off and fired the weapon right at my face. Because I had it on safety, handed it to my friend. He thought he was putting it on safety, but he took the safety off, pointed it, shot it. I have a BB right in my head when I was little. Still have it in there. So, again, teach your kids, don't point. If that person's dad would have taught them not to point, no matter what, that would have never happened to me. Don't point, even if you think it's not loaded. You always handle it as if it is loaded. You assume that it is. You sprayed a potato gun with to hold more pressure, but we loaded golf balls and then shot it at the back of a hotel wall, and holy crap, we were dodging golf balls. You know what? That sounds pretty dangerous. Get Derek. Yep. I definitely would not want to be anywhere around you guys while you're doing that. Or at least if I have proper cover, at least, I mean, I would like to see it, but I wouldn't want to be dodging those balls, because if one hits you, holy shit, golf balls you do not want to be hit by a golf ball. I played golf. Pretty sure that hurts a lot. Dad is sane, responsible, then the goth emotional son knows where the spare key to the cabinet is, and that was a prelude to a school shooting. Right, there's that too, and that's weird too. I don't even really want to try to have opinions on other people's families or where they went wrong, but that seems to be the case, I think, sometimes where, the family seems okay, but then the kid is going through something, having a tough time, and then there's sometimes they'll present some signs of, and they're looking for that. I know that happens a lot in the US. I mean, I'm sure other places in the world too. I mean, school shootings don't only happen in the US. I think people thought that that largely, I think maybe predominantly it's happening in the US just because kids have more access to guns, but I'm pretty sure that kind of stuff's happening everywhere. And but correct me if I'm wrong. There'll be signs. There'll be, a kid will kind of present some strange language or drawings, or maybe suggest to other friends suggestions of violence or something. And so I know the FBI is tracking those kinds of things. And apparently they're able to stop a lot of that kind of stuff before it happens by trying to intervene early. At least that's what they say. That's what you would want to say if you were the FBI. You would want to say, oh yeah, we track all this stuff and we stop 1 million school shootings because we see the signs and we stop them. But I do believe that they're studying that kind of stuff. I don't know how effective they're stopping it. But, yeah, when kids start, drawing disturbing pictures and stuff, I guess it's time to have a talk with them. You don't want to be like the parent who like doesn't realize that things could go wrong. And then they also say that some kids, when intervened properly, when they detect that kind of stuff and they're able to kind of catch them before it's too late, that they have positive outcomes. They're able to kind of coach them through getting through that time of their life, and they don't grow up to be the trench coat kids after that. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard. I heard that recently. There were some positive reports about that kind of stuff, but I can't confirm any of that. I wish we had more access to mental health programs and healthcare. I was a caseworker. For Salvation Army a lifetime ago. Access to mental health programs. I know a lot of people need it. I know the people that have, the people that are fucking up the most, typically are, struggling with mental health issues. And that's just a hard thing to deal with because there's no perfect way to deal with that kind of stuff. The emo kids come from a good family, but school bullying is a thing. Yeah. Had police do a gun check and then ask the wife if she got a key to the gun safe. Tried to catch her out. She hasn't got a lick. Mental health is growing in Australia. Help. No. Sorry to hear that, but that's something I just can't. It's really hard for me to speak on that. I just don't know what to say when it comes to the mental health stuff. I really don't. I really wish I could say something wise or at least try, but that one is just that one is so tough because there are so many people that just do not have their head screwed on straight. Maybe by no doing of their own, maybe biological, maybe environmental, all of the different things. There's so many different things. Can't blame it on one thing or the other. Just like some people are, it's health. Mental health is just like, physical health. Some people just have a lot of health problems. They've had a lifetime of health problems. Some of you here, maybe struggling with various, conditions. Not anything specific. I'm not suggesting anything specific, but it's just common, that people, are in all different levels of health. Some people very, very healthy, very fortunate, lucky. Other people, suffering a lot. And so our healthcare system is designed to help people with that kind of stuff. But, when it comes to mental health, that one is so hard. It's just different. It's like a lot of people don't want help, right? A lot of people that are suffering from mental health problems don't need help. And even the ones who do can't get it. I think it's tough. It's sad. I think it's that one's a tough one for me because I can't imagine. Like, I can tell people to stop being assholes. I can be like, look, stop fucking up, and we can help people and we can teach people how to do the right thing. But when it comes to like being sick, truly sick, it's like there's nothing you can say. It's just like, what do you do? That one is a tough one. "70 years ago, I developed PTSD. The system in place to help are pathetic. My family got me through the worst of it." Well, that's a long time. That's a long time to be dealing with that. But I hope that after all this time, you found some peace. And here's one. We talked about this earlier, relating to PTSD. What do you think about psilocybin and microdosing hallucinogens for PTSD, anxiety, depression. I'm for it. I think people should explore because I've heard that, that it works. And it's people with PTSD that are just saying, holy shit, my mind is just like a little bit more at rest with, and the other one was, what's it called? MDMA for PTSD was apparently supposed to be really good. It's kind of calm the nerves a little bit. At least out in the open now. I had a few mates suicide. Oh, right. Right. And then there's that one too. Yep. Yep. I'm just going to advise people, first of all, there's no way I can say this and without sounding like an asshole, but I just want to say, like, for the people who are, doing suicide, I've been affected by suicide myself, like, in my family. But for the people doing suicide, don't run around shooting everybody else and killing everybody else before you kill yourself. Right? First of all, don't kill yourself. But if you do, don't make the choice for other people as well. Okay, that's my TED talk for that one. That one's the one that really pisses me off. When people do like a murder suicide, that one's fucked up. It's a whole level of asshole I'll never understand. They do say it helps PTSD, but I have a fear of losing control. I was 55 before I took a bit of weed for my back, so I don't know. I've had drug free. Okay, so yeah, if you're not comfortable with the drugs, and then also it's different too. I think it's different when you're older. But you know what? For that particular thing, like I would never suggest somebody do that drug if you're not comfortable or you fear that you might lose control. I don't think that's a good place to be in mentally to go and to do that. But the good news is it's actually older people who seem to be liking it the most, that are benefiting from it the most. And it's, older people, for whatever reason. I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's just the state of, the condition, it changes over time or something, but, that's a good news to look out for. And then the other thing is, at least in the US, the clinics who are experimenting with those kinds of drugs like psychedelics for the treatment of PTSD or anxiety or depression, or, some situations where other medicines are not working, other treatments are not working as well. They do it in a controlled way. So you go in and they sit you down and, they're with you while they do it. So in that kind of environment, I think it's okay. I don't think you have to worry about losing control and stuff. And the microdosing is very low. So it's not going to make you freak out. Okay. It's not like going to be like in the 70s where somebody dumps a whole sheet of LSD into the Kool-Aid or whatever, into the cookies. And then you just freak out and, jump off the roof because you think you're a bird or however that goes. It's not that at all. It's just not. I think that's a misconception people have about it. I don't think it's going to have that effect. I think the effect it would have is you're either feeling better or you're not. I don't think you're going to be tripping balls on microdosing. I think it's more of like just a different beat to your mood. I think it's just, I think it just kind of switches gears in the brain a little bit, just like, you just need that little push to get whatever it is, get to the next spot in your mind. But Uther Tech is on the YouTube side. It says, been years and years since I've seen a stream of yours, and now it pops up on my YouTube homepage. Well, first of all, Uther, if you're still here, I apologize for contaminating your YouTube homepage with my silly streams, first of all. And secondly, thank you for the comment and for checking it out. Please, don't don't report me for being ugly or anything like that. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully we can do a stream. Hopefully I'll do some more streams. Darkness says, I've read that about older people too. Maybe we're more grounded through experience. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. I think it's like those certain situations where other stuff is not working. And you know what? I like the idea of the microdosing thing. If it works, I like it because I think pharmaceutical drugs can be dirty. You know, over time, there's side effects. They stop working. It's just, we make these drugs. We're always coming out with new ones. The old ones, you know, like drug design is technology in a way. And we're not good at a lot of it, especially when it comes to like the mental health things. I don't think there's, you know, so the drugs that are out there are kind of nasty. You know, they come with a bunch of side effects and there's no perfect solution to fixing some of these things. And then people will go through lots of different kinds and then they'll be on them for a long time. Are they working? Are they not working? And I am familiar with, you know, some of the struggles that people go through when it comes to treatments. They're not great. Or they don't work for everybody or whatever. So the microdosing thing I like because if it works, you're getting around all of that bullshit, all the side effects from pharmaceutical drugs, you know, some of the nastier, more aggressive drugs that are doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. I don't think anything bad happened from some people consuming a little bit of psilocybin. It's just a mushroom, you know, it's like everything else. Don't eat too much. I don't think it's going to fuck up your dick and some of the things that some of the other drugs do. So, yeah, that kind of stuff. I'm for it. Kinteric says, when you do something like that, it's good to have a trusted guide. Right. That's right. The guide. And that goes way back, I think, to like Tim Leary, you know, where they'd have guided trips with the celebrities, sit them in a room, calm them down, you know, kind of like how I'm talking to you guys now. We're just chill. We're hanging out. You must be relaxed if you're still here. You know, I probably pissed off half of all the people already. They're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? But if you're still here, you're relaxed for one reason or another. And that's what it was. It was like, you know, you just kind of get comfortable, be around people you trust. Then you do a bunch of drugs, play them some music, comfort them if they're freaking out. Right. And apparently that was a fun, you know, it's a fun night. Do it again next weekend, you know. Those are the guided trips. Hey, Colo is here. Yo, with Colo, what are you doing? Who are you pissing off? Everybody. Everybody mad nowadays. Who's not pissed off nowadays? That's what I would say. The list of people not pissed off is shorter than the list of people who are. I know that. Cannabis stops seizures for people. Oh, that's right. That's right. We were just talking about some drugs. I know we talked about everything already. We fucking people from all over the world. We've covered everything. We've talked about guns, drugs, you know, cool stuff like that. Explosions. I'll talk to you in 1.5 minutes. Oh, you got the ads? Ah, sucks. Well, I've really enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys for entertaining me all of this time. I'm not going anywhere yet, but I'll probably be wrapping up in a couple of minutes. I played some World of Warcraft tonight, Colo. I think those ads are still going. Zig says, lady in Australia just baited her family, cooked dinner, killed a few of them with a wild mushroom. Does she do that on purpose or that's an accident? I think I heard about that. She's still going through court. I think I heard something about that one. Lady poison her husband with a mushroom or something. Oh, she did it on purpose? Oh, that's fucked up. It's fucked up. Stop poisoning your family, guys. That's good advice. I don't always know when my advice is good, but I have a strong feeling that not poisoning your family is good advice. You know, it's a good rule of thumb. Kinterik says, yeah, Colo, hi. Sorry about the ads, by the way. I know. I'm trying to talk and have a conversation, and, you know, we're trying to, like, you know, exchange information here, and then the ads pop up. I am never a fan of the ads. Kinterik says, do you have two different chats running on your OBS? No, I just have the window open. Like, when I look over here, I'm looking at Twitch. I'm looking at you. I look over here, and I see YouTube. I also have Kick open here, but I don't think... Oh, there is people in Kick. Oh, shit. I just had it covered with another thing. So, yeah, multi-streaming is kind of weird because of that. But, yeah, there's people in on Kick now. Sorry, Kick. But I see Big Ol is here. Says, why do other wieners taste different than my own? Okay, that's the last thing that somebody said in Kick. Why do other wieners taste different than my own? Was the question. I don't think I can answer that. Like, I mean, I could, but I don't think it would be anything useful. I mean, do you guys want to try to answer that for Big Ol New Stack? Why do other wieners taste different than my own? Okay. Don't eat the wild mushrooms. They were death cap mushrooms. I did hear a story too where people make mistakes. Like apparently poison control has to deal with this regularly where mushroom enthusiasts will go picking mushrooms and they'll be like, oh, this is a good mushroom. Let's eat it. And then it's always a death mushroom. And so they get all sick. So that again is the fascinating world of mushrooms. I highly suggest you watch the Netflix documentaries on the mushroom people. They like to go and collect mushrooms. They share mushrooms and trade mushrooms. They eat mushrooms. They talk about mushrooms. Their whole life is just basically mushrooms. And they like to, gather up, go out into the woods and share mushrooms with each other. That's what they do all the time. And every once in a while, they eat the wrong mushroom. Colo says, I have a girlfriend now. She's beautiful and smart. Oh, congratulations. Lucky guy. But I don't think it's luck. Colo. It's not luck, it's skill. Colo's got the skill, the touch. All the girls trying to harass Colo. You gotta tell him to back off. Be like, you can't touch this. She plays WoW? Nice. I think they should use a control group and tell us the results based on 1,000 variable taste test. After seeing, the mushroom people and all the people that get sick on mushrooms, I really don't have any interest whatsoever on eating wild mushrooms. Like, I would not understand what is a good mushroom and what is not a good mushroom. So... And I don't necessarily trust other people, too, to just go out and just pick mushrooms and be like, here, eat this one, but not that one. I'd be like, how do you fucking know that one's a good? Like, I don't know. Even professionals, like people who have picked mushrooms their whole life, they still fuck that up. And that's true. They do. Like the guys that are getting sick on mushrooms are the guys who are supposed to be the ones who know everything about mushrooms, and they still eat the wrong one. So I think what you got to do is you just got to grow your own. Like, don't go wild mushroom picking. Just grow them yourself so you know what you're growing. I knew a dude who grew hallucinogenic mushrooms in his house, in his trailer, in college. He was a math genius. The guy was like a mathematical wizard. He majored in math, and then he went and worked for the government and worked in cryptology or something. He was probably making cajillions of dollars doing some kind of cryptology for the government. And the dude just grew the giant mushrooms in his house. like giant caps. They were bigger than they're supposed to be. They were like these mega, and he would like spray everything and disinfect everything. They lived in like a perfect, temperature controlled, humidity controlled room, and everything was sterile. And he would just grow these giant caps and then just eat them like regularly. He was like this he's like this genius guy. Interesting guy. Yeah, he shared some of those with us one time. It was very nice of him. Joe Rogan had a good mushroom man on. A wild shit about mushrooms. Yeah, the mushroom people. I call them the mushroom people. I don't know if that offends them or not. I don't know if they would find that offensive, but there's like the mushroom culture. It's like, it's pretty trippy. Like it's a thing. It's happening. Hey, Colo, I played some WoW earlier. I'm working on my Mythic Plus rating. I just like hit top 10 and for Mythic Plus for Druid healing. Nothing really to brag about. Just me running some mythics, started climbing up the ladder a little bit. I don't know how high I'll go because there's some nerds. There's some real nerds up on the top 3. I'm not sure I'm committed to even trying for it, but I'll probably I think last season I got like 2,600, almost 2,700. Then I stopped, At some point I kind of get sick of pugs. I'm like, fuck you guys. But I'll run it up to 3K. I don't have a problem with it, but pugging it is just like, I don't know if that's the right way to get 3K. All the guys I know that have 3K in Mythic Plus, they pug them. They don't have a problem with it, but I might have a problem with it. Resto Druids for the wins. Mine's 13-year-old now. Have you seen the Glass City they're building in Saudi Arabia? It's like some Truman Show shit. No, I haven't. I know there's maybe someone mentioned it, but I have not seen it or looked at it or anything. Oh, Kinteric for the what was the reply for the guy who wanted wieners? Oh, the control. Okay, now I get it. Ugh. 1,000 variable taste test? Yeah. Oh, Kinteric is on the kick side now. Does it show you that chat from the dude who wanted to taste wieners? Yep. Hey, that's fine. If he wants to if he wants to spend time thinking about how wieners taste, that's fine, I guess. They have floors that will hold 6 million people. What? 6 million people? The fuck? Isn't that a lot of people? And you can't see it from the outside because it's all mirrored? What? Are you sure? That sounds crazy. You could be driving, you'll just go through an invisible wall. The outside is going to be lined with solar panels to power the whole city. And is that a place that we want to go? That does seem like a lot of people. Seems a bit ambitious, doesn't it? I set up a table back there. I'm going to build a computer. I can start building it. I don't have all the parts. I think I ordered, I think it's something like the power supply, is not coming until next week, but I think most of all the parts are here. I got the CPU. I already have a GPU. I'm just going to use the GPU that's in my computer right now. I don't need another one. I don't want to buy another GPU. NVIDIA GPU prices are kind of blah. But I got all the other parts. It's ready to build. I just won't be able to turn it on until that power supply unit comes in next week. I could probably go to Best Buy and buy one, but I went to Best Buy. Probably that's the only place where I live that is selling computer parts, and they sell all the computer parts. They got nice motherboards and CPUs and everything. I went over there and they were out of stock on everything. The the good cases were gone. All the CPUs were gone. I don't know if they were out of stock because people bought them all, or they just are not carrying stock of new stuff. I don't know. Either people are actually buying them or people are not buying them. One of the two. But I was pretty disappointed. So I left Best Buy and I said, fuck that. I'm just going to call Amazon. Amazon took care of me. They sent me all the stuff I need. So, computer build on stream? Yeah, I should. And I will. I want to stream it, but if I don't stream it for some reason, I will record it because I want to make some content. I want to share something about the build, whether it's just the components of the builds, or, if I just record the whole thing, there might be something interesting about the build that I might be able to share. But in any case, I definitely want to do it. And I want to share it with you. And then I also want to share it with my kids. I think they know that I built all the computers in our house, and all the servers and stuff I use for business. But I don't think they've ever really had their hands on the build itself. So I want to try to get a little hands-on for them, just for the experience, not that I expect them to be computer builders or anything, but, just for learning, so they can get their hands on those parts and see what it's like. Best Buy never has anything in. Oh, it's probably just a Best Buy thing. Yeah, it was confusing because they have like the shelves, and it would have like, where the thing's supposed to be, where the part is supposed to be, and then it would just be empty. And I'm like, why is there even a shelf if they're not carrying this shit? Or if they were carrying it, maybe it's all sold out. I don't know. But they're like, we can order it. And I'm like, okay, so you're going to order it. I'm going to leave. You're going to order it. Then I got to come back later. I may as well just order it from Amazon. And that's what I did. That's why Bezos is rolling in the dough, because it's just like, I tried to go out and get the parts locally, and then that didn't work. So then what do? I just order it on Amazon, and behold, there it is. It just appears on my doorstep. It's like all the parts. Couldn't find anywhere. Now they're there. Just delivered to my door. Thanks, Amazon. I don't think people are buying from them anymore because I never see anything in stock. So they try to push the pre-built machines. That's right. So they did have all the pre-builts and laptops and stuff too, right? I went over there, a million laptops. They had not as many pre-builts, but there was a whole row, a bunch of pre-builts, a bunch of monitors and stuff. So I guess if you're going to get a monitor, then that makes sense because they've got them there on the shelf, on display, so you can see what it looks like. You can, fuck with it a little bit, see what it's going to look like. And then, I think that's a good way to pick a monitor. But all the rest of the stuff, I guess if you're building parts, just order it, I guess. And then for the stuff like monitors or laptops or other like maybe peripherals and stuff, then maybe you can find that stuff at Best Buy. What kind of servers do I have? Oh, my garage. I've got a bunch of servers. I've got some old stuff. I've got servers of various cohorts. Some of them are getting old. I'm just going to turn off some of those servers. They're just sucking up juice. I think it was Wendell, the guy that sometimes goes on like Linus Tech Tips. He had a good point the other day in one of his videos. He was talking about power consumption for computer builds. And he's talking about some of the new computer builds, like the AMDs and the Intels, are pretty energy efficient compared to, at least, like these Intels. This Intel will suck a lot of juice. This thing will go up to like 400 or 500 watts or something crazy. But when it's not, full throttle at all cores, they're quite energy efficient, at least potentially. And he compared that to some of the old server builds where they're just sucking hundreds of watts on idle, and even the older machines, even less power efficient. So, maybe 10 years ago, there wasn't a whole lot of difference between power efficiency within the last 5 years. So between like 10 and 15 years, or maybe it was something like 5 and 10 years. There's not a whole lot of change. But recently, in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of advances in energy efficiency. And so now you can actually build a pretty powerful and energy efficient build. And I thought that was a great point because I've got some older servers in my garage that I used for testing because those are the kind of servers you would find in data centers. They're phasing those out. Even data centers are getting rid of some of those old Xeons. It's a Xeon, like 40 core Xeon, an old one, E5 or something. It's not that powerful. It's very disappointing. You know, it was good as a hypervisor, you know, for testing and kind of recapitulating data center nodes, you know, so I could experiment with virtual stuff like I would on the cloud. It's time to replace them. I think any cheap AMD board and CPU would just blow those old servers out of the water. You know, I don't care if they're ECC memory or not. If they're just here for like home lab and for testing and development, it's not going to be a server that's going to actually be in the data center. It's not going to be like a colo or anything. So I don't care. Just build those cheap. And then I also have some cheap AMDs in there, which is why I say that. So I've got like the old, servers. I want to call them like, what would be a good word? Anyway, I've got the old ones, and then I've got some super micro cases with some custom boards in there, some custom motherboard, CPU, RAM, and I'll use those like 1U, 2U super micros. You know, just fill them full of drives. You know, those are my file servers. Pack them full of a whole bunch of drives, at least 100 terabytes between two of those little 2U super micros, and I put them on a DFS, you know, distributed file system. And then I've got some regular cases that just have like, I think I've got one server Intel board, and then I've got like a cheap AMD Ryzen 5 of some kind. It's pretty powerful, pretty fast for a server. And all of these are just servers. They're just like hypervisors, just like home lab for testing and stuff like that. So there's quite a few, and I've built these over the last couple of years, you know, due to my work, due to the, you know, the stream companies that I'm doing. Sometimes I need to kind of rebuild a server or run something on a custom hypervisor, and that kind of helps me to develop. And then I'll test internally, then I'll deploy it out to the cloud up to some, you know, data center, whether we're doing bare metal or virtual or whatever, VMs. But out of all of that stuff I just said, I have not put any new parts into my personal computer, like my workstation, the workstation that I use for some of this testing and stuff, because I haven't had to. My workstation is great. So now it's time to build a new one. You know, some of my kids' computers are getting old and they're failing. One of them is failing pretty bad. So I thought, okay, well, instead of building a new one for them, it's time for my computer build. So I'll build a new one for me, and then I'll give this one to them, and they can have this computer that I'm using right now. It's a very good AMD. Kenturk says, I've always been so interested in how everything works. Like, I'm just reading that other chat that you put in there about the SKUs and what they carry. But you pass them down, pass down to them and do a new build. Yes, that's the way. That's the way I've always done it. And it works. It works really good. So you just kind of hand it down. You know, if they need a new one, basically, they're very young, so it doesn't matter. But if they need a new one, I just build me a new one, you know, and I just hand down mine, and that works. I do the same thing with GPUs. if I'm going to get a new GPU for streaming and encoding video like NVENC and stuff, I'll get the new one. I got the new 4000, and then I send the old one down the line. And so they both, my kids, they have some pretty relatively nice computers, I would say. At least, not long ago, they were streaming and editing machines. So that's more than enough power. It's way more than they need. But it also enables them to learn some of that software. So they can open up, Adobe Premiere, put some stuff on the timeline, and they do. They'll capture some Minecraft videos, and they'll make some pretty funny little videos. So that's how you teach them. I'm fortunate that I have, I do tech, and I'm able to build computers. And since I build, I'm able to actually build nice ones, instead of buying expensive pre-builts. I just find the parts at good prices, and I can continue building that way, and then hand them down to the kids so they get some nice computers they can learn on. And I noticed there's a lot of people, a lot of parents that I think would like to do something like that, but they don't build a lot. So, they don't have spare computers to hand down to the kids. And so I think a lot of families are sharing one or none computers amongst each other. But my little rugrats, they get my older ones. So that's the rules. The rules are no consoles, PC only gaming in our house. And it's for educational purposes, so they can learn to use the computer instead of a controller. Well, I think it's about time for me to hang it up, but I had a really good time. I think everybody that came in from the Vape Lord stream kind of woke us up. And that was fun because we were talking about whiskey. So everybody wanted to talk about whiskey, and then we were drinking some whiskey. So that was fun. But I better bounce because, so I don't fuck up my Sunday. I'm going to fuck up my sleep. I've already fucked up enough as it is. I want to say a huge thanks to everybody that was part of the stream tonight. Got some new follows. Whoa, got some follows tonight. Shit. And also got some subs, which is cool. The sub alerts went off. Little Straza was in there with a sub. And he subscribed for 117 months. He calculated that to be over 9 years, almost 10 years. And that was a tier 3. And Dark Final Tears was also in there through a Prime out there. And Real Nick Miles, who we haven't talked to for a long time, subbed earlier too. I think there were some other follows and stuff. So that was pretty cool. Thank you guys for that. Wow, you guys kept me streaming. I wasn't even going to stream this long. But all of those weird topics that we talked about were really fun. And you know me, I mean, it's so easy. I'll just start ranting on whatever bullshit, you guys throw at me. I'll come up with something. And I had a lot of fun doing that. So what else is there? I think the next thing is, if you're interested in that computer build, there's going to be more of that stuff. So make sure if my Discord is in the description, make sure you join the Discord, because that's going to be a place where I maybe put up a spreadsheet of the parts, and you can see the parts and the prices, because even if you're not in the market right now, it's going to happen. You're going to want to see, you might forget which Western Digital NVMe I got. And an easy way to find it is just to check that stuff that I post in my Discord. And these are actually not that expensive, at least relative to what they used to be. I remember, like the first or second gen NVMEs were way more expensive than these. And these are way faster than those, and they're cheaper. So that's kind of cool. And I think there's a couple of other things here too that we cut some corners on. Got some DDR5 that was a pretty good deal. A lot of people are complaining about the price of DDR5. They're like, oh, you're going to have to get DDR5 for the new motherboard. We still like DDR4, but it wasn't that bad. Like the price I mean, these are not cheap. I'm not going to say they were cheap because I don't think they were that cheap, but they weren't like as expensive as you would think this really fast RAM would be. So hopefully we cut some corners and saved a little bit of money there so that, you know, because the Intel, that one is not cheap. There's no cutting corners on that thing. Those, the price did go down on those though. I think it actually, prices went down like $100 on some of these new CPUs. So I didn't pay like ridiculous price for it, but these parts are not cheap. These are, you know, and it's been 5 years since I upgraded. So I think it's been a work in progress. And the result is we have some toys here to plug in. Now we'll see what happens. Maybe it turns on, maybe not. I got the Intel 14900K. The i9 14900K. That's the one that just came out at the end of 2023. It's kind of like, what do they call it? It's they call it like the revamped, the renewed version. It's kind of like a slightly more energy efficient version of the 13900K. A lot of people are ranting on YouTube that don't buy the 14900 because it doesn't really do anything more than the 13900. But then they'll go on to show how it's more energy efficient and you're getting a little more performance per watt. So that's all it is. It's just, I don't know if there's even really a significant price difference between the two. I'm sure you can get the 13900K for cheaper, but I did get the newest Intel and the newest motherboard. So not a lot of people, I think, have that. I think they've already been out for a couple of months now. So I'm sure there's a ton of people that have this particular build that I'm building. But I don't think it's that many people. I think it's still a little fresh. So I think we have to figure out, you know, what the best settings are going to be for this. Yeah, we could throw some stuff at it, like some, you know, video editing, some AI video workflows, all the things that take up all the cores, and see how it goes. Do some maybe that'll motivate me to do some video editing, actually upload something to YouTube or whatever. I know for sure it's going to be one hell of a streaming setup. Those clock speeds are just going to crush live streaming. It's going to be pretty good. I'm excited about that. So we'll see. The max turbo is slightly higher in the 1490K. Right. Little things like that. It wasn't that higher. Like people did the benchmarks, but you know, the weird thing is benchmarks on YouTube, people will do the benchmarks and get different results. Like some people will show the new AMD 7950X or whatever it is faster than the 14900K. And then you go and look at the next video. The next guy has got it flipped. Now the Intel's faster than the AMD. And so I think what that tells me is, you know, these different setups have different performance, but I don't think it's wildly different. I think it's just like they're neck and neck. And depending on the elevation and the altitude and the wind direction, I think AMD might outperform an Intel or vice versa, whatever test you happen to be running. So, oh yeah, and then there's the CPU lottery. How big of a deal is that? I hear people talking about this so-called lottery. I better have fucking won the lottery. This better be like the gold platinum fucking lottery winner, because I'll be pissed if it's not. I don't know about this lottery thing, if that's even, I don't know how much variation there is, but people will say, they'll say that they got a good one that runs fast and cool, or they'll say they got a bad one that runs slow and hot, you know? So how do you even know which one is which? I don't know. It's not that big of a thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if it turns on and it powers up and all cores are taking energy, I'm pretty sure your CPU is probably fine, you know, because I think if it weren't, if something were really wrong with it, it probably wouldn't even work to begin with, right? So that's kind of an interesting thing about the lottery. I gotta look more into that. I'm just aware that it exists, but I'm not aware of how variable it is, what the tolerance is for that kind of stuff. Yeah, they test everything. I love watching videos and how they do things. Well, should I try to like raid somebody or should I just like go to sleep? Because I don't know who to raid. If you have a suggestion, let me know. Otherwise, I'm out. Because that's it. That is it for me. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna go drink some water and go to sleep. But guys, thanks again for the stream, and I had fun. Hit me up at Discord. I'm gonna put some more info in Discord. I'm gonna try to live stream the build. If I don't live stream it, I'm definitely gonna dump some information in there, and there will be a video of some kind. And wish me luck. Hope it turns on. Maybe you'll be here to see it. And see you guys on the next one. Cheers.